She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And so, 6 slots available at the Blast TV Major, and 2 of them have already been taken. Heroic and OG in day number 1 have advanced. They will be going to the Blast TV Austin Major, but we have to say goodbye to so many teams. 500 and Paravision, they fall. And now, who's next on the chopping block? I'm fine. I'm joined by Cole, X, and McHenry. We've got 16 invited teams, and only so many can go to Austin.
Yeah, only so many spots open for the taking right now, and we're already seeing how this major is shaping up with the matchups yesterday, and we're going to continue to develop that story throughout today as well. Very looking forward to seeing how things shape up here today. Obviously, like you mentioned, everything on the line here for the Blast TV Austin Major. So many of these teams finding themselves in scary positions, and it just creates these exciting stories for teams that have worked so hard trying to make it through this qualifier for those last couple spots out of Europe.
Yeah, you see so many big names as well towards the bottom and in the 1 and 2 area, which means that they have to run an absolute gauntlet to get themselves back in and with the potential at major qualification. That's where we center in for our first set of matches here today. But plenty more, as we will see 3 more teams book their tickets to Austin as well just later on today. It's an incredibly packed schedule throughout. We have teams like Astralis, who got off to a shaky start versus OG, but then have quickly bounced back, put themselves into contention to make it through, and finally break the 3-year drought of not seeing a major. On the other hand, organizations like Fnatic, who have been getting done rebuilding, find themselves at 1 and 2. Squads like ENCE, a historic Counter-Strike organization, are on the brink of missing the major as well. And I think centering here on the B stream, we look at Gamer Legion and Saw.
Yeah, that's a big detail, right? We're looking at this matchup here, 2 teams, 2 organizations that have kind of been in kind of a rebuild of their own, looking to prove themselves in this matchup, but finding themselves in a scary position, and especially for both of these teams. Seoul have consistently impressed throughout this year. Definitely offering up a lot of surprises, causing a lot of upsets with this new iteration. But since they were able to perform at Pro League, have yet to play much officials other than this MRQ that they find themselves in now. And again, on the other end of the server there, Gamer Legion, who have been putting the work and who have been putting the results out, missed out on the automatic qualification, but they're in a similar scary position as well. So, both teams that you would expect to be able to run the gauntlet, and now finding themselves in an elimination matchup versus each other again for the 3rd time this year.
Yeah, Gamer Legion are the highest ranked team by VRS in this entire qualifier, and they are facing down the barrel. They start 0 and 2 to begin this stage, that means if you go 0 and 2, more than likely, unless another 0-2 team like Bait were to make it to the 3-2 stage, Gamer Legion have to win 4 best of 3s in a row if they want to qualify for the Blast TV Major. But believe it or not, Cole, they have done this before. When facing down the barrel at Perfect World Shanghai RMR, they battled it all the way back, powering through teams like Falcons on the way to just squeak their way into the Perfect World Shanghai Major, and then, not only that, breaking through the Challenger stage to even make the main stage. Gamer Legion are no strangers to this situation.
Yeah, I mean, no strangers to having their back against the wall, having to fight through this adversity here. Again, talking about the staff here and the game planning ahead of it, there's no question that, the hot commodity that Ash is for this team and what he brings to the table has been very clear with this iteration. Again, the circumstances for the MRQs is that coaches aren't involved in the server, but you have to imagine trying to steady themselves and work throughout the 0-2 that they found themselves in and on day one to now setting themselves up with a massive victory to bounce back over 500. Those back-to-back 13-2 stompings that they were able to get away with already show that this team is capable of fighting through this adversity, fighting through the struggles that they started off this event with, and showing what this team's made of.
On the other hand, Saw are so new to this level for a lot of these players. Agil has a chance to qualify for a major. This team has gone under so much scrutiny, especially after losing Aras Dose, especially after losing Ujerks. But somehow, these two players, Sajat and Azuu, Saw are kind of rebuilding back for the future, bringing up more young talents, not even from the region of Portugal, and they have completely shattered expectations, but perhaps not in this MRQ.
Yeah, I mean, having to transition in a difficult fashion from, their old squad that was able to make a run in IEM Cologne last year to now having to bounce back with pretty much a new project here, having to call upon a new IGL as well in Muteris and what he's been able to provide so early on in his iteration as a leader. Again, that Pro League result really showed that they can make this team work. They can create upsets. They can challenge some of the best teams in the world. They were able to get a win over Na'Vi, in recent history. So you're looking at a team that definitely is capable of bringing those results. It hasn't necessarily been consistent in this MRQ, but they're able to find themselves in a tough matchup versus Gamer Legion. It's definitely scary territory, but there's no question that this team build, this project, it's definitely on the up and up here for Saul.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, though. Some of Saw's victories come through the life performances that Sajat can bring to the table. If, the team in the past couldn't really rely too much on a superstar individual, but that rating, don't let that fool you. This guy can take over games.
We've seen it before, man. This guy is so capable of dominating the server. He can bring a huge clutch factor to this team, but on top of that, can just power up in some games here for Saul. Again, these sort of performances that I was looking at here, they were popping up here and there for his old team and Endpoint, but it's just been a lot more consistent with Saul in this roster. And again, it's kind of a small sample size, but he's definitely bringing the firepower for this team. And on the other end of the server, you're looking to see PR and this kind of revival that Gamer Legion are looking to go through right now. You're looking to see PR step up and be that same engine for his squad as well on Gamer Legion and try and challenge the firepower that we're looking at for Saul in terms of Sajat.
Yeah, that was the big issue with Gamer Legion's first 2 games. PR was just nowhere to be seen. And, coming back in from LAN play, returning in from PGL Bucharest just last weekend, of course, playing in the playoffs, quarterfinal loss to the eventual winners of Falcons. It's kind of jumping into online play. Sometimes, jumping into cold water again. You have to get used to it. You have to adjust to it. But if there's anything to help you adjust to it, man, is it back-to-back 13-2s versus 500 to kick off your campaign, to kick off the road to glory to Austin, where they needed to win 5 best-of-3s in a row, now make it 4.
Yeah, and it's a big victory there. I believe we had the vetoes ready here, and it's going to be interesting to look at kind of how things shape up here in terms of the map selections. Again, we've seen this team play up against each other pretty frequent, and we've seen some shift ups in the veto. We're going to see Ancient pretty early on here in the opening pick coming through from Gamer Legion. Nuke picked out from Saul, which has been something they've been able to really surprise on with this iteration of the roster. And then something that I've been noticing at Assault with this new team that they've been building since Pro Leagues, they're actually kind of avoiding Anubis as a decider, but they go for it this time, which is a bit of an interesting shift in the decision making here as this team gains comfort. Saul, obviously, with the U-Jerks and Rose Doze lineup were incredible on this map. It looked like they were a little bit uncomfortable with the new iteration, but they're starting to gain with the time off. I think an expansion on the map pool and getting more comfortable with their new players in these positions because, again, it was a map that they were kind of avoiding at Pro League, but now they're embracing it here in this MRQ.
Yeah. On the other side for Gamer Legion, the option to pick into the Ancient is a bit surprising. They have enjoyed their Inferno here and there, picking it into some of the top teams, but I think a big sour note for Gamer Legion is that they could have taken down Falcons. They got their map pick of choice, even after stealing away Train from Falcons early on, back at PGL Bucharest, and maybe turning back to Ancient as a bit of a pocket pick here for this MRQ. Of course, they utilize it to completely destroy 500 on it just yesterday. So perhaps that is something that they can wield versus Saw. But all around, I still think Gamer Legion should be the favorites going into this one. I think that they can bounce back. What do you have, Cole?
Yeah, I'm with you on that, right? I think Gamer Legion are going to find themselves in a position of confidence, knowing that they've been in this position before, having to run the gauntlet back. Again, you got to really lean on some of the experience that this team brings to the table here, and I do think you can give a lot of credit to ZTR and the game planning that he's already been able to show. Here with Gamer Legion, the firepower that you need to have here in such a high pressure environment. Now that these are elimination games, you're going to really lean on players like Rez that can play confidently in these high pressure environments. He's not going to be falling victim to the moment, so it's a big detail there.
Let's go. We've got our match live. Saw taking on Gamer Legion here. Only one can advance. And so we are off, taking it away. One team will face elimination from contention at the Blast Austin Major. And a first kill going the way of Mutiers off the spam, but they want to hunt him down instead. He will dive in the smoke though, and instead line up two more. Does he have a fourth? Yes, he does. Saw start off with a rompling start here in middle. It's just PR facing down a 1v5. Oh my goodness, the in-game leader for Mutiris stepping up.
Able to put a quick dismissal right there to this opening start. Fantastic 4K. Azu comes through with the close as well, so Saw off to the races right now with a very early and dominant start there. Absolutely flawless pistol round. One in which Mutiris not only gets 4 kills, he gets a team molly, most importantly, to play with in the next round. And just dominates this play here. Starting it off through the smoke, trying to follow it up there with some further success, but shutting down this Red Room aggression. Perfectly positioned to deal with that pressure. And it's a fantastic kickoff here from Mutiris, who again, stepping up, has a really tough job to fill here in 2025 for this Saul roster in the IGL role, in the calling, and not only that, responsible for just a brand new kind of team here to work with as well. There's so much responsibility on his shoulders.
It's something that's completely new in Mutiris' long career, by the way. He's almost the godfather of Portuguese Counter-Strike in that way. Been competing in his region since 1.6. And I don't think he's ever worked with an international project. He's always been stuck within Iberia for a lot of his teams, working with some Spaniards, maybe a Brazilian from time to time. But working with two young guns from, Poland and the UK is something else that he's going to have to just, figure out and continue to adapt and grow even 15 years in his career.
Yeah, that's actually a really like impressive transition, right? Stepping into an international role with new responsibilities. It kind of looks like just a new leaf on his career, and Gutierrez just stepping up here, firing up on the opening stage, is not allowing for them to gain any access towards A main. It's got to be plan B at this point for Gamer Legion, spotting out that aggression and having to reroute their play here more towards mid. And a good decision here to reroute as well. Gamer Legion do have some openings in this department, but Gutierrez is right there to meet him once again.
Gamer Legion make great reactions. Can they convert on the kills? Yes. PR with the double. And that's what you want to see here out of Gamer Legion. PR has been cold. This MRQ, him and Slend are going to combine for 3 and potentially just lock up this round. Losing that opening pick. Saw have been playing some explosive Counter-Strike, but Gamer Legion blasting back immediately.
Yeah, get those rifles right there, right back in play, and show what they're made of. With some fiery openers offered up by PR. Like you said, that is exactly what they need out of him. Being able to be an option. When things go wrong early, he can level up and bail them out. Now you're looking at Sajat potentially not even saving.
Barrel,
didn't catch the barrel.
Hey.
Someone called out for him. Taliesin didn't quite see.
Oh,
But there you go. He'll catch him eventually. Sajat, not long for this world, gets taken down. Rez finding the finishing blow. And a beautiful bounce back from a 4v5 down to a quick return there from PR.
The one thing about Gamer Legion is that their reactions and their macro play is so excellent. It was so seamless. You see 2 players swinging here in A main. PR knows that he has a timing inside of Donut to make this kind of move. The second kill is just the cherry on top. Sometimes this Gamer Legion is critiqued for not having the mechanical skill to hang with some of the top. I think Ash and what he brings to this team is so excellent. But they need Rez and PR to really step up to make sure that they can convert on these tactical advantages. A-site play inbound, but it's a little claustrophobic here for Gamer Legion. They need to either fight for Donut or take Temple. And they will get Taliesin in there for the bomb plant. We got a 5-on-5.
A tough retake as well for Saul right now. The spacing inside of Temple, very valuable. You also have this potential late lurk. Rez is very far removed from the situation, covering off the flank, but there's no kits in the server. So you're not really seeing a lot of initiative here from Saul. And
they're saving?
As that comes through, they're going to call it a save here. This is going to be a 5v5. Everyone hanging on to their guns and no one falling in this round here. They're not willing to take the risk on this retake.
So far, we've gotten absolutely riveting, explosive gameplay, though. I'll take the unicorn round, but a lot of these rounds are being decided so early on. Saw want to make a move. Gamer Legion hit them with the haymaker right back. It's whoever falls over from the first punch they throw.
Yeah, and even for, Gamer Legion in these last 2 rounds, no opening kills in the last round technically, but an opening bomb plant and then
an opening
having
bomb
to bounce
plant.
back for the the kind of impact there you see out of PR being able to provide access when plan A goes wrong. Very positive spin on things for a guy that we know needs to step up here for this team. If Gamer Legion want to run the gauntlet. Got Rez sneaking up, and again, it's early map control right now and they don't anticipate it. No idea that Rez is already up the ramp. 5-7 for Sajat and a multi-kill to bring it back. Could provide some extra access for Saul.
Slend want to keep going, though. He's the sole player, and he forces Azuwu to swing into Taliesin. And so the advantage goes back. Gamer Legion with a minute on the clock. We're just going to let this round simmer. Agil and Gutierrez to take a long think about this one.
Kind of leaning in the right direction right now. They're where they need to be. Even Gutierrez cheating a rotate on over, so they're going to have some extra support. This very winnable in that sense, but it has to be Agil with this long-range A1S here ready to work.
They've got no smokes. That's the biggest thing. So Agil with a real power position here on long, but I think his barrel got seen. Slend locks in for the kill. Gutierrez is here at the back square. Oh, and he picks up a smoke off of a dead teammate. Plant's going to be seamless. Tyrus does make his way through, but then face down with 2 Gamer Legion barrels. Retaking the lead after that Mutiris 4K to open up this game. Gamer Legion do what they do best. They just play so solid Counter-Strike. They don't need ridiculous individuals to win them with incredible mechanics. They will just beat you in a new way every single round.
Yeah, able to offer up some good pace change, right? Obviously, you have a pretty fast start to the round once again with Rez and the slide up the ramp, catching them by surprise. But when they find themselves in that 3v2, that measured aggression, the contact play, the identification of a Gil on the back of the site, just slowly flushing out these positions and stabilizing the round from that point forward shows that there is that element. It's definitely something that I'm kind of impressed with ZTR on this team here. Obviously, again, you know, he's been a phenomenal caller for this team in terms of what he provides for this roster, and it's even more responsibility when you're in these MRQs without, you know, a coach in the server to really talk things through. It does put a lot more pressure on the IGL. But I think ZTR are able to meet that task effectively here. As the mid play comes through, it does seem like they're forcing Mutiris off the line.
And Gamer Legion using the silence to their advantage. They're pulling the pistol strat in round 6. Agil swings forward, catches a shoulder, takes time to drop a nade in. Only minor chip damage there. Gamer Legion, though, with so many players in Red Room, feel like they need to go forward, met with the smoke. What is their next target? Looks like it's going to try and be a donut. There goes Story, quick, courtesy of Rez, and Mutiris in the fire, and that's an immediate double entry here for Gamer Legion.
Again, have themselves so much opportunity to take space. Even Towson on the lurk here towards mid. In the Red Room, able to provide some more coverage. Sajat down to 50. This retake going to be tough to even start the conversation. Akil looking to dodge the bullets that are flying through the smoke and calling it a save here pretty shortly after. So all finding themselves in the danger zone right now. It's all this space that Gamer Legion are afforded in these early rounds.
I don't think... Does ZTR clear this? No. It's, the off angle's too good there from Sajat. But what we are seeing right now from Gamer Legion is exactly what Ash has talked about in interviews. It's about the execution of the positioning. And Rez and PR are those players who bring forth that flawless execution when you do have that just instant headshot. Story gets popped, and the follow-up on the smoke spam spotted. Having to flee that molly. That's exactly what you want for Gamer Legion, being able to convert those kills.
See, I mean, no breaks in the action here. It's just Saul just continuing to play things forward, but it has to be some denial of some map control. I think you have to see Saul be a little more forward-facing in some of these mid duels. There's a bit of a missed smoke towards elbow as well, which I don't think matters too much. There wasn't a lot of mid aggression, but it is going to allow PR to scale comfortably. What's the decision here for Saul to try and gain some of that space? Looking to lean on a Gil, looking to blow open the smoke, but no comfortable fights given with here with some of the pistols. And they're still outside looking in on this map control for the CT side of Ancient. We know how important it is to get in the face of these T sides, not allow them to operate here on the executions, but right now that's exactly what Gamer Legion are afforded, the luxury of that. They're gonna have a whole nice opportunity to coast on towards this A bomb, so it's completely empty. They got 4 players stacked over towards B, but there's no B aggression. You're seeing them try and hold back on these sites, hope that Gamer Legion walk into the stack, but that's just not going to be the case.
Yeah, there's nothing putting pressure on the A site that would make Gamer Legion possibly second guess, but with a kill like that, will that lure them forward? The bomb is taking a while to get planted. So Saw can get themselves into very possible retake positions. in need to convert these kills, and losing Slend could make this interesting. Agil with the headshot. This comes down to PR. He gets ran over, and it's a Gamer Legion catastrophe here. This has to be Towson. Too many players, but maybe one too many. You'd have to think. He sprays down 3 in Donut, but it's not enough. Saw come through with an eco retake.
Oh man, Towson almost pulling through the impossible right there, but Sajat, the only player coming through from a different direction, able to lock in the trade. Mateers was such a difficult kill there on his ETR, and then finding these peaks forward there, trying to recover space that's lost from Gamer Legion. And well, Saul gave them open access to the A side. This time they make a retake happen though. This time they go for it, and it works wonders for them. That's a huge bailout and an opportunity to breathe here. Gamer Legion gonna immediately call a timeout off the back of it as well.
Yep. It's a Gamer Legion round. Just I was talking about how their execution is so good. It's one of those rounds where ZTR starts off with a bit of a whiff, and then there's a 1-dig, and then the wheels fall off in said round. Tactics are great for Gamer Legion. They found the open site. They got themselves into a great position, but they were unable to convert any of the kills inside of Donut. Despite all that, Towson still made it possible, and an op-duel victory for Slend to start off. A player who's gone under a little bit of critique lately, especially back at Bucharest. Nice to see him with a cool opener.
Absolutely. Trying to reroute. Nice little bounce on that flash. Through Towson throwing in utility to put the pressure on this A side. Does trigger some aggression, it seems like, through Cave here for the duo towards B. That old in-point 1-2 punch. Now rocking with Saul. Looking to keep some coverage on this B side. Doubled up and towards Cave. Might just be overlooked. It might just be ignored here by Gamer Legion. They don't need to fight this space of the map here if they can just walk up the ramp, and they definitely can free of charge. It's about cutting off the cross, though, and that's what Slinzop does. A little bit of denial for Sajat. And open access to another bomb site. This time, though, in a 4v5. They're taking cave control as well, so it's now evacuated from Saul, looking to make the long wraparound here. You still have Towson on this lurk, tossing a little bit of disruption into the mix. He finds a kill, threaded in, and again, this is a pretty early decision for Saul to save. But still, Towson even threads in another kill while he's at it.
Once again, another beautiful Gamer Legion read in a 4v5. Into some seamless positioning as well, to retaking the cave control, flushing out the players. Even Slend was positioned perfectly, understanding that the cave player would want to peek as the B executes coming through. Does Slend survive this? He does. Bomb on Ancient, though, to be a tactical nuke, obviously.
That Ancient bomb is always very scary, but safe and sound there. Good to see. What a tough opener, man. Beautiful work from Slend. That's exactly what he's looking for right there, finding these quick shots, especially if it provides opening picks. And, you know, to be honest, there's been a couple of missed elbow smokes, maybe just one here in this map so far for Saul, but if that is a trend, if we see that come through every once in a while, it can cost them, especially with Slend now on the AWP. This time it's hit. This is that aggression I was talking about right now. Flying through cave, flying down the ramp. Perfect coordination in between the two. Sajat and Azulu helping each other out and opening up this round. And that's much more like it for Saul. I love the adaptation here. I love the redirection that they're able to put. Even a smoke picked up to continue to recycle that towards the doors.
Attempt at a mid retake, but a missed cubby molly. And then Sajat pops out the corner. PR still hits the shot. Needs more, but eventually just simply overwhelmed. And Azulu, a triple kill there on the B site. Saw going for the full crunch. They just completely smother Gamer Legion at the start of that round.
And that right
run
there,
back Ancient.
That's what you need to have on the CT side of Ancient right there. Take full control of that B side if possible. They even managed to do it with pretty limited resources. That's only 2 players getting aggressive, but trusting in that utility, trusting in, you know, both of these players to back each other up on their aggressive routes. And It just works through flawlessly for Saw on the game plan. Another Gamer Legion timeout, man. They're not letting up on these here. It's one round missed out on here since that 0-2 start off losing the pistol and the following. Timeouts have been flowing with every round loss that Gamer Legion have taken.
Again, they had some worrying ones as well. That round was just a blowout. Gamer Legion got no map control, no space, lost an early opener. I mean, you saw how segmented off Rez was from ZTR. And sometimes not on the same page there. Picks given over to Saw. Gamer Legion still hold the lead despite losing the pistol. Will that keep up? ZTR going to be fast into cave. And taking that control. Gamer Legion will not be stifled in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good reaction here from Gamer Legion, making sure that little aggression that we saw in the last round won't happen again. Story looking for a little pick down the ramp. Meeting the op on the other end of the server. 1 HP for Sajat. Manages to survive, but for how long? The blowing open of the smoke deletes PR. And the op tossed over to Sajat as well with his low HP. ZTR flowing through inside of cave. This is such valuable real estate. And Mutiris walked through the smoke, so he gives that pick on back over to the Gamer Legion camp. Maybe thinking that mid was a little bit more empty. But they made their moves through shelf, and now this pressure on the B-bomb site is going to be met with at least a stack heading their way. Azubu looking to fight on one front, but he's bested. Knew he was going to be overwhelmed on the bomb site, so they're going to be on the outside looking in on these smokes. Oh, that HE. Could it do it? Oh, yeah, it does. 1 HP for Sajada. The little piece of shrapnel hit him.
Bank shot. And oh my gosh, Sajat got launched on top of the box as well. And then Slen stops the save. Agil to try and get out of here, but there's a hunting party after him. And that's what you like to see from Gamer Legion. Again, despite losing the opening pick, immediately they come down to batten down the hatches in middle. They refrag onto Mutiris, and they get that advanced control on other parts of the map. Gamer Legion, when they get space, their mid-rounding is so perfect. That's why they're such a joy to watch in my eyes and one of my favorite teams in Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, you got stuck up there.
The hey, somebody
He's
get him
just
down
hanging
there.
out. It's a brutal end of the round, but like you said, I mean, that's off the back of a timeout, and you saw the B space get taken by Saul for a 1 round, but the adjustment is so quick from Gamer Legion off the back of these timeouts. And some really good calls on these timeouts now. Trying to condition for these B players to get a little more passive is a good sign here, and Agil just caught right there. An opening up shot for Slind, once again providing entry access. Towson dodging the flash, but his teammates close by on the trade. Story hanging on by a thread, and the late lurk comes through from ZTR. So access again all throughout the map right now.
It's the positioning from Gamer Legion once more is excellent, but Slind, let's go the line. Makes noise falling back. Sees both players, takes one, but not the second. So Azuwu has a chance to win this round. The reposition is great. And I don't think they're ready for him. But, oh, PR sees him as he walks out from Donut. Azuwu not positioned properly. And so Gamer Legion get kind of given a gift towards the very end.
Absolutely. That bomb dropping right there. I think he thought there was going to be another player in main, but that just wasn't the case. Here's the player coming through that temple side. Thought he was going to get the jump on him, but that's a huge surprise as there's a player in Donut as well. And now it's Saul looking to end it on a half buy. Well, forced buy, obviously, in this situation, but only able to afford MP9s. And flashes are perfect right now. PR opening it up here twice now. Slin tossing in some perfect poppers. And Towson capitalizing on the repositioning as well. So it's just Story left on this A side, and they're just going to look to trade him out, hunt him out of this round, get your utility down, and test the waters on this A-bomb site. And it's a very comfortable close for the half right there. 2 quick kills to seal it in. Gamer Legion leveling up here.
Once again, just slicing through defense after defense. And that's what you like to see here for side of Gamer Legion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, looking at how things
PR is
are
broken
shaping
the
up.
scoreboard.
Yeah, he's off the charts right now. Well, I guess he's over on Saw for the time being. But yeah, I mean, just a really good look out of the Gamer Legion camp in terms of having some key pieces stepping up. It's PR with a lot of opening presence. When he's finding opening picks, it's transitioning into multi-kill opening picks. It's ZTR calling in some timeouts right there and immediately adjusting to the setups that Sol are kind of bringing to the table right now. They use 2 timeouts right there after round losses. A lot of times you like to look at the coaching aspect and when these timeouts come into play. But this, again, it's on the shoulders of ZTR in this MRQ. And obviously right there, able to quickly transition his T side into further success off the back of those timeouts for both times that they called it out.
And the mid-rounding that Ash has taught this team has been excellent. A little jump up and a spot towards B main. Doesn't see anything, but missed information there for Gamer Legion. There is 2 tucked in towards the buckets.
They're really stacking over that A side right now with a lot of presence. Good job of containing some mid control as well, though, for the CT side. It's going to be a late play from Story to try and work through with the P250. I don't know about ZTR tucked in the cubby at the moment. See if that ever becomes a point of contention right now as Story's kind of cut off. They're going to look to isolate this fight, but Story's fighting back here. Back against the wall, but he still remains tall here, 1-for-1. And into a pretty open B-bomb site. Post plant's operated here, and Sajat walks through the smoke. It's a wild move, and Sajat hunting these kills down. Massive 3K, showing what he's capable of. And just when he needs to, he reins it on in to try and play the post.
This young Polish player, 18 years old, almost broke Donk's regulation kill record at ESL Pro League versus M80. And he might need to do something similar to get Saw back into this game. He just ran a rampage through the whole back line.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup right there showed his peak is just unbelievable, especially if he's like, I was casting that game, and what he did in that matchup, he got 37 kills in 23 rounds over there at Pro League versus M80. If he's second in, he's going to transition his kills, his opening picks, just cracking. It's like he's playing deathmatch, and he's just taking as many fights as he can. You just see it in that round as well. He pushes forward through his smoke. A wild move to make right there, especially in a 4v4. He catches that first pick by surprise, and then he chases it down. He hunts these frags following it up, and that extra follow-up right there is what really elevates his impact in the server.
Yeah, he went 20-6 on the Dust 2 T side in 11 rounds. And outfragged his entire team in the process combined. It was a one-man show, and yes, I was salty watching M80 lose. You were casting, so you can't. You just witnessed glory and you talk about it. I was watching as an M80 fan, and I'm like, seriously, just random guy in life games. Yeah, of course. Oh man, but he's turned himself into the win condition of this Saw team, the unexpected win condition. A no-namer by many people's standards. And that's the interesting point for both of these two teams. They're kind of similar in the way they've been built. They don't go for the $1 million transfers. They build teams from scratch. They invest in players. Someone has to have the eye for talent.
Yeah, I mean, when they lose big pieces as well, it always seems like these teams are able to rebound. That's what these teams have shown throughout 2025. I mean, Gamer Legion for much before that as well.
Yeah. Everyone thought this team would be dead after they lost Flamus, but Many people could say that Gamer Legion might be better than Virtus Pro. I mean, shoot, they beat him in Bucharest.
Yeah, exactly. They've kind of shown that result on paper already. But now we got to see it here in the MRQs. Gonna be pressure applied on this B bomb site. Those 5.7s are close range, though. Perfect distance, but 2 kills apiece here. Towson offering up a double. The trades are very quick. And it's going to be, again, ZTR in the Res in this position to fire up. Close by. Bomb planted, but it's pressure applied onto Agil.
Yeah, he has to try and survive for Mutiris to get into position. That's a good start. Now out in the open, though, Mutiris can clutch. It's 2 HP versus 34. Slend does have a kit here. He could feasibly try to stick this. And he's going to. Mutiris needs to call a bluff, and it isn't so. Pros don't fake for Slend, 9 for Gamer Legion.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense right there for Mutiris to hide back. You don't expect a kit on these force buys. You just don't think that's an option that they can bring to the table. They had to pick it up on the site as well. I think it was whoever was close cave buying that kit in this round, and it gets picked up. Mutiris trying to hide back here, expecting a fake on the initial tap, but no, Slend full sends. And Gamer Legion win the second round conversion. To build upon the foundation of this lead here. Just bounce off the Molotov and an opening pick from Mutiris straight to the smoke right there. The war that wages on between these two players and PR and Mutiris continues in middle. Mutiris able to hold on to his AK, uses it effective against PR.
Can Rez do this with just an MP9 up close and donut? He is riveting down his feet into the floor. He cannot move. He must go for kills. He will die here or take 2. Can he take a third? Even more damage onto Mutiris. Towson charging forward to drop Mutiris. And Gamer Legion sweep through middle. They drop the bomb. At least a kill. And a perfect flashbang. They understand the name of this game. The arm spotted Slend to convert the kill. Zajat coming through on a long flank, but Gamer Legion have played another masterful mid-round.
Yeah, and Sajat's going to come through on this, masterful flank if he had teammates alive, if those teammates had the bomb in his control, but now it's stuck in towards Donut, and he's just walking around the corner to see a smoke bloom in his face. And there's absolutely no route here into a 1 round. Difficult positions, 20 seconds left on the clock. I mean, time's just ticking against him slowly but surely, and he's inching his way forward, but again, it's that time that's a big factor right now. No time to walk about. 10 seconds left. Off angle held. He still wins the tough duel, but that's just going to be a cosmetic kill here for himself. To hold on to this Galil, and for Gamer Legion to pull that round back with a big multi. As you said, Rez has to stand his ground. He does so perfectly.
Even, the fact that Gamer Legion can even come back from an opening kill like that. An opening kill where you basically don't get anything from it. There's not really any information like, oh, there's one out mid. And being able to turn that around. That's the kind of X factor that Rez has offered in Flamus's vacancy.
Mm-hmm. He's talking about nothing but poise right there in that position as well.
Like, a lot of people have talked about Flamus, like, just sheer aggression. But Rez is a much different player, and I would say a much more measured player than a guy like Flamus. Flamus just wants to charge at you, fix bayonets, and take everyone with him. Rez, on the other hand, has top-level experience, has discipline in his play, and that's what makes him so valuable here for GL.
Absolutely, and I think most of all right there, when you have those sort of players, I think Gamer Legion know how to use them very well. Flamus was given a lot of resources with the rifle work to try and, be that aggressive player there and be that access point. And, Gamer Legion's setup right there is so fantastic in trying to get those sort of pieces activated. Rez, he doesn't need that setup here with his kind of play. You can see it in that last round, just knows what he has to do to pull it back, gets the important multi-kill. Doesn't extend past the point of that re-aggression where you can just get punished and, then it's a 3v5, but There we go, PR aggressive in towards A main. 2 quick kills. He's looking for a third as well. Sajat finally trades, but he sacrifices nearly all of his health for it as well. Meteors with that Tech 9 on this off angle could catch Rez by surprise. He's still silent, and there's one quick kill, but it's CTR so close by. The 2 Swedes locking in a quick trade, and it's Sajat on 12. His position kind of known. Not a lot you can do here.
I don't think the intention was for PR to swing in at 3 players and kill 2 of them, but Ash's playbook, maybe. I'm sure Ash has got to love it when his players can shoot hard sometimes. Makes his job easier. Towson indeed will lock it in. It's 11 rounds here for Gamer Legion. They look due to take their map pick. You know, we're only doing 1 game here for the EU MRQ. But I'm sure to be following Gamer Legion's story throughout this qualifier.
I mean, we got a great one as well. Between these 2 teams again, it's all about that kind of bounce back now for these 2 rosters, and elimination on the line here. Gamer Legion so good in these sort of positions, showing that in map 1. Taking full control of Ancient now in this second half, challenging that T side. That pistol could have been so much to play off of right there, but the bounce back so quick and spam through the smoke. Meteorus, rather it's actually Story who catches it this time. PR and Meteorus duking it out so often, but Story the casualty in the crossfire of that. 4 HP for him, and there's still a smoke here. They got to get that utility down now because it's already up the ramp.
Oh, and the tuck into the corner. The flashbang's good, but multiple backs turn, and Slend converts on his kill with Tossin in the back. ZTR just destroys Azulu, and it's a complete evisceration of the offense on the B site for Gamer Legion. Once again, the positioning too perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take a look at who's the first person to take contact in that round, man. The fact that it's Slind in that long position is unbelievable because you have 2 teammates on the site proper that have managed to avoid the gaze of Saul right there all throughout that round, and somehow Slind in the back lines is the first person to find some frags. And that just offers up so much success on the defense. Tunnel vision Saul on his position when he throws that HE and draws in the distraction. And to try and get them back into the swing of things. Looks like a little A execution ready to go. Utility dump for a Gil, and he's going to look to get them onto this bomb site. But they're already rotating. They're already taking this position back towards middle, and they have quick rotates towards A.
Rez is going to stand and fight around the edge of the smoke. Oh, he's break transferred for 3. Ash just talked about, hey, I need some execution in this team. Here's the executioners. It's PR looking to end this game with the USP he does. Gamer Legion frag their way to the finish here. They'll take their map pick, and the road to Austin may be long and winding, but it begins here. They are up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, it has to start right here and right now, and Gamer Legion take full advantage of that. They know the position that they're in. They're familiar with this, and they just step up to the plate on their map pick, showing that success on Ancient, man. What a fantastic start. You got to look at it from start to finish, right? There's a little bit of early back and forth right there in that first half, but taking their reins, losing both pistols as well, I believe. I mean, just a very difficult matchup, but then transitioning that into a 13-5. You look at what they did yesterday, back-to-back 13-2s there. They have been dominating in the best-of-3 phase when their backs are up against the wall, and I mean, just talk about a team that is able to, you know, steady themselves here. ZTR with a couple of really efficient timeouts throughout that first half, get them a pretty dominant scoreline off the back of some little back and forth right there, and they'd make no mistakes from that point forward.
And now the duo of PR and Rez are firing on all cylinders. These were the two who were absent in their very first 2 best-of-1s. But I'm sure, again, back-to-back 13-2s versus 500 is a great way to get your campaign started. And now the team is flowing right now. Also, to talk about the positioning and just the overall just macro gameplay from Gamer Legion, it's tier 1 Counter-Strike we're watching them play.
Yeah. I mean, no question about it. They showed it not too long ago in Bucharest, what they were able to do up against that Tier 1 competition. And honestly, you know, the way that these best of ones started, I think it would have been a real shame to see, you know, that kind of be the end of their story. But it's just not. They can fight back in these sort of positions here. They get to these best of 3 phases. They're going to be able to work through the map pool that they've been building. And again, it's going to help out a lot here playing up against some teams that they're pretty familiar with and pretty familiar in beating as well in Saw. Now, obviously, again, that's their map pick. We like to see that sort of efficiency come through here from the Gamer Legion camp. There's still some difficulties to head into when it comes down to Nuke here, which is going to be Saul's map pick, but it's a strong statement here to come through, lose both pistols, and still win the map 13-5.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just lose some incredible rounds. They lost basically a full eco as well.
Yeah.
All the adversity, and they still cleared it with flying colors here for Gamer Legion. But as we move to Nuke, there will be a different set of eyes. Players like Slend definitely will have be underneath the microscope here, while Saw move to closer to home turf. We're going to toss this one off to a bit of a break as we get set and ready. Map number 2 of Nuke to see if Saw can stay in major contention.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And Gamer Legion's road to Austin begins here, but maybe it starts for Saw 2. We go here for map number 2 of Nuke. It's Saw's pick, but they've just kind of been handed a thrashing back on map 1. Gamer Legion playing Masterclass Counter-Strike. They're playing major-worthy Counter-Strike here, Cole.
Absolutely. I mean, they're showing exactly what this roster is made of, and honestly showing what they've been able to bring to the table throughout the entirety of 2025 with this roster. This is, them playing at their peak, hitting that flow state, fighting through adversity in that last map and still doing so in a confident fashion on these gun rounds. Consistent victories. You got the good timeouts from ZTR and the powerhouses, of players like PR, Slid playing very good with the op. It's going to be a bunch of different and difficult factors that, the Saw team has to play up against in this map of Nuke coming up. And for a team, again, that is kind of with limitations in terms of the just like reps. They played that Pro League roster, I believe, as their kind of debut with this team. And then, from that point forward, haven't really played much officials. And obviously that has left them with a lot of kind of work to do in the map pool, right? Last time they played up against this Gamer Legion team in Pro League, it was a train pick. This time it's Nuke. They're leaving Anubis up for deciders. They're kind of shifting things up. They're figuring things out as they go with this roster. And I think that does lead them to kind of some surprising opportunities to work in the veto. But again, looking at what Gamer Legion are preparing for here, you still expect Saw to lean in on their nukes here. And that's what they're bringing to the table. And you want to see them come through with the element of surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, Saw Nuke has been their bread and butter since the Portuguese lineup as well. It's just something that they're super familiar with as a team. For the side of Gamer Legion, it's super weird considering the amount of officials they played at PGL Bucharest. They haven't played a single map of Nuke since March 11th, over a month ago, since they've been in the server on this map. But all that means is that you have secrets that you can hide on this map in that span of time. So who knows what they've been cooking up for this MRQ. Saving strats for the Major. Well, folks, it's the Major. It's time to unleash some of those.
Yeah. I mean, it's right here and right now, right? That you have to bring that out into the table. This is what you have to prepare for, especially when you're in these elimination games. Kind of all the more important that you're able to kind of bring that into the server right now and show that sort of form. Obviously, again for Gamer Legion, some of the results that they've been able to show up here, it like you said, wasn't really played out on in Bucharest in their big run that they really proved themselves. And some of the losses that they took are up against some very strong Nuke rosters. Like again, I think of Pain, who were able to really prove themselves on that map throughout their run in Pro League as well. So I think that Gamer Legion can still bring a lot to the table, but it's about, again, that development that they've been able to work on since their run at Pro League.
Yeah, and they still got 9 rounds versus G2 when Monacy is running around and shooting everybody. So it's not the worst thing that could happen, because now you're playing against the Nuke team that doesn't have Monacy on it. I mean, they have Sajat. Some could say that he's a future Monacy, but he's good, but maybe not Monacy good. And I think Gamer Legion definitely have a much more level opponent in front of them than what they were facing off against Pro League. They've been preparing, I'm sure, to play this map sometime in this MRQ, and now they get to release their practice here and now. Could we see a 2-0, or could we see Saw continue to fight forward?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Saul again are able to bring to the table. And one of the big aspects here for Saul, like you said, you don't have Sajat necessarily rocking with the op, but you do have Story. And for this guy, again, he started out really good with the op presence in CS2. I felt like he was, taking one of the few players that actually took to the op really effective in the early iteration of the game. Have seen him kind of, drop off in form since then. And it'd be good to see him kind of revive back into this series and put up a fight, because we saw just that on the other end of the server there. Slend offering up some great opening picks and dealing with the presence here, winning out in some of those head-to-heads. A lot of good work with the rifle as well for Slend, but if you're talking about Story and the Saw team showing up on Nuke, you have to imagine that the op is going to have a large influence in their success, and it does have to be Story with a little bit of weight on his shoulders here to get them back into it as well. Yeah,
I mean, Nuke is Story's best map is in his entire pool as well. He boasts a 1.09, which doesn't sound great, but let's be honest, Saw haven't been doing a crazy amount of winning. So even just maintaining a positive rating on maps is a strong sign here for Saw. So, but on the other hand, right, you were talking about Slend, a guy who, again, is under the microscope pretty consistently. He's good some days. He's a bit of a streakier opper, but he still has that flair. He has the ability to lock down these angles, like a Torji, like a Hungarian brother of his. He could definitely do it. He could still be at the top level of opping here. So that op duel obviously is going to be the centerpiece here on Nuke. But of course, the two engines of Gamer Legion are also running right now. PR and Rez had an incredible Ancient. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that's a huge influence right there. Again, talking about PR and a little bit of a slow start, which is just super unfortunate for Gamer Legion, is that he wasn't able to, out of the gates, kind of break those post-LAN blues and show up here for the MRQ in the way that he has been able to in the past for Gamer Legion. But you're definitely seeing a break in that throughout the best of threes here. Yesterday versus 500, very dominant performance, able to get back into the swing of things, build up a little bit of confidence, know what he's capable of here in this important qualifier. And that just kind of takes the pressure off when you know what you're able to do here with the pressure applied, and then you start to perform. You start to show that in a server. Obviously, that experience from Rez, I don't think it's going to play a massive impact in him. This MRQ environment is obviously really important, but he's familiar with the stress levels, very familiar in that fact. And obviously, that leads me to believe that those two players, those two key pieces, going to elevate their game here again in these elimination matchups.
Yeah, you have to think. I mean, PR is turning in, he's turned it from a bit of a fluke into potentially, one for the future, one who's going to be at the top level of Counter-Strike for a long, long time. It's giving me shades of Frozen. I mean, from around the same area as well. Czech Republic and Slovakia, not too far away from each other as well. And, 17-year-old talent suddenly, playing some of these lurker positions, but also able to come out of the trenches. It sounds like this Gamer Legion team is just Mouse Sports 2.0 from 2017, it feels like, in a certain way.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of history of some of these players, right? Slend, obviously one of those pieces coming through from Mouse NXT in the past. You got PR in that same boat. So, they know where to pick the talent right from, which is just a inarguable fact, right? What Mouse NXT have brought into the scene. But, again, the future is so bright for this young guy. 17 is crazy for the amount of impact and kind of weight that's put on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, and how he produces even in LAN environments, even versus the top level teams in all of Counter-Strike. So yeah, excuse the app fest, folks. We do like talking about Counter-Strike, but of course, we're having a couple server issues, so we're working around shuffling things up and getting players back ready and raring to go. But I mean, the storyline for Gamer Legion just kind of being the next budget super team is super awesome in a world where, you know, these big transfer numbers are being thrown all around, and still Gamer Legion manages to be a top 15 threat in the world.
I think right now as well, like the prime roles for any player in CS2 is kind of like any sort of aggressive lurking position. So if you're talking about a player like PR, having a young guy that can perform in those sort of roles is really important. And it's going to set yourself up for either a bright future. You know, sometimes pretty common for Gamer Legion is that player then moves on. But I mean, hopefully it's a little bit of stability for this Gamer Legion roster. I want to see them with some pulling power in the scene, especially with what Ash brings to the table. You know, you combine that with some longevity in between Ash and ZTR. If those guys can work together for a long time, it'd be really cool to see. And I know Ash is. It just seems like he's super committed to this project, right? Which is a big asset for Gamer Legion, having that key piece, having some pulling power in the scene. Because I mean, eventually, like, yeah, we do see players take offers that just feel like, without a doubt, upgrades in terms of like career trajectory. But I do think like at some point, if you're on Gamer Legion here and you're consistently making majors, you're consistently performing in tier 1 events, like they can be a team that can elevate to that point.
Yeah, let's get it going here between Gamer Legion and Saw. And so here we go. Pistol round going down on Nuke. Saw need this map to stay alive for Austin Major contention. And an outside take is their opening gambit here, but quickly taken down by Rez. There's more targets on his screen. The duo between him and PR, well, one of them goes down. PR unable to convert anything. And right back to the 4-on-4. We have ZTR at the squeaky door and Slend backing up here. Oh, he gets a second. Slend sharp here. And Rez still in position to do damage to stop them from going up the ladder. They want to keep fighting.
I mean, they really want to keep taking duels here up against these USPs, and Rez is still in a position of surprise. You don't expect him to be tucked in here. There's so much presence in this J-Hall. Eventually, a Gil able to trade it out, but could be overworked right now. He's taking some more duels. ZTR down low. He's looking to close the distance with those dual Berettas, but Gil not giving any further shots here. Might look to pick up that USP for a long-range one up against Slyn. Up to heaven he goes, trying to test the A bomb site here. Towson going to tuck himself inside the hut here effectively. Jiggles out, spots the info, and this could be a bomb play at least for a Gil. Anything extra could be massive. At least the numbers punched in this 1v3.
Yeah, Towson's going to wait for teammates. Gil's position's known. And they start to close in. First headshot, though, is clean. Scarily clean as well. ZTR closes in on the site. Gil, though, runs out of space to move here. And it'll be the defuse for ZTR. The pistol round for Gamer Legion. And the best part is that Slen picking up that two-piece long range at ramp. It's only more confidence for the kid.
Yeah, just nothing but precision right there from Slend. With that USP, cutting off those kills and reading into exactly what Saw were going to do on that pistol. So much resistance to run through right there. And Saw kind of run into that brick wall. At least transition a bomb plant off the back of it, which is going to offer them up a forced buy. Decent one at that. Some good utility to back this up, so it's a silver lining. But that also is Gamer Legion's first pistol round of the series after getting swept on Ancient. Fast ramp rush here, testing PR here with the MP9, able to lock down a multi-kill. Available here, Slyn wild with the HE. Looking to transfer more damage. A little bounce flash right there that keeps him safe and sound. And they've already got Rez rotated.
Yeah, he's got the M4 long range. It's a little bit shaky on the spray, but with coverage from ZTR, once again, Gamer Legion continually put up the good position. Rez, I think...
You got the smoke stuck to his hands.
Those sticky smokes.
Put glue on that right there. Couldn't get it off in time, and that actually gives him access for a bomb plant right there. Perfect 1-2 punch between the two Swedes, but it could be a little bit worrisome from this point.
All right, Story tucked in the corner. Not going to clear it. Tossin goes down easy. So we'll go to the bombs. They don't know where the other is. They think he's on the rafters. Instead, he's in dark, and the round goes sideways for Gamer Legion. As nobody looking at their targets. Saw get gifted one.
Yeah, I mean, that was Gamer Legion just about doing everything right there up until the point of that smoke not working. I don't believe it right there. He couldn't quite get it off in time. I saw him pull it out pretty early as well, but you have that crossfire between Rez and ZTR, and it just sets up so much opportunity for success in that crossfire. But as soon as one player falls, it does open them up to some vulnerabilities, and that's what they fall into. PR this time going to get another ramp rush. This time, not the MP9 to play off of. It's instead of Mac-10 chasing him down. His back turn to the aggressive presence, and Saw take no liberties in calling things back here. They're just going to run it down into this B-bomb site.
Zulu jumps through. That's a good kill from ZTR, though. That keeps the double doors control available, but then eating the grenade. And Towson taking damage. It might be time to pack the bags here. Or Gamer Legion. Rez seemed interested in finding that rifle. And, you know, those force buy mistakes are what's going to cost Gamer Legion once again. They had flawless positioning. They had a great crossfire, a wonderful 2v4, low HP players as well for Saw, but in that micro situation is where Gamer Legion struggled consistently.
As all those details, right? I mean, the fact that glass was broken open and we don't see Towson really aware of the idea of any aggression through control is also surprising in that retake. Because like you said, I mean, even in that 3v2, there's low HP bars. If your back isn't turned to him, it should be pretty comfortable duels to take, but when your back's turned to him, it's a whole other story. That just feels like a kind of communication breakdown there as well. But either way, I mean, probably communication getting crazy when smokes are getting stuck to your hands as well. Rez looking to redeem that fact with some positioning in towards secret.
Early timing here from the tiers, but the swing's a little awkward, but Rez wasn't ready for the close wide swing like that. ZTR next in line, armorless, he goes down easy. And we'll likely just see another back away and save. Slant on the scout, will probably hold on to that even for the next gun round. Saw have been always on the good starts.
Gil locking down a couple of quick kills here. He's very comfortable in this position as well. Kind of has that lobby lurk there. He can do a whole lot for this roster, as I've seen in the past from him.
Slen didn't get this, the AK rather. And the shots aren't really connecting. That's not the greatest sign there. Maybe a little worrisome for the side of Gamer Legion. He'll be armed with an M4 in this round.
We'll track those exits there, but looking to provide some decent damage. Do just that with a couple of kills. It's going to be A1S's, though. It's not going to quite be the scopes pulled out just yet for the CT side. On this round, at least here. See if Gamer Legion can put themselves back on track, or if Saul on the other end of the server here right now, playing with a decent pace. They're rolling through some hasty Counter-Strike when it comes down to the T-side map control. Already trying to get in towards secret. This time 4 players crossing. That HE, the very little utility that they have to blow open those smokes, they threw just one in. That's the only one that they had available. So it's 4 players on the cross right now. You're not really seeing any map movement either from the Gamer Legion camp. Difficult to make that decision without any info. And without that, you know, it could be Saul coasting once again towards that lower site.
Still no rotate.
It's still double duty on the ramp right now, which is just going to provide some problems. That Molotov's the access slowly but surely being opened up for Saul as they continue to scale. And Finally, now you see PR transferring his position.
They're already
Gotta be
surrounding
careful.
him at double doors, though. Single door might be open in just a second as well. And there it is. PR needs to lock in for this fight. It's going to be difficult. And Muteris, what an entry. PR on the off angle. Gets first bulleted, but a fast flank from ZTR. Fearless down the vents. That's a huge kill. Out in the open is Muteris. And Agil inside the vents with Sajat will be able to escape. Rez left his post. He'll be scrambling back to Mini. And Slen dealt with in heaven. Everything goes wrong for Gamer Legion. Saw outplaying. It comes down to Rez. He knows where both players are as well. One goes up the vents. Spots onto Sajat as well. But without a kit and running out of ammo here, Rez doesn't like his odds. Saw pull a masterful escape out of B.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Gil on those lurking positions again, having so much impact as well. Finding himself a kill on a player trying to rotate in early on that A side opens up a whole new avenue as things kind of get complicated. I love that ZTR was able to jump the rotate down the vents. He managed to sneak his way into the fight somehow. But as he leaves, it opens up new doors. And yeah, Muteris opening up the single door right there, blasting Gamer Legion out of the server.
Oh, I mean, 31-year-old talent, everybody.
I miss the Steam groups. I miss the Steam groups of that you could see in
30-year-old talent.
Yeah,
that's an old North American Steam group for Pwn alone. But poor old PR. That shot was not meant for his head. That was just a full. Holy crap! There's a guy on my screen. Flick. Let's see what Gamer Legion can do with this kind of buy. For now, the mechanics for Saw are looking good.
Yeah, that they are. It's a huge opportunity to bounce back here. All of this presence here, so much conditioning towards that outer yard, and especially towards Secret for the Saul side. Then they're going to run it back here. Get Muteris early on in towards Secret. This seems to be the consistent winning formula for them. It's this lower bomb site pressure that they're applying. And it's already spotting out the rifle that was saved onto right there with Rez popping some shots off. There'd be some good info gathering from Muteris and quickly transfers this into more of a mini play, but they're blinded up. They chase down those kills. ZTR eventually bested because of it, and they're going to look to overwhelm this B bomb, or A bomb site rather. This time Towson in the heavens, looking to strike down from above. Can't transfer it for the multi. It's a quick trade from Sajat. And the molly for heaven's not going to do them any favors here.
If only the double there from Towson, and they'd probably give this one a go. But Rez is way off to save. And I think Slent will have enough. Max loss bonus has been achieved for Gamer Legion, so finally AWPs will be on the menu. Couple of these rounds, Gamer Legion get close, but Saw at the moment with their just strong mechanics are able to beat out the positioning here from Gamer Legion some of these rounds, even the dink landed from ZTR, but Towson transfers 157 bullets to Sajat, who knows what happens.
Especially with his low HP. Could have been a big multi, but Sajat too quick on the draw. It's going to be the first round that we see ops being brought out right now. Both camps being able to bring those to the table. Story here on one end and Slind on the other. And again, Muteris gets where he's at. He's in secret. Within 20 seconds of the round, usually such a difficulty to get past those HEs being tossed his way, and the Molotovs that are so common, the smoke spam, it's so tough to evade, but 3 players have crossed in. This time, though, Slin's op, ready to deal with that pressure.
This position from Slen, though, is scary, because if 3 players wide swing him as ones, he will be overwhelmed. Flashbang forces him off, but that's a perfect angle to pick a player like Mutiris. Takes the molly out, shoulder scene, he's done. Easy opener for Gamer Legion.
He runs away, too, as well. I mean, he got right past the scope right now of Story, and they're playing right into the hands of Gamer Legion's setup. This time, Rez ready with the A1S out. Looking for the trade to Sajat, and he can't find it. Another player dropped by Rez, and plenty of time for the reload. Looking for 3, but Azu eventually able to trade. Down to 4 HP for his troubles. Gamer Legion in their pesky positioning gets the job done once again for a 4v2.
And CTR just catches a heel looking at top hut. They know Azu is outside. He is on an op disposal mission. Or maybe an op saving. Azubu, the kleptomaniac, keeps $4,750 for his teammate.
Counter-terrorists win.
But that will be Gamer Legion picking up their second round. Just beautiful positioning across the board. Good pick there. Double kill for Rez, back garage, and Akil didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, that's what you like to see right there from Gamer Legion, especially putting that op in a position of stress right now for Gamer Legion, right? That secret control has been an asset for Saul in whatever way they use it. Whether it's taking space towards that lower bomb site or trying to then transition that in towards those A plays late with the Gil on the lurks. But no matter what the case is, dealing with an op in that sort of position, especially as he finds that opening pick without any opportunity for trades or the rundown, like you were mentioning, the possibility of, one missed op shot being the death of him. When he finds that kill and kind of denies any sort of utility, it just makes it so much more difficult to operate from. Russ capitalizes off the back of that opening pick as well with 2 of his own. And Gamer Legion bounced back. This time, Saul pretty hasty with their timeouts now. 1 round lost into an immediate 30-second timeout for Mutiris to get the troops back in line.
Rez, oh my god. Oh, Mutiris is fragging this game, but he will be cut down eventually by ZTR. That rampage put to an end. Agil versus PR over towards ramp. Could be a round deciding play or Story finding the pick on the Slend in CT spawn. Oh, ZTR needs to get his gun out and pre-aiming the wrong angle. Sajat runs him over, 2 versus 4, and what is looking like an advanced way to save here for Gamer Legion.
Bomb has been planted.
Save formation already in full effect. Story's guarding the op right now with his op, looking to make sure that they don't recover that late into this round. Good position here for Story. Easy pickings as they fall right into his hands. Now PR spotted as well. Trying to fake the drop down. Zua will fall. Faking the drop again. Might just funnel into him here. He does have to kind of escape the bomb radius, and trying to do so, Story will catch him on the cross. A big round for Story with the op towards the outer yard. Finding these players trying to reaggress, finding the players on the exit as well. And I think Gamer Legion were likely anticipating maybe something different. But it's more of the same. Mutiris just rolling through secret.
Wow.
Nice shot from Story. Wow.
Man, I mean, what can you say to some of these shots that Saw are hitting? It's a nice opener from ZTR, but they're trying to fly out hot. Towson with 2 bursts, though. Takes 2, drops the bomb, and the A play goes completely wrong.
Brutal. Shut down completely. Now Story and Mutiris looking to pull it back here. And kind of falling back again into some very passive positions. We got a minute and 15 left, and they are running into their spawner where they started the round. That A play shut down. And I like the idea from Sol right there. You got to look at the like macro here, the grand scheme of this game, the constant pressure that they apply towards that outer yard, and the ease of access that they've gotten towards Secret. You would think would shift up some of the resources for Gamer Legion, but those A players just hold up strong. ZTR and Towson denying access, not taking a bullet of damage in return. And Sol left with no other options really but to fall back, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the logic in an A play. The pace change inevitable, but Flashbang just flat out weren't effective enough, especially onto ZTR. We get to see Unblinded and Towson on top hut. The molly just never seems to work for top hut, no matter how wide it spreads. You can always find a little nook on the top of it.
Yeah, players are too good at I mean, we saw, in the NAMRQ, we were watching how
Junior
was like dancing in between those mollies, but whenever you find a gap like that, it's obviously going to be overlooked from the rest of the Sol side. You're going to think that's kind of a safe position, and those flashes are just not going to catch him when he's looking directly at Hut. Those 2 saved rifles still facilitate some purchasing power. AWP still in the hands of Story as well, but that's safe. And HE actually doesn't do as much damage here early on, but it's back to the bread and butter, it seems, here. Tried for a quick A-pop to change the pace and try and force some respect from Gamer Legion in that department, but now making moves here elsewhere. Gutierrez poking through that smoke, but again, they just have such ease of access for the secret control. This time, though, the next step here for Gamer Legion seems to be some re-aggro towards lobby. Ops posted up this time. Story Slend with some revenge. They've taken this lobby control off the back of it, and now they're going to queue up some rotates now. I mean, Rez getting in that lower side just in time. Should be able to get himself into a decent position as well.
Yeah, these rafters should be plenty enough. The Rez PR duo. A decade apart in age, but not in skill. They are the engines of Gamer Legion. They're looking to lock in this round, but PR might get smoked out as Rez take first contact. Him and PR working again. The double for PR. And Gamer Legion working as intended. As it'll be 4 for them. They're starting to work it back here on Nuke.
Yeah, it just takes them a little bit to calibrate here to a sort of setup, but knowing that these outer yard smokes and the early crosses that Sol have kind of put in place here, having Story late on some of those crosses as well. Slim this time very prepared for that peak from Story and trying to fall back into some of those old ways of how they were winning these rounds. But Gamer Legion have definitely calculated their defense around it here. And this time there's no, a Gil lurking towards lobby to punish that aggression, which is usually his strong suit. And finally, Mutera's taking some damage to the utility here. This feels like the first time that he's actually taken some flack in that department.
If only the nade landed onto a pack of players here. Oh, here comes a second. It's about to reveal the whole team. As they cross down goes the bomb. 3 players will make it down to the secret, but battered and bruised as they go.
You already got ZTR rotated in as well. You even have extra support here. They are so aware of that, off the back of that information, the HE blowing open the smoke. They're still in a position to try and cut off the reposition from Sol if that's what they choose to do here. ZTR forward facing and wins the duel. Swings come through. PR has backup. And PR the security right there. PR and a Swede right now locking down this round and the last.
You know, it's so odd how people have said like Swedish Counter-Strike is dead, but there are so many like good Swedish players running around on international teams right now.
Yeah, the issue is they're not on a Swedish organization. I mean, to be fair.
Yeah, I could
That
try.
has
Yeah,
kind
we
of
could
been
find
the,
a way to hate on NIP here. You know?
Yeah, that was kind of where I was heading. I was like, to be fair, you know, a lot of these players have had their time in NIP, and it hasn't been the best. But transitioning into these, you know, international teams has been their best way into showing what they're capable of.
Somehow, some way, NIP not even in an MRQ, very far away from the MRQ, in fact, and they're still getting hated on. But I mean, talk about Spook as well on OG, who is now at the Blast Major, who really did just come from nowhere, just from the complete woodwork. Not even really like Swedish Counter-Strike. Spent a little bit of time on the Johnny Speeds for sure, but notably spent some time on Sprout as well. I mean, shoot, even the Johnny Speeds aren't doing too bad these days either.
It's potentially
VR doing his thing. Mandatory 2 kills and a collat. 98 damage down on the Story. And this round looking to settle. Oh, but that kill back from Story makes this round wide open because they don't know where Mutiris is. A lot of question marks need to be answered here for Gamer Legion. ZTR is just going to tuck himself into a corner and wait for them to come to him.
Yeah, I mean, ZTO does have himself in some very valuable real estate right now. If that is a end goal towards the B-bomb site with Mutiris' position, you imagine it is as well. And the rest of the team actually following through secret. Don't get caught off guard. Story spots out a player in the lower side. It's tough to get out of this position. Mutiris stuck behind the glass right now.
They're going to force him out. Oh, the molly, though, is no good. They think he's behind the silo. He's actually behind the box, but what a kill from Mutiris. Tucked in the corner here, ZTR is pinned. Towson needs to help him. Jiggling out, Mutiris. Oh, he couldn't convert the headshot. It's up the Story. 2 HP op clutch. Does he have it to close down the half? Oh, ZTR was abandoned by Towson. Bomb available here for Story with 2 HP. Towson returns to the single door. And Story thinks it's a bluff. On the plant. Swing the door. Half done. Story will not be clutching this one on 2 HP instead. It is 6-all. Gamer Legion have reeled the game back in.
Yeah, the big gamble right there coming through from Story. Understandably so. Low HP, had to make a risk. And just chose the wrong doors to set his sights on and protect himself from. Excellent recovery attempt right now from Saul, but it's Gamer Legion having to fight their way back. Again, a bit of a slow start in this half despite the pistol success. And a lot of aggression rolling through there entirely from Saul in that secret position. Offered up a lot of struggles for Gamer Legion early. Once they got used to how things were kind of rolling, though, it did feel like we saw what Gamer Legion do best. So let's kind of calculate their defense around what Saul were doing, what they were kind of frequenting. And that one A-pop that they tried to get away with right there was so easily dismantled that it felt like, you know, Saul just had to go back to their old ways right there. And that's what Gamer Legion were prepared for throughout the remainder of that half, right?
Yeah, it kind of put Saw into a bit of discord there. Kind of put them out of tune. Noticing, like, the scoreboard here, Agil at the very top in terms of the kills, but I remember every single one of Mutiris' frags. Only 6 on the board, but so many impactful entries to get Saw started. Now Story gets to turn this to the CT side. It's a Zulu on ramp duty, though. He will be forced away. Story, though, knife out. Will be ran down by ZTR, and up the ladder we go. Agil next at bat. Dropped in upon. And, oh, now the knife is going to be enough. Both players run out of ammo. And it comes down to Towson. He can't clutch. Oh, no, what a terrible way to start the half off for Gamer Legion. Saw with their flawless on the pistols.
Yeah, they keep it up right now. They managed to find a way to win that one despite the opening advantage, despite getting chased down. It comes down to how much presence was on that A bomb site. Gamer Legion eventually walk into the trap, and they find some quick kills to back it up, and you sure do remember that Mutiris closing kill as well to seal in the pistol. Deny that 1v1 clutch. And a knife kill to start off your CT half is such a luxury. So much extra economy given over here to this CT side now, and it's not a force spike coming through from Gamer Legion side of things here. Gonna be one of these classic Deagle buys for Towson. Try and recycle that as much as possible. As Towson falls, Rez will pick up the mantle and look to punish.
Pure comedy to start off the second half. Another one of these rounds where Ash, a shake of his head, maybe in a coffee shop in somewhere in the UK right now, but okay, that's a start. Sled with the Glock. Sled doing work with the Glock. Another dink for him. Begging for fights. Eventually he'll fall though. Oof. Man, if only they had AKs.
Boy, yeah, the P250s, that might have done the trick right there. So much damage done, those headshots rolling out. But the kill's not converted with the Glocks right there. So I'll move themselves up there despite a couple scares up against the pistols. Managed to fight through it in the end. Lock themselves in an 8th here. The scale forward on the CT side of Nuke. But now they are up against the AKs. Early buy-in on the 3rd round of the half. Story already tucked in towards secret right now. Saul looking to deny what they used so effectively in that first half.
Trying to sell it. Story, other side of the smoke. First target is Towson. What a clear. Towson gets it started here. Down to secret we go. Mutiris to drop a smoke. No, not even a smoke, just a flashbang. To sell some presence. We'll have a smoke dropped on over, but in the meantime, Rez. Gotta look both ways before you cross the street. And McGill returns outside as well. Has a duel versus the bomb on the back of Slin, but that's PR picking up the kill on a Mutiris. Now the A-site split inevitable. Players seen in heaven next. And Azumu falls. Gamer Leader just winning the round by finding all the kills.
It might be how they have to do it right now. Both players on the A site, and they don't look like they're going in towards B. So they're still going to have to fight through a duo. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. The execution into this site, it's win through elimination. Sure. Finding every last one of these players. Saul do a really good job of kind of forcing their hand with that smoking towards lower. It makes you seem like that rotate down, especially in a 4v5, is going to leave the A side weak, but Saul were planning on stacking that. Gamer Legion just shoot their way through that stack.
That's something that you'd like to see from Gamer Legion, is the team able to shoot their way out of a situation. And that immediately called a timeout for Saw. They actually are considering force buying here. Money is all over the place because of that Glock round. Finding those 2 kills has really put an impact on the Portuguese mix's economy. And I think we're looking at the full eco here.
Yeah, discipline in this round is going to give them a lot of tools in the next here. And they're still operating with a lead here on the CT side of Nuke. So not too much investment. Gamer Legion looking for another tie-up here. And taking some quick space.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, I missed.
Just not on the line. Oh, good positioning there from Rez. Shaking up the crosshair and baiting out the Zeus.
First a knife, then a Zeus, not today. For the same guy, by the way.
He's pulling out every trick.
Yeah, he wants to be in CSGO Funny Moments number 427.
They're still rocking with the CSGO title on that.
Yeah, they would
Keeping
still
tradition.
run. They would still run CS:GO because, see, as a YouTuber here, believe it or not, CS:GO is still a better keyword than CS2.
More aura.
That's my
I fear.
goat. That's my goat version of the game.
Yeah, you can't beat global offensive, right?
The Zeus recharge. We have another go out of here for Zulu.
No.
It doesn't work for the second time. It doesn't work. It's
No.
burned. Oh my god! I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen that in game and just yet. Oh, Toss is hitting shots right now. Sure, it's pistols, but well, he did it in a rifle round, so he's not an E-Cobra.
Rez is grounded. The Zeus charged up, but Rez is safe from the shocks. Look at this, man. That's terrifying. Both of his kills. Look at this.
Another Zeus.
Like, yeah, pick it up. Go ahead. I like that angle there from McGill. That's one I don't see. I mean, I think it's a little bit tricky to make it work there sometimes, but I see the vision. It's a Gamer Legion timeout this time around here. After some one rounds, they know what they're going to be up against in the next, though, here. Up against the full arsenal of Salt. AWP included in the mix for Story, who, again, has shown some really positive signs in that T-half. Able to take it to Slen in a couple of those rounds. And some big pickups. There you go.
Well, I think that was the jump spot for Taliesin, and unfortunate when you're Danish, you're just so tall that you actually can get seen more often on the jump spots.
Yeah, it's just not fair.
You know, I was once in the Copenhagen airport, and look, I'm not going to leak my height.
And you were
to
the
public.
tallest guy there.
Yeah, of course.
At 6'8", but just
Yeah.
barely.
Yeah. Yeah, just barely. As I was walking past, you know, Danish people, when they go out in public, they dress like runway models out there. They're all in winter greatcoats with like perfectly groomed, and I'm just a guy. I'm just a kid in like a hoodie. I probably got some drool on it. I felt so out of place there.
Some drool. Yeah, at least
Probably.
you got through the long flight.
I got off of a 12-hour flight. I think I had some drool on it, man.
Understandable.
All right, Zulu here on the dark hold, and the flashbang doesn't quite get him. He still plays down here, and he just cannot be rooted out at the moment. PR looking for targets that just aren't showing themselves. The Brit takes down 2, and I think Slend about to be lost as well. And so is the round. ZTR to tuck away in a corner here. Early opener lost to Gamer Legion. And it just goes south from there.
That one incredibly easy right there. Zulu shifty as all a get out. Just can't track him down. Dancing in between those angles. And Gamer Legion kind of get bottlenecked in that ramp position, not able to scale forward. That's how elusive Azul was in this round here. When you can't find him, making it through that ramp position is a nightmare. And they just close it out with confidence. Sajad even hunted down that last save. Not a lot gained there off the back of the timeout, especially with that Story opening pick there. Saw claim the lead once again. Sajad this time around, able to shut down PR and that head-to-head. Big time pickup here for Sajad.
Story still active here in the back of garage. Or if his legs can be seen here by ZTR in a moment if he backs up even further. The answer is yes, but ZTR not quite doing it. Instead, exposed, top of mini. He goes down with a nade in his hand. And Gamer Legion only have one option in this round. It's to go towards that lower site. And the big problem here, Coles. They don't have a smoke.
They don't have a smoke here, but they also don't have any CTs to worry about right now. There's no map movement. You're not seeing that ramp player transfer down, so at least if they get positioned effectively in this B bomb site, it does become a winnable round. They're probably going to have to take some fights forward here, but you're still talking about a good opportunity to make things work here. Molotov's in, ramp control denied, and free access for a bomb plant at the very least.
Slend. Oh, player gets past his molly. Slend is going to go inside of the vent anyways, though, but not take a kill. Critically, Slend needs to convert on one of these shots. He knows that Mutiris has gotten past him, though. Rez in a very claustrophobic angle, though. Mutiris just charges forward, and a missed no-scope. Slend needed to convert one of those shots, and instead saw dodge all the bullets. They survived with 5 standing.
Yeah, there's such a value right there in keeping the op occupied right there in the vent position, right? Because you saw the initial angle that Slend was holding would have been perfect to cut them off of the seam of ramp and deny access so comfortably, but that's the problem that you face when you're in a 3v5 as well. Everyone has to be fighting and finding kills quickly to pull it back into your advantage. Playing positionally off of each other's positions effectively right there, and especially Mutiris sneaking down the vents, you know, kind of moving beyond the Molotov. That's going to disrupt Gamer Legion in a big way. It's a really good move from Mutiris right there to find that timing. And a 5v3, you think that's really risky, but there's only so many positions that you can look at in that department, and you're not going to be looking and spending your time watching a Molotov.
So, was looking like a fast outside take here for Towson. Oh, but PR has just not gotten going here on the T side. He has been found at Squeaky round after round. And an A site play inbound. Agil will stand for way too long on that one. He was full blind for that entire hit and lived. And that leaves Towson to start this one off. He'll get underneath Heaven. Some noise while he's at it, and Thompson finds a kill and gets an op.
He snatched that one quickly right there. He wants to work. And he can get to work right now with this op. 1v2. It's possible, but without bombing his control here and a mini smoke to wait out. Not going to make his life any easier. 50 seconds. I thought maybe he was going to try and route towards lobby, but
could use this mini smoke to cross to the other side of it as well. If he wants to get fancy with her. There's another smoke. He's just going to walk through it. Yeah, he will. Sajat is prepared. Oh, barrel seen. Now that makes things a little bit evident. As Saw will march to 11 rounds, just 2 away from taking their pick and forcing Anubis.
And just showing so much success on this map. Again, you know, Saw have gone through a lot here in terms of how they want to shape up their vetoes. But like you said, you know, Stronghold of Nuke has been their bread and butter for quite some time. And those big runs, right? This was a powerhouse map for them, you know, last year in IEM Cologne, and able to really show that success with this new iteration of a roster shows that there still is some of the roots of this old roster in play. Sajat finally put some damage downrange, this time by Slend. He's been finding PR in this kind of lurking position quite frequently, taking these duels, spamming that smoke, but it's sent back his way.
And this is the first time Story's going to take this op over towards ramp. PR got to be careful about his positioning here. Oh, it's Slend instead, who just moonwalks into Story's AWP. Molly deep, flash forward. Oh, and Story's got another. This is his map. Now flashbang in, but back turn to Mutiris. And this round just, and perhaps the whole map, not meant to be. Rez needs to hold on for multiples here. He knows Story's op has got him pinned, but the flashbang will help him escape. But the reposition from Sajat, it should just be too much. Rez will not clear the corner. And ZTR in a hopeless situation with 30 seconds.
Has to move quickly here to gather that bomb, and Sajat's already moved again. Shuffled his feet into an even better position once more. And not a lot of time left here. I think ZTR trying to call it quits, but not even afforded that opportunity. A kill from the heavens. And that duo in the ramp side right there. Story taking so much initiative with this AWP on the CT side. You know, the exact right time for him to come through and have this level of performance here. A lot of opening success coming through from his op on both sides of the half now. And it's Saw with their backs against the wall, playing up on their map pick, showing what they're made of.
And they're just going to call a ramp rush. They've had enough. A lot of these defaults just have not been working. Azuwu put on the hold on notice. Now it's Story's time, and he hits the flick. Story showing flash and flare as we're used to, but Sajat caught up by the pace. It's Adam Gutierrez. He's done it here from the single door again. He's looking to swing. Will he stop the plant? Instead, he sees a smoke and then caught out by Tossin. Looking like a save here for Saw. Gamer Legion will fight another day.
Well, there you go. Just letting it loose on the ramp side right there. Like you said, some of these slow, drawn-out rounds have just led them to get picked throughout the map, to be surprised by Saw's positioning. And if that's happening in a pretty consistent fashion here, just letting it ride towards the ramp room here, joining up as a death ball, a good way to just break that tendency. They overwhelm the lower side all the way through. As that death ball unit, Rez able to step up here. Towson's still with a good T side as well. But again, if they want to pull this comeback off, these next 3 rounds, it's got to be a full team effort.
Last timeout used for Saw. All timeouts have been expended in this game by both teams. Fortunately, Saw have I say a lot. They're running out of fuel in those tanks. Finance begin to run low. This round is taken here by Gamer Legion. Saw might have to consider an eco, and they won't have a timeout to really think through that. Saw, if they want to keep the pressure off in this game, need to close here.
Yeah, relieve all the stress right now of this being a clawback effort from Gamer Legion. Gaining some confidence, I'd have to imagine, off the back of that ramp play. Could lead to some of the tendencies here, trying to keep up that consistency with how they've been operating on this T side. Man, CTR sacrificing a little bit of his HP to cross here, but making it past the HE. He's down in towards Secret. Making noise though. Story hears it. He's registered this positioning and already sidelined CTR. Great spot to find yourself in if you're Story. And Azuwu smoke spam finds a follow-up right there. 5v3, a great way to bounce back off the back of the timeout. Now a Gil looking for 20 right now, but can't secure the kill, and Rez punishes.
Okay. And a kill goes down to the nade. Back to the 3v3. Azumu returns the ramp. Is he ready for Slend on the off angle?
Oh
no.
my god.
Everything goes the way of Gamer Legion in this round. And it's just Sajat and Story.
They know Story's location. They know where Sajat likes to be as well, so they're really routing here perfectly around the defense. How did they pull this one back so quickly?
Sajat inside a mini, though. Could be a surprise. He swings out. Oh, what a shot from Rez. 90-degree flick. Sajat goes down, and Story needs to save. This game's got interesting.
I mean, that one is so difficult to pull back right there. Gamer Legion in a 5v3. You know, 0 damage taken in these early duels as well. It just looks flawless for Story and Azuwu.
Oh, boy.
Story going to be able to hold on to his op with this kill, but... Man, what a fight back from Gamer Legion. Up against map point here for Saul and a 5v3. And it's Rez and Slim that pull it back from the brink.
Terrorists win.
It feels like not necessarily worst case scenario, right? Saul are still in a decent spot economically, but it's pressure applied right there, and it's shots just being missed in that 5v3 as well. There was that heaven surprise that came through, and it could have just been, if that kill was converted, a 5v2 from the heavens, but it's a missed spray, and then Rez just deletes Mutiris on 19 HP while distracted fighting a player in heaven. He manages to find 2 kills on 19 health. Change the tides of the round.
Rez is the Winter Soldier. Freed from cryostasis back in 1992. He's so back. Meantime, though, Story posts up on outside, sees nothing, calls in an inner sight stack for his team.
He's continuing to press issue. He's putting a lot of weight on his shoulders, rightfully so for how good he's been, but pressure applied onto Sajat. He has to dance, and those flames, a tick, reveal his position.
And out onto the site they go. It's the stack, but they break through. The crowbar necessary. But now a flashbang in. Azubu will swing off of it. Story trying to charge through as well. But the AWP is not the weapon for the job. Story 1v2. Could he lock up this game? Crossing back into Hut. Extreme risk. But with that missed shot, it might call a Story save. And every round of regulation might be required here, Cole.
Oh, man, yeah, he has to call it. There's just nothing left in reserves here. Not a lot, at least, for the Saw camp. A lot of investment into this round. And Story, again, taking so much initiative, giving them the relief of that out-of-yard spacing, calling it clear, stacking up that A-bomb site. But Gamer Legion, when their back's against the wall, they get all the better. And that's where they find themselves on this map. And piece by piece, pulling this comeback into fruition. 11 locked in now, looking for OT. And they're in a prime position to strike for it here. There's decent buys still coming through off the back of that Story op save. Rifles brought into play, but some pieces still missing here. Some utility lacking for Saul. Not the ideal circumstances, and timeouts are used for both of these teams, so there's no pause in the action. It's just high-octane Counter-Strike from this point forward. That's all you have as an option.
Story once again on outside control. A clears the smoke. Towson will not be picked again. It's going to be a ramp hit. And Azubu is not in a good position. He's only got a FAMAS and a flashbang to stop 4 players running at him. He will dive away. And Gamer Legion put on the pressure. They force away Saw. Now Towson activates outside. So much info flowing into ZTR's headset right now. How will he call it?
It's a good move so far. They've stacked up that lower bomb site with 2. You still have Towson on this out-of-yard lurk as well. And they're now positioning here to set themselves up for an A execute here. They've manipulated the rotates exactly where they want them to be.
Gil back on Mustang. Been in this spot so often, and you get cleared. It's a double entry for Gamer Legion. Down 12-8. They could lock it in. Take overtime. And maybe even take a 2-0. Mutiris makes his way up the vent, but he's back turned in towards lobby. He'll swing past, but surely the trade. Yes, ZTR delivers. Both players fly out from heaven, and it's just Story. No time to save on this one. Gamer Legion 4 in a row for overtime.
Yeah, and PR being the player right there to close the book and lock in OT right now. Providing that comeback effort. One perfect call as well from ZTR. Getting those players rotated down and towards that lower bomb site. They still have a pretty quick motion here, but look, the only A defender caught in Mustang. The rest of these defenders were over in towards heaven. Gamer Legion had them right where they wanted them for the final round of regulation. And again, a team that takes a little while to calculate here on Nuke has found their answers for OT now. And that's a scary sign for Saul.
Despite so many excellent rounds as well from Saw, talk about some of the fragging from Mutiris to get them to this point. And Story coming alive in the second half. But the calling from Gamer Legion woke up again. It's some of these rounds, some of these shock factor rounds that brought Gamer Legion back into the game. You talked about how the A-site pop was just completely stifled back on the CT side. They get the comeback started. They just ran 5 players ramp. And after that, Saw were completely rattled for the whole half.
Yeah, I mean, that transferred into 4 rounds in a row right there. For them to seal the deal and take it into OT, it's an incredible pullback. And the fact that they've got Saw a little bit shaken up off the back of that one play, it felt like just kind of a desperation attempt right there. But it wasn't even an easy comeback effort either, right? You look at some of the rounds that they had to win, you know, playing in that 5v3, Story and Azu opening up the round and things crumbling right there from that point forward. It's got to be a frustrating position to be in here. Having ways to open up the round, but falling short, at least in regulation. They still have chances in overtime to seal the deal, but again, it's Gamer Legion that are now in the position with momentum.
And it's given time for PR to wake up a bit on this map as well. Definitely was on the struggle bus. Inside of Squeaky, 9 and 14 has slowly found impact back. He's gonna step forward in front of this. What's the fight and gets it? PR with confidence to start OT.
That's a brutal sign right there for Saul as well. Finding these opening picks right now. Towson. Not quite spotting out this transfer. PR already in towards control. His team not quite jumping on some of the motion that he's created right now. And a nice trade back from Slind. Dedicated on the angle here. And they're still now trying to make their way through here. PR catching Sajat by surprise. And they overwhelm that lower site. Slowly but surely take charge. Cutting off the support system. And Story left in a pretty familiar position here. Having a call to save.
Gamer Legion are a team that... Oh, whoa. Okay. All right.
It's important that he holds on to this op right now because it's 10K money to start off this
right
overtime, right? So, you know, that immediately dents the economy, losing a single round. You lose 2 in a row, that's going to be broke.
These shots from Gamer Legion are really, really nice, but it's also credit because you see the shots that Story's hitting. He is on lock with this AWP so far. But Gamer Legion have run circles around him. He has been forced to save in so many rounds. Gamer Legion mixing aggression and art. And I'm not talking about the player. He's over there in the South American MRQ. I don't know. I haven't checked in on how well he's doing, but you have just PR saying, hey, I'm just going to own this guy ramp. Care if I do that, ZTR? And he says, sure, why not?
Yeah, be my guest. I would love to start off another round here in a 4v5. Get the ball moving here. It's, I mean, definitely the way that things have started a little bit overwhelmed in the ramp side for Azubu and that comeback effort that they pulled through, that ramp rush that started off the Gamer Legion string of rounds. Now they finally have 13 first here. And they've taken the lead. They've constantly been trying to catch up with Saw in their positioning, but here in overtime, again with that swing of momentum, they've finally done it. Towson's gonna go through the smoke.
Is he gonna be the one to take first contact? Oh no, instead, it's a smoke break, but he can't find the kill onto Mutiris somehow. And now the whole round falls apart. Another player, ZTR, will jump down from top mini, but he can't find the kill onto Mutiris, who somehow slipped by ZTR. And a miracle for Saw. Sajat also lines up 2 inside of the squeaky smoke, and everything goes wrong for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, it all starts off with that kind of awkward kickoff. It was a great move coming through from Gamer Legion, trying to distract that mini player, turn his attention every which way, but As you can see, Mutiris tucking himself in. Oh, he gets dinged. He gets dinged through the wall. It aim punches him without the head kiv, but survives to tell the tale. That's a huge difference maker. Not being able to have that mini presence early in the round right there to get out the squeaky door to distract Sajat.
Look at this from Mutiris. Look at the switch up. He's playing aggressive. Sled gets
Whoa.
picked. But the trade is instant from Towson. Mutiris has just turned off all the safety measures right now and has gone into manual override.
That's something Saul definitely needed right there. Just a huge disruption in the game plan here for Gamer Legion. At least, though, it is traded back. 4v4 in the early round here, and Gamer Legion have been pretty effective at manipulating these rotates, getting the defense where they need to be. But Story, again, he's been so effective at taking initiative right now. He's been putting a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's been able to back it up as well with the kills. And this lobby control that they're soon going to take right now is going to give them so much information. ZTR has to try and deny it, but he knows it's a little too late to try and go down that ladder. That ship has sailed. And lobby control given over, but it's a quick move. Gamer Legion reacting appropriately, trying to make their moves in towards the lower side.
Finally, Story had a sign of action, and there it is. An op pick. Finally, the smoke goes down on a massive delay. Towson had a chance. Story making moves into the low side. He gets picked eventually. And that leaves PR and ZTR. And ZTR trying to make a move down the vent. He had the bomb, and Sajat also watching. And a 4v4 goes awry for Gamer Legion. Saw him retake the lead.
I mean, great positioning coming through there from Story just in time. When they needed him to be on the scene right there. It could have been the fact that Gamer Legion scale into that lower bomb site. ZTR told the rest of the roster right there to speed up on that lower hit. Start to hit the jets, but Story just in time gets in to where he needs to be. Offers up enough distraction for them to seal that round up. Get those extra rotates rolling here. And Sajat, that extra support staff here again, able to fire up. So Saul take that lead right back, as they have been able to do throughout this map. They don't let Gamer Legion lead for long before they answer back.
So I have to wonder if the playbook begins to run out for Saw on this map. Starting to get late into these rounds. You have your initial game plan for your first gun round and whatever you like to run and what you think will work against Gamer Legion, but tides can potentially change. A risk taken here by Slend. Mutiris is looking to go up and over, and an easy kill for Rez. What's the next reaction here for Saul? They just want to run through ramp. Slend in position with PR, and Gamer Legion CT side starting strong.
Yeah, again, I mean, the CT side here is calibrated so effectively to the tendencies of Saul. Like you said, how deep does that playbook go now that we're in OT? They've already registered some of your win conditions. A lot of that Mutiris aggression towards that outer yard, it's been a theme throughout the whole half. And he started off hot. Like you said, you remember his kills in that first half that he was able to provide, but Gamer Legion have put so many resources in trying to silence him throughout the half as well.
Yeah, it's hard to hit a headshot when you're not looking at your opponent.
That's a good point.
That's Gamer Legion's MO. Oh boy. Rez, you want to re-swing that? He said he'll let PR do the talking with ZTR. The spray's not perfect, but a 4-man A-site stack in a mid-round? Are you kidding me? Sorry, not breaking that.
Not a chance. Keep it safe and secure. Gamer Legion able to show up here in the opening round, keeping Saul from another chance here. 5 map points have passed them by. They haven't quite gotten that 6th chance just yet. Rez, lovely kickoff right there. For the amount of time that they've thrown those like cross smokes right there and Mutiris has just flowed in towards Secret, Rez drawing in that position and it actually working to catch Mutiris is so surprising. Flashbang's perfect. And they made it into Secret right there without the visual of that op. That could be another surprise here for Saul in the future.
What is Rez up to right now? Top secret. Oh, and the spray from ZTR reveals a lot, and then Story goes down with the first bullet headshot. That one bullet from ZTR means the world. Story doesn't fire a bullet in this round.
The smokes are soon going to fade here. Slin's posted up with the op. And just as they do, Sajat walks right back into the angle. Open pickings. Thought that smoke was still providing coverage. Agil lurks out, though. Towson not aware of that possibility, and ZTR trying to cover himself inside the mini. Agil looking to hunt this kill down. Rez under pressure with the secret positioning right now. He could rotate off into his demise when he hears the footsteps, right? He didn't hear it. He didn't hear Mateus run. Agil finds another one, and it's an open access into the B site. What's happening?
ZTR doesn't want to go down the vents either. Sland. Oh my god, up close. Toying with the angles. Gutierrez!
Oh.
He's jumping around. If Slen had his feet planted, he had a chance. And now ZTR, 41 HP, 1v2. Azulu inside of Dark as well, just to make this even more impossible. Bomb planted out in the middle of the open, and Saw will take Matt Point again.
Now they have to do it in a difficult fashion on that T side, man. It felt like, especially with that opening duel, a lot going wrong. And they started to hit the Jets on that lower plate. Rez just didn't register the footsteps or something. Maybe he thought it was towards his teammate inside of Mini or something along those lines, but just couldn't quite get the audio cue. His back's completely turned. Agil able to slide out towards A, 2 kills. That's that lobby lurking position that he's so incredible at.
Oh, well, that's an easy one. Gamer Legion bring out a gimmick. A fake Molotov, and Slen just peeks right behind it for the freebie. Gamer Legion had a 3v5. They couldn't convert. 4v5, not so certain.
Not over until it's done. Until they seal it up and take us into OT2. That's what they're looking for. Not an easy path, but hanging in there on Nuke and trying to make it happen with another advantage here in the man power here. Is in a great position as well. You've got this lower rotation. You've got your players where they need to be. As long as no one bunches. Story aware of some of the positions that Rez has been playing in the back of Mini.
Story. How diligent are you going to clear this? Oh my god. Rez, a pixel away. And Story doesn't clear it. Oh, he does, but the up shot is through the wall. Zubu looking to go down the vents, or maybe it's Mutiers up the vents. Looks like it is, as he just completely owns him. It's Slend here on the site. Converts the first kill. No scope needed, but Sajat doesn't let him fire one shot. It's a 2v2 for the game. Anubis required on the other side of Zuru inside of Hut. Will be allowed to escape. He swings for heaven and finds the headshot. It's PR running right into Sajat. The 2 new guns for Saw. Lock it up in overtime. Double not required. We're going to Anubis.
Yeah, no better pickups right there than these two to get the job done and seal it on up for Saul. A bit of a labored effort, but always keeping ahead here of the Gamer Legion antics and having to dig deep into the book there. Having to really just pull out a lot of firepower. That's back-to-back rounds where Gamer Legion are able to open it up effective, able to start things off with the opening advantages, and yet still Saul pull it back from the brink there with that firepower. And when you're in these late games and it feels like sometimes the strat book runs dry, that's exactly what this team needed to pull it across the line. And again, Sajat and Azua, those 2 players right there, being able to be the guys to close it out here for the team is a prime example of how valuable those pickups have been for this roster.
Yeah, lost back-to-back 3 versus 5s there on the side of Gamer Legion. And you can say, like, yeah, they could have been better positioned. Why did they swing one by one? But, you know, at a certain point, you expect your players to win a duel, right? And they just don't. It's a Zulu who just plows through the entire team. You have Mutiras hitting wide swing after wide swing. Like, Saw were on point mechanically in this game. And, you know, the requirement for Gamer Legion is that you have to positionally outplay them in every single round. They were able to do that on Ancient, dare I say. But here on Nuke, he was much more, you know, much more in the favor of Saw. There was a couple of great rounds, tactically speaking, and that got them ahead in the rounds. And then in overtime, back-to-back 3v5s, you just can't give those up.
Yeah, not in a consistent fashion as well. That's going to haunt you for sure. And eventually it comes to cost them. A lot of just, you know, chaotic moments here for Gamer Legion. Maybe a little bit of discomfort still on this map. Well, like we said, we were kind of looking towards this team to show, you know, the sort of strides that they've made here in recent history from a bit of a tough time in some of the results from Pro League. But obviously some of the shakiness still there. And then on the other end of the server, right, Saul looking very comfortable. Some of the individuals just show exactly what they're made of, right? You're looking at a big uptick in performance from Story on this map. He provides so much for his team. Positionally, incredibly effective. Putting himself in the front of the fight for a lot of these duels as well, and ends up dropping 25 on Gamer Legion. One of the better maps that he's been able to provide here for this Saul roster with this current iteration. And I mean, what a time to come alive here for him.
And some of the very impactful kills from Mutiris we were able to see in some of those replays too. Definitely turning up the Portuguese here for Saw. Are definitely putting in a lot of work, even as a Gil did slow down going in towards overtime. So stuff you like to see there for Saw, and we'll see if they can do it here on Anubis. Can they crush the dream of Gamer Legion? The highest ranked team in this tournament could go out 1-3. We're going to toss this one off to a break and find out if that dreaded result will happen after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
You all may long for the RMRs, but the MRQs can provide some of the same thrill, just a little bit. We have a 16-14, an overtime affair where Saw, fighting for their major lives, put it all out there with back-to-back 3v5s against a higher-ranked opponent, and they do it. So, here we are, Cole. We're here on Anubis. Can Saw put an end to Gamer Legion's run?
That's a good question right there. Obviously, with what we just saw out of Saul, it makes you think it's possible, right? They showed the firepower. They showed what they can do when Story's operating at a high. And talk about like good maps for Saul since the opening iterations of Anubis. They've really adapted well to this map as well. Back when they were playing with their old roster, you had some great identity with U-Jerks as such an effective E-Box player. I think Story, honestly, as good as we just saw him on Nuke, is also an incredible opper on Anubis as well. You've got some very positive signs coming through into this map of Anubis. Now, obviously, I think they've taken a big hit in this like new roster that they've been building and what they can bring to the table on this map. But I still think that with the direction that they're taking, leading away from some of the other maps here and finally actually leaving Anubis to a decider for them, it does make me think that there's some confidence in this decision from Saul.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, for Gamer Legion, like this is still one of their stronger maps in their pool, definitely playable as they just got finished thrashing 500 on it just yesterday. And I mean, they need to call back on that kind of confidence. And I think we saw some of that a little bit on Nuke. I think they're definitely struggling a bit individually at the start of that game. But you saw at the beginning of OT, PR just said, I'm done sitting in squeaky for these rounds. Let me just fight some of these guys. And Anubis is a map where you kind of have the agency to do that as a team. I think for Gamer Legion and the style that they want to play, if they can tap into their confidence and tap into their individual fragging ability, I think they should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, I'm with you. And most of all, it's about cleaning up some of these like late rounds that really collapse into chaos. From the second round of Nuke, we saw how they kind of struggled with advantaged positions and capitalizing on man advantages. That's not really a tendency that I see all that often from Gamer Legion, to be honest with you. I don't see them really get disrupted positionally in like 4v2s and 3v5s as much as we saw on Nuke. I think that's kind of a map pool thing. It's a lack of reps for Gamer Legion on a map like Nuke. But you look at what they're bringing to the table here on Anubis. They've already shown their track record. Yesterday in their matchup versus 500, and again, we're able to show some success outside of that as well in Bucharest. So you're seeing if they can bring that to the table. Obviously here now. In this decider, but that most of all for me is the one thing that they are going to look to clean up here as we head into this decider.
Yeah, this is I mean, when Gamer Legion get to play like Counter-Strike chess, when they're in a nice 4v4, when they're in a clean 5v5, I feel like that's where they do their best Counter-Strike. When they're trading out pieces across the map and their reactions are so seamless to find the gap in the defense, that's their best Counter-Strike. And then when it comes down to these later round situations, it's what defines, it's kind of what makes them tier 1.5. I feel like a lot of these teams, they're out playing squads like Falcons out there in PGL Bucharest, but some rounds get messy in the later stages, and they fumble around, and that's exactly what we saw here for Saw. That's what makes this team, such an exciting team to watch, because it looks like, wow, they're standing toe to toe with the best in the world. I mean, for goodness sake, on this map of Anubis, they beat Team Spirit on this map, 13-11 back in Katowice earlier this year. And, this team can stand with tier 1, but at the same time, that's what allows this team to get upset by the lower reaches of Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, and that result definitely shows so much positive signs, right? And I think that is what you're going to lean on here for Gamer Legion is trusting in that ability, and again trying to capitalize on this kind of new look Saw roster that early on kind of looked like they were kind of leaning away from this map, but obviously looking to bring that to the table for this qualifier. It shows that they've been building up.
And so we arrive on Anubis. One of these two teams' journeys to the Austin Major will end at the end of this map. I'm followed joined by Cole Extra McHenry, as we have got Gamer Legion taking on Saw, highest ranked team in the tournament, versus the target of much ire in the community for losing Ujerks and Ados Dose a couple months ago. It's a good start here, though, for the side of Gamer Legion. Opening pick goes to Towson. Rez is looking to stand and fight behind the pillar. I'm going to switch up his angles. He gets one onto a Zuwu, but can't trace the kill onto Sajat. And so Story as well picks up the kill. 2 versus 3. Don't cough this one up, Gamer Legion. Not looking to be. It's Muteris 1 versus 3. And he gets dealt with by PR. That's the first pistol round for Gamer Legion this entire series.
Able to close it out right there. I think they won on the first round of Nuke.
Yeah, but
it didn't matter all that much. Yeah,
they got 4 spot on. My bad.
Yeah, so I mean, it at least is going to be a pistol round. It's still going to be a bomb plant as well for Saul. That's going to provide some worries here in the next. That's where it got a little complicated. It comes down to that smoke, I think, sticking to the hands of Rez more than anything it last on Nuke. But that A setup right there shows how much trust is in that setup right there. I mean, beautiful work in between, Rez trying to operate with these tough angles. Usually when you're getting overrun by 5 players on the T side through A main, it's very difficult to hold up, but that duo kind of working off of each other in tandem gets the job done pretty comfortably. But again, it's that force buy. Pesky purchases in round 2 off the back of the bomb plant here. Galil in play, but PR ahead of the smoke. He's got a whole lot of challengers around the corner, and one of those has a Galil to close the distance. It's so much damage. Muteris down to 4, and the HE finishes off Story. So it's a quick equalizer there.
Yeah, that nade dunked him as well. Oh, and there's a second one! Meant for Muteris, and then Towson activating on this E-box flank. He's clearing out everything. This should prompt the rotate quick.
It's 2 players on this flank, though, so at least it should be Saul gaining access to the site. Now the smoke's across into that site, or a different Story. ZTR gonna let him slide, but that flank is quick here. Slend already fighting through E-box, and they can't plant just yet.
Slend does convert the kill, but Rez gets nothing in spawn. Both players get cleared, and they're going A now.
Oh, it might be Slend beating him to the punch. He's fast, man. He's moving quickly with this MP9, and he is going to be on the bomb site before they get their feet planted here. Sajat low in HP and Azu with long-range duel, but he loses it to the MP9. Sajat keeping it alive. 3 kills in the round and expecting the flank as well, but that's not the case. Towson sliding through camera right now, looking to capitalize on Sajat. Hell of a swing.
Oh my God.
90 HP taken off of Towson, but enough to tank through this round and give Gamer Legion that second round conversion.
Oh my goodness. Again, Saw are such dangerous individuals. And Gamer Legion, again, have the positioning perfect in that round, but none of the players swinging on the CT street get a single kill. Just to keep talking about the struggles here for Gamer Legion, ZTR and Rez don't deliver. And Sajat almost wins that clutch on low HP. I mean, if it was anyone here, Gamer Legion need a breather.
I love the decision here for Saul to try and keep the pressure up as well. Off the back of that timeout, you know, you're kind of expecting an eco here. There's no bomb plant in that last round either, so you know that could catch Gamer Legion by surprise here. The fact that they consistently are providing these force buys. 2 Galils once again, and the server. And Sajat, even though he doesn't win that round, you can see how much conviction he has in these swings. He brute forced his way through that tough situation with the fast flanks formulating. He made a path into the B bomb site for his team.
Underhand flash through. Well played here by Rez, but immediately destroyed by Azubu.
They're rotating off.
PR. PR's gonna give his back away to Sajat. 2 players fire away. And a free B site. Given over to Saw.
That Gamer Legion evacuate there. Enough distraction at least caused by the duo in mid. Azubu is still lurking about, drawing out attention. He spawns out 2 players. It's a lot of info for his death.
Will they try it? I mean, ZTR's got full util.
No. They're backing out. I mean, Slender's already ran into A main. Just a distraction play there. Mutiras managing to find success in the round without a kill there, but just a quick trade from Azubu through that smoke. A very tricky kill to track, but makes it look pretty easy. And that causes enough rotation for Gamer Legion to get caught surprised out the back of the Saul timeout and the consistent force buys. They don't quite get it the first go around, but they don't stop trying.
Well, Save will allow for at least a healthy buy for Gamer Legion in this. Got the MP9 stacked up at least on the B side. Rez in middle. Mutiras is a player, honestly, who I've seen just evolve. He has turned into a extreme entry fragger as he's transitioned to the IGL role. As opposed to the guy who delivers 1v3 clutches to the stage.
Extreme entry is a perfect way to describe what he does for this this Saul roster. Hyper aggression. Loves to get in the face here, but that's exactly what Gamer Legion are looking to do. A guilt deletes Rez on the aggro. Molly to counteract any further aggression right there, and a big opening pick as they crunch through camera.
Towson, he's going to try and tuck away in A main. Slen in need to spin back. Bomb's going to be planted behind the cake, but Azubu doesn't know where to look. Players running through the smoke. Towson, 4 bullets. Needs to deliver. He's too busy trying to fish a gun. And that will cost him low HP bars on tons of players here for Saw, but the kills are not converted for Gamer Legion. Saw clap back.
This is beautiful work there with the composure that they put through there, walking through camera and knowing what their end goal is in this round is just prioritizing that space on the A site and then drawing out time to crunch in on that A main position so effectively. Just feels like they were getting suffocated in that round. The Gil opener as well, just fantastic. And Saul bounced back with 2 in a row. PR able to recover an A1S for his troubles at the very least, but that's going to lead into a Gamer Legion save behind that A1S.
So many chances, decent positions, but where's the X factor for Gamer Legion? Rez got picked at the start of that round. Imagine if he's in a strong position there in A main, ready to fight. That's what you would want typically. Pistols here in the middle. Rez will tuck away and pray. Taos is going to try and stop them from scaling forward. Underhand flash. The palm tree smoke here is a little awkward, as it does get a kill here for Slend. He'll flee the scene, but besides damage on the Sajat, Saw basically unperturbed.
PR with the rifle, though, is in position to actually make some damage here with this A1S. Could catch him by surprise, but Mutiris just walking into the angle, crouched up and ready to go. Nothing given for PR in that fight, and Slend with only a USP. Able to lock in a single kill, but not much more opportunity from this point forward.
Matias is doing God's work on entry duty for his team. Like, age has really not affected him. Since he's been on this Saw lineup, he has been the engine of Saw success. Whether he be a star rifler, in the 1,200 maps he's played for his organization, more than some players' entire careers. And he's also been locked into the grind, right? He's been in the tier 2 washing machine in every single qualifier, every single CCT tournament. Finally, a major. Took until PGL Copenhagen for him to arrive at one of those. But having to change his gameplay throughout those 5 years here on Saw.
And again, just adding a whole nother element to the changing up his gameplay and now being the IGL of the squad. Trying to lead his team to another one of these. And Story looking to lead the charge here with an opening op pick, catching ZTR. They're going to follow through behind that. And Azulu catches PR, sliding past the smoke. It's going to be an early call for a save. Gamer Legion can't start the conversation for this round. And Saw, with so many pace changes right now, using every aspect of the map, it feels like, here on the Anubis T side.
These rounds are gutting. Gamer Legion hardly have a chance to shoot back in many of these. But the call from Saw is the best part of that round. They strike the right site. And with Story posted up, I'm not even sure. I think they just missed their lurk smoke, but Story's like, all right, well, I can take a bit of an awkward angle behind this, holding my AWP. Trying to hold on here in the storage. Instead, Azuu hit that shot on a toss-in. He's absolutely ridiculous. Did Azuu hit the shot onto the elevated player? Or was that the M4 landing shot? We'll get it on the replay here.
Oh.
Story, just crisp flicks here. Not giving us to us in the end. We can't have everything here, cool.
Not quite, but what we can have here is, again, Saw bring in some of the same win conditions into the mix. We're playing well on Nuke, their Story, T-side opping, finding ground, taking point here with some of these rounds. Being able to find some opening picks here, and there's still that fearlessness in this Saw T side. I mean, confidence in their mid protocols right now. Nice HE timing, provide a little extra damage. Could matter quite a bit when it's MP9s and pistols on the other end of the server. That's a bit of an awkward miss molly right there. Some of the missed utility Saw have created opportunities on, but Molotovs air bursting, not going to provide him too much access here. Hoping for an opening pick in this early round, but nothing given at the moment.
Oh, they're leaving PR alone on B, and Saw are in with the right read. I feel like, yeah, PR just gets picked again. Nice shot there from Rez. ZTR late, and couldn't find the headshot on the story. If only. But right now, Slend about to swing. And Agil will lock it in. Rez can't even convert the kill quickly and cleanly. This will be yet another save here for Gamer Legion. We're looking at 5 save attempts in a row, I think.
I think that's right? Some of those being like just USPs hanging on to, but save formation in so many of these situations because, like you said, they just can't even get a chance to really shoot back. I mean, this round a little bit understandable considering. But the way that we're seeing Saw play out some of these rounds, I mean, on the anti-ecos, it's very measured aggression with good utility to back it up. And when they're on gun rounds, it feels like they're just letting loose and catching Gamer Legion off foot.
PR just got picked on the same angle. Story. Hitting everything right now.
Just keep posting up on that B side, man. They're going to feed you some kills.
I mean, one thing as well for Gamer Legion, just talking about the mental of just saving nonstop, it is kind of just gutting. Sometimes you just kind of want to turn up the jet, get the dopamine flowing, and start hitting stuff like this. Oh. Slend, he didn't fire. He swings again, instead gets a collateral. I went from it's so over to it's so back, it's so over, and, well, Slend gets a collat.
He was just calculating right there. He didn't want the easy shot right there to claim the collat. Left his bobber bouncing for the big fish. And he catches, reels it in. Double kill to start this one off. And talk about finally an opportunity to stabilize in this round. 5v3. Positions that we highlighted. Gamer Legion just can't afford to lose, but we're missing out on Nuke. Slend already repositioning effectively. Flash catches him, and HE bounces right on location, but he's still positioned effectively. Azulu walking into the rifle here, and the follow-up from Towson. Lovely multi before Story finally lands a flick. To offer up some semblance of coverage there. Towson tosses in a nice HE to seal it up. But that's exactly what Gamer Legion ordered right there.
They didn't get Slens off, though, which is a little awkward. That will be a bit pricey. Okay, just buy your way out of this. Yeah, Slend. Oh, he didn't shoot at them, and then he swings around and 2 are lining up for him. Maybe it was better he didn't fire the first time. Come on, Slend. Need some of that fire in him from the start of this year. Get them to Austin, or else Saw with a very unexpected lineup could be in major contention. But that's a good start. Story with the pick, swinging through from middle. Slend posts up and picks one on the way out. A swing though, and he spins for another. Slend heating up.
That's going to be a good countermeasure to Story and his offing. That's leveling up, but Sajat spams the smoke. PR sidelined, and Slend might need even more. Not going to head his location here. Not going to reroute towards Temple, but there's still a lot of resistance. ZTR and Towson playing a good crossfire. And Heaven looking to join forces in some form or fashion. Sajat drops into the angle here, and Towson catches 2. Slend to seal it in. And Gamer Legion off to the races now. Slend heating up in a big way. 4 rounds for Gamer Legion. A bounce back on the CT side of Anubis. Looking to break the backs of Saul. Finally calling it a timeout.
This is the time to step up. This is when it really matters right now. Player who's gone underneath the microscope lately, especially back at Bucharest. Well, here he is right now. I mean, if you were going to win 4 best of 3s in a row for either one of these teams to qualify for the major, every single player on your team has got to be firing on all cylinders. There cannot be a weak point. You cannot say, I'm going to let my teammate do the work. Everyone's got to step up. I can imagine the team talks for both of these squads going into this game, and if they do win this one, they will be playing later today in the 2-2 game as well.
Yeah, the pressure just doesn't let off here in every matchup that you play from this point forward. Always going to be elimination on the line. Now, I mean, this third map here, both teams a map away. So I've been able to work underneath that pressure. These timeouts have been effective for Saul to try and dig into that strat book. We'll see what they can pull out for this round here. E-box control looks very likely. It's a great smoke there, bounced in towards E-box, but it's not going to be respected. Yeah.
ZTR has a util set available. And Story posts up. This angle could be devastating. They're going to try and walk this one out. ZTR on the off angle, catches the shoulder, catches a freebie, but PR gets eviscerated. ZTR needs to hold on to that util belt because there's going to need to be a retake required out of this.
I gotta pull it through on the retake right now, but again, the post plan's getting stabilized. Position's looking better and better, but ZTR plucks one out through the smoke. Story, long range on the Taliesin, shuts him down. One of the key pieces he's been performing, but he's sidelined here, and it's back to a 3v3.
All right, util to be deployed. Story eats a grenade to start off this retake. He's gonna play back to the site. He can't afford to miss a shot. And Agil goes 1 for 1, but Story close range. Works out, Slend misses for once. And Saw start to extend a little bit more, now up 6-4.
I mean, that's a big change right there. And the slowdown of the round for Saul, getting back to what's been working well. It's some of these B-side openers where they don't really have any space for either side of the map. You see that smoke being drawn out, and obviously that means there's a player tucked in towards the back of dark. Those main players locked in a location, E-box kind of scaling in to try and catch them off guard, and it's difficult. It's a really tough site to hold. But when you're looking at the unity of these two B players, they got to be able to join forces a little bit better. PR tag down, the Molly gonna tick down to 19 HP now. But that's going to make it even harder to hold his B site when one of them is on 19 HP.
He'll scramble a third rotate. Game and Legion are going to play a 0A setup. But eventually, that can't hold forever. Saw are going to poke and prod.
He's doing a good job of keeping this mid space. That's a key detail right now. Not really spotting out any resistance, was pretty forward-facing in that position as well. So, like you said, with that mid-space, it allows for some quick transition of the defense. PR now on the A-bomb site ready to go. And right now for Saul, they're just waiting for some re-aggro. Trying to sell a fake on this B site, put the pressure on him. Slend with his op is trying to face forward in some of these duels. But that's going to be almost certainly an A-side end goal now as these B players are starting to fall off. This stack is going to be on the money.
Smoke to heaven, counter util being deployed here from Rez. Softens up 1, but Agil with the entry. Towson needs to convert a couple more here. Tucked away, but Sajat gets the trade frag, and a 3-man A-stack falters here for Gamer Legion.
They just thread that aggression perfectly. They're worried about camera because there's no mid space. Rez had it in the early round, but eventually he falls back into a heavy A-side setup. Even on this late lurk here into spawn as they're trying to save, Azuhu finds an exit. And Saw in flow state, getting past the stack. You know who's also in flow state? It's Slend holding onto this AWP. He's stepping up, trying to give his team some relief, but again, when he's not targeted, when he's avoided, can't do a lot. At least should be good to hold on to this AWP. As long as he doesn't swing into Story, he's going to be golden.
I mean, that round, it's yet another day where Gamer Legion are in an excellent position set up for success. The call is perfect. A 3-man A stack with utility. And SARs are actually still spread defaulting too. That's not even like all 5 players coming A main. It's like a 3 versus 3 on the site. And they can only collect a single kill out of it. Slen posts up. A nade to the smoke could be his demise. He doesn't want to stick around for too long. Neither does Rez. Early damage for Gamer Legion.
I mean, it's pretty valuable that Sling got out of dodge. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It was towards camera. I thought it was actually for Broken Wall, and if he managed to lock that kill down. Just a free 4v5 off the back of some spam and an HE. Not on target, though. Not just yet. They'll have to work for this opening duel even more. Back to the B site here. It's been bolstered up by this Slen AWP. I like that he's putting a little bit more priority in being on this location. Because it has been tested. PR this time able to pass here. Second kill, but a big time to come alive here for Gamer Legion.
And I don't mind this play here from PR. He wants to go for a round-winning play. He doesn't want let the round come to him. Instead, he's going to push down into canals and start to clear things out. He just misses out on a timing, though. They've crossed in front of middle. PR, however, as he jumps up, is beginning an A main flank onto Agil. Surely this calls everything, that they're coming in towards mid.
Oh no.
Rez wants to walk this smoke. Towson can't convert his kill, and Rez, oh, he gets one off the MP9 anyways, running right past drive-by.
Bomb has been planted.
Positions are good though, especially Story forward facing with the op. Actually falls off the line here. They're waiting for Saul to re-aggress into their position. Slind very wise in that sense. How much will they give him here? Not going to take it into this deep waters. But eventually the peek comes through.
God.
It's just Sajat blasting him out of the server here, and Story's op still finding kills. Azuwu follows it up. And it's just a 1v2 for ZTR. He can't make it happen. Shut down by Saul. Shut down by the swings. And again, it's those 2 new guns. Azuwu and Sajat bringing it on home.
It's a devastating round after devastating round for Gamer Legion. Again, they have an opening pick, a 4v5, but they can't win the duels. Sajat with an immense shot onto Slend, and PR can't convert a kill from A main. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong for Gamer Legion here. When they're getting these opening picks, but they can't convert them. I mean, you can see it in the ADR on these players. So many of them, like PR, yeah, sure, 52 ADR is not much. For a player who's 2-9, that is incredible amount of ADR.
He's doing about 80 per kill. Yeah, he's just not finishing them.
Yeah. There's so much unfinished business across the board. Every round is so close for Gamer Legion. They should be winning them. Instead, they are down 8-4.
They got to hope for it. Is this tease out of Anubis now taking off, right? I mean, they got to hope that you can call upon some of that leadership. So ZTR stepping up here, being able to call circles on the Saul defense, but the firepower is a whole other task to fight through here, and Slend sending it back Story's way. P250 up against the USP, and he closes that distance effectively.
And Mutir, seeing nothing in middle, has missed the timing here. Gamer Legion, slow approach up towards A. Once again, Gamer Legion in the correct position in a 4v5. They must convert. Agil, great shot, finds Slen, thins him from the herd. Second shot, though, not to be. Taken down, but Azubu still here in A main. Rez still jiggle peeking. And seen. Mutir's behind the smoke. Will walk right past, and PR gets a freebie. Azubu and Sajat, the new guns. with a set of dualies, but PR is waking up here on T side, as he must for Gamer Legion. Azulu not in the right position for the job. Gamer Legion with the pistol round. Is there anything more here on Anubis?
That's a dream start right there for PR on this T side here. Having that impact out of the gates, being able to provide some openings, getting access and shutting down on those advantages, capitalizing on the advantages that Slyn provides, opening it up like he was doing in that first half. But this time being able to follow up in the closing statement. It's going to be a full eco this go around here for Saul, looking to get those rifles out as soon as possible. Rocking the ump for ZTR. Kicking it old school a little bit. MP7 for
Slen. I like the MP. Okay, I mean, I like the idea of the MP7. I don't actually use it myself, but it is a laser beam. It's the anti-eco laser beam. You pull down down to the left at a 45-degree angle for your first like 15 bullets, and easiest spray control in the entire game.
It's like the Krieg then. It's the Krieg of the SMGs.
Basically, yeah. It's an upside down 7, and then it goes completely vertical after the, or horizontal rather, after the first 7, or first 15 rather.
It's good to know if I ever find myself with an MP7. I actually have never even thought about. I've never shot a wall with the MP7. I didn't even know the spray control. That's if it ever ends up in my hands, because I don't think I have it equipped. So
didn't watch the CS:GO SMG guide from 10 years ago, probably 11 years ago, maybe 12 years ago now, by the War Owl. Come on.
I missed that video, unfortunately. That's why my MP7 spray is out of whack.
Yeah. You are pretty good at wide swinging and dying to ops, though. I will tell you that. You watch a YouTube video on how to do that one, Cole, in our pugs? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Stop, scope, flick, fire. Don't forget those 4.
For your opponents.
Yeah. One of these times it has to work, though. One day I'll get a 1 gig on the upper mid.
One time they just will miss, and you will look sick while doing it. In other news, Fnatic have been eliminated from major contention.
Oof. That's tough.
Many people might know my opinions on Blame F, so I don't really need to voice them here.
Well, at least you won't have to watch them.
Yeah, I suppose.
Tough exit for them. Tough exit for whoever's going to lose out on this map of Anubis.
You want some fun Blame F facts? Or maybe it's not the round for it. Well, so yeah, but Blame F has a single major appearance. The Perfect World Shanghai Major. First time he made one.
HE perfect. Momentarius a little bit overwhelmed. Story looking to recover, but Slind seems to have mastered that gun here. Just shoot straight at the head. Don't have to worry about the recoil control. The molly is a little bit off, but they slow it down. Oh. Good time to pump the brakes in the smoke. Oh boy, it might do the trick. They're gonna walk through it.
That has left me a bit speechless here. But you have to think, okay, there's a B player, there's a player in Temple. You've got one over towards A, but they don't know where Agil is. And Gamer Legion put into the spot that they dread. They have to win a gunfight to win this round. Come on, guys.
They got to do it fighting through this adversity as well, right? The position's strong. They got him kind of triangulated in, boxed in towards middle especially. That's the bomb to the floor right there. Brought to you by Azuu and Towson. Impossible situation, 10 seconds left. Not enough time on the clock there. Gil will go down, but this round's all sealed up, and it's about dying after time, potentially. He's going to stick around and towards A main. That should provide him the security, but Saw, when they get those rifles out, able to secure it, and it kind of trends into some desperation in that 3v3. Rez trying to make it a big play there, but As he gets washed away, ends up just looking silly.
Hopefully the majors thing wasn't a me when I tell a lie thing, but I believe it. I believe, yes, Shanghai was his first major. Yep. Oh no, never mind. Excuse me. He was on Astralis for PGL Antwerp.
Oh.
Took a hard-hitting loss to Fallen and Shocks on the same team. It was a great time. Team Liquid, by the way.
Oh my god. I was like, I couldn't even remember when those two played together.
Excuse me. Fallen wasn't on the team. Me when I tell a lie again.
Oh
But
my
yes,
gosh.
It was just Shocks on Team Liquid, though.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
Was,
which that was a whole nother period.
Yeah.
That's one to forget.
But yes, 2 majors. Excuse me here for Blame F. I have to count the years because I forget he joined Astralis in 2021 and
Blur.
crazy work.
Jot. Oh, so quick on the draw right there. This is a lockdown B defense there. Eventually, the Mollies head his way. ZTR able to trade it out, but a lot of early impact out of the initial defense here sets him up for a very doable retake. Not a lot of utility left for this CT side, rather, to try and pull through there. That's a big problem. Swing comes through. Great flash frame from McGill. It provides him some access here, and now a 2v4 makes things even easier.
No utility here for Gamer Legion. They have got to frag their way out of this, and Rez is the man to do it! He's got a double toss out of the trade! 1 versus 1. Agil needs to charge forward for the kill. He's got the time to do it, and Towson can't convert it. Agil, with time on the clock, will convert the round for Saw. It's double digits. Gamer Legion with a chance, but Towson 5 HP away.
Big time clutch right there coming through from McGill. So effective in defining these fights here. Look at the way that Sajat isolates here. Again, you talk about a difficult site to hold. It's this B bomb site as only a duo. It feels impossible sometimes to lock down these defenses. And Sajat makes it look so comfortable isolating those fights. Holding off this kind of passive angle towards that pizza position, transferring it into a multi-kill, providing his team just enough edge because, like you said, man, it's a guild down to 5 HP when it comes down to the clutch.
By the way, my excuse for getting the Blame F fact wrong is I blame Blast TV Counter-Strike because they have him listed as 1 major on that. Please fix.
There you go. The Counter-Strike grinder.
Yeah. I know. I got encyclopedic knowledge on your favorite players and how old they are and how many major appearances they've got. Don't actually test me. I've only got like general statistics on that one.
Well, you need the yellow indicators or the orange indicators to reveal some little insights on how to narrow it down.
True.
It doesn't help if those insights are sometimes a little bit off. Either way.
Man.
Still a fun game. You guys should try it out if you got the history. Right now, Gamer Legion, though, need something to get the ball moving, at least able to keep the purchasing up off the back of a very close clutch loss. Gonna have themselves in a position where they could try and out-firepower this defense. Story would have loved to have an op on this angle, but only an A1S instead. A lot of trust in the setup.
Peek, then a swing, a high-low, works out. Agil gets 2. And a molly deployed for the trade, but that's massive from Rez. He breaks open the site, and Story forced to fall back. Potential here for Gamer Legion. ZTR goes up and over, but gets dealt with. And that leaves Slen to swing right into Saw. Gamer Legion are 2 rounds away from missing the major.
Man, it just comes down to these defenders as well here. You're looking at how effective this time Story and Agil are able to play off of each other. So much faith in this duo holding the line up against them. You know, last round we saw it from Sajat, this time from Agil and Story. These anchors are locking down the extremities, and Gamer Legion, especially with some of these rounds and these kind of purchasing decisions, the force buys that they have to go with here, with limited utility, they have to try and take as much map control as they can before those flashes finally start to rain out, and that's providing Saul with some excellent positioning here to shut down those plays. And it's still not comforting here. Last timeout use from Gamer Legion for the remainder of this game here. And if they want to win it, there's going to be a lot of rounds left. They have no pauses to break the momentum here of Saul.
Potentially the most stressful timeout of PR's life right there. 5 and 12 in this game. I mean, he was getting picked relentlessly over towards that B site. Story could not miss a shot on him. And this his most important match, and yes, he's played in S-tier tournament playoffs, but making the majors a bare minimum for a team of this stature.
I mean, with the expectations so high for this roster heading into this MRQ, a tragic exit could be ahead of them here. And the defense positioning themselves. Another rotate. 4 players ready to go on this B side.
And Sajat again with this time a triple. The 18-year-old Polish player let go by endpoint. Found an unlikely home here in Saw. Has turned into this team's star player. And the molly is so perfect. Sajat with the quad. Powering Saw through this MRQ to advance another step forward.
I mean, it's just like he's a turret as well. In that back dark position, when he's tucked in, he is just locked down defense. And Gamer Legion can't get by him. Not with lacking weaponry, not without utility as well, right? A molly could do a world of difference, but in a lot of these executes, either they don't have the late mollies to throw it down or don't quite have that sort of utility at their display, and it's costing them big time. Sajat is an absolute anchor for this team.
The flashbangs, the take, Townsend, Jiggle Peak gets destroyed by Mutiris. A 4 versus 5 for Gamer Legion. They're gonna try and spin it back towards middle. And Story will not give them the fight. The trepidation now with the flashbang instead. Util exchange. And he finds one through the smoke, nearly the second.
Oh!
Rez to bring it back though. He lines up a triple spray down. Advantage back for Gamer Legion.
It's just these 2 anchors right now trying to provide some coverage. Sajat making a great move though.
Are they gonna turn the corner? They will. They get away from Sajat. He gets into CT spawn, but now the question mark is, this site's a little too empty. Where is he? They think he's E-Box. They might not be ready for the CT street. Molly for him anyways. Plant though, and he burns. They know. 2 versus 3. Gamer Legion fighting for their major lives. They need to beat this retake. Saw want to go for it. Will they save? It's right in front of them. But they will not seize it. Instead, Gamer Legion will survive another round.
I'm honestly surprised to see them not go for it here. I know that they have so many rounds to work with, but when you're talking about clutch factor here, a Gil brings that to the table. It's a shot. We've already seen what he can do. I mean, both of those guys very clutch, but Rez powering them forward in this round here in a big way, man. Massive 3K, finding fights that were given to him around that smoke. A desperate 4v5 recovered here for Gamer Legion off the back of Rez's shoulders. Couldn't ask for a better time to step up right then and there.
I mean, you can start to see that when things start going wrong, PR, young player, stressful situation. It's weird being the favorites as well for the kid. Now Gil steps forward and nearly gets both. Story of this game.
provided so much initiative here for a Gil on the extremity. Story with the op this time around. Catches a visual, sees the hand, he goes for the shot right there, but can't knock the molly out. Instead, he's forced back by 2 of his own. That is a lot of positioning, though, towards middle identified here. And they've evacuated the A side completely, and the hopes to claim this mid control completely could provide some quick rotates, but again, it comes down to these B defenders being able to lock it down.
Smokes in. One towards back plat as well. They are going to go through. Underhand flash there as well, but Gamer Legion hesitated. They get a kill back. But Sajat, the heaviest hitter, is down. Slent, bomb on his back. Mutiris is known to be in this position. Nade into Palace. They're going to go back to the A site.
It looked like Story was jumping at that opportunity right now. He might just do that. They're going to try and quickly rotate. They're reading into this, but they're going to beat him on the T side here. They're at least going to get themselves established. DTR low on HP, though. Mutiris has to win this duel.
10 seconds. Bomb plant. ZTR gets underneath Heaven. He can play a headshot angle. The HP might not matter, but losing his teammate will. ZTR then for the clutch, and Story's got it. Gamer Legion will not be attending the Blast TV Austin Major, and Saw look to start a run, a dream run, through the 1 and 2 pool. They will fight later today to stay in major contention.
Not only a dream run here for Saul in terms of the impact that they have to bring here in this MRQ, but have to follow it up throughout 2025 here. Thought that this roster was going to be irrelevant when they make these huge changes after such a fantastic last year, making strides at Cologne, showing what this roster is capable of, reaching those heights, and then losing out on the roster that brought them those key pieces. Losing out on Udrix and Rose Dose, but building back here with their 2 new guys, especially with how Sajat leveled up his performance there in map 3, throughout the entire series as well, but especially in that 3rd map, man, you saw what he was capable of. You saw the talent that, you know, we got out of this team here, and, you know, a fantastic way to stay alive, but that also means Gamer Legion not going to be at that Austin Major.
Wow. I mean, for Gamer Legion, who have had an incredible season so far, who have kind of defied all the odds after losing Flawless, and most people thinking, well, the team's kind of dead now. I mean, they bring in a 17-year-old and, you know, Rez, who thought to be far past his prime. I mean, this team had unlocked new players in new form, but you know, you have to think for a young team. Obviously, the MRQs don't allow a coach in the server. And Ash not here to provide the sage advice and timeouts, and having a young team like that, inexperienced and prone to stress. You saw a terrible game there from PR towards the very end. And so again, Gamer Legion, an incredible season, but this is definitely a mark on that record so far. They will still be playing the top level tournaments, but the major will not be one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with some of the results that they've been able to put through, you know, it's a huge rise in the VRS for this team. But, you know, when it comes down to these big moments, these MRQs, that stress is just amplified here. And maybe that's still a factor that they have to fight through for this team and for some of these key pieces, some of these stars on this Gamer Legion roster. But, you know, Saul on the other end of the server here taking full advantage of that, man. Look at the back-to-back maps from Story. To talk about a guy that rises to the occasion right now for this Saul roster. Again, 2 maps that I highlighted are some strong suits for this player as an individual. He just rises to the moment, and on Anubis and Nuke took control in so many different fights, was able to provide so many opening picks, took a lot of relief when he was on that CT side in controlling the map as an opper, and no better time to really step up to the plate in an incredibly difficult elimination matchup versus Gamer Legion.
I mean, there's so much to talk about here, but that will be for the pundits and for all the fans to be talking about. That does it for us here, at least for myself and Cole Exner McHenry for the Blast MRQ and EU. But up next, here on the B stream, Astralis take on Metisport. Winner qualifies the Blast Austin Major, and the loser has to run the gauntlet. Well, we'll be back after a short break for that epic matchup.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break 'em
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Blast TV Austin Major Qualifiers. My name is Pavlos, and Ted is joining me for the next set of matches. Man, I know, Phi, Exner have done a great job in delivering the action for you guys for the last game. And look, Game of Legion being knocked out already by Saw, that's already an incredible turn of events, but we've also got a lot more matches coming and a lot more narratives to follow. I'm so excited, Ted. How about you?
It's the main narrative, man. I'm really looking forward to this next game. I'm not gonna lie to you. Obviously, for those of you that are just joining in and don't really know what's going on, we're playing out the penultimate round of the main Swiss as of right now, and then later on today we're gonna go with the 2-2 matchup. So we don't even know which are gonna be the final 3 best-of-3s of the day. But as for right now, I mean, has there been a lot more storylines regarding majors in the last couple of years that could beat when will Astralis return?
Yeah, that's a major question coming, right? And look, you look at the previous iterations of the roster and you're kind of like, okay, they haven't made it there for quite some time. You kind of bring it in and out of, you know, getting close, you know, but never close enough. We've already got a couple of teams that have made it through, by the way. We're going to whittle through the field here. Give that early explainer, Heroic OG, a quick 3-0 by them, a very decisive, you know, streak of form from them. And I think it shows, it speaks volumes to how much they actually deserve to make it there and why the Swiss stage is sort of a format that, you know, even gives you that, you know, that cushion, if you will, if you drop a game or two. But Heroic and OG did not need that cushion. 3 back-to-back victories getting them across the line. But now we are getting concerned about the next ones to join us, right? Because the top 5s can get through by sheer 3 wins into the main Swiss. The 6th one is not enough getting 3 wins in the main Swiss. If they get 2 losses, they're going to have to battle it out in a play-in stage as well. But thankfully for Astralis and Metasport, that is yet the case.
Yeah, that is yet the case. We're going to move into the second game of the day. And look, there's so many storylines going on into this one, right? Astralis have missed the last 4 majors in a row, but now they put themselves in a position where they can actually play not to stay alive in the competition, but to go forward. And it's been a while since we've actually seen Astralis in a situation where they have 2 wins and they could go forward if they just win 1 more, but it's not elimination on the line. And then on the other side, you have a Metasport team that is formed by a lot of ex-NIP players. And one thing I'm going to point out, by the way, first of all, Metasport have they've over-exceeded expectations for this event, and even making it here is history, as they're the first Swedish team to do so since 2019 to qualify for an MRQ. We're talking full Swedish team with 5 Swedish players and a coach. We're not counting that NAP with Device. The last time Hampus and Plopsky played the playoffs of a major, Device was their teammate.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is quite a throwback. And you're right. It's been a very long time since there's been Swedish supremacy in Metasport, albeit being the last seed into the major qualifier here, are showing that they're one of the top dogs. They've gotten some good wins. And now, of course, they're going to have to prove it against the #1 seed. It's like #1 versus last seed. It's kind of crazy. I love this narrative. But yeah, we talked about Metasport. Let's jump into Astralis as well, because there are a lot of interesting narratives here altogether. Look, you said 4 majors in a row. They haven't made it. They've gone through a couple of iterations as well. The most recent one being Cadian. Obviously, they've been together for a while. A change of roles, a change of responsibilities. They've been able to gel through them now. Is that been enough in your eyes from what you've seen to get them that leg across into that major finally?
Look, I think we're seeing right now the most convincing Astralis that we've seen so far this year, right? There's constant improvement. Cadian has played his best event so far, and sure, you could look at the rating and say this is, so far, has been the only event in 2025 that Cadian could finish on above 1 rating, by the way, and this is a crazy statistic to be pointed out. CT side-wise, he's looking at over 140, right? T-side-wise is dreadful. I'm not going to even read out the number, but on the CT sides, he's been active. He's been getting a lot more involved, and we know this is where Cadian has always thrived, right? Even when he doesn't have the AVP, the fact that he's taken a lot more initiative on the CT side is enabling him to be a lot more involved. And I do feel like, obviously, Astralis have put out a great performance so far in the event. And the fact that they lost to OG in the first round, I mean, all of us remember what Nikudos did to them on Nuke, so I don't think we can fault them on this one.
Well, you did request for this graphic here, Ted, for the head-to-head of the 2 AWPers. I'm imagining it's got to do a little bit about the recent form and how much the team relies on them?
Yeah, absolutely. Device is the highest rated player of this event so far, and there's no 2 ways about it. He is Mr. Consistent. We're talking about a 4-time major winner. We're talking about a 2-time major MVP, one of the greatest players in the history of the game. And I think it's safe to say Lumi's going to have a pretty tough task on his hands, right? First major qualifier in the career of the Swede. He was brought in as the least experienced player on Medisport around a year ago, and now you're looking at him staring at the possibility of qualifying for a major and being part of, as we said, for the first time since 2019, a full Swedish team with a Swedish coach qualifying for a major, and he has to face off against Device, who was supposed to come in and save Swedish Counter-Strike because they didn't have a good enough opener. That's why he joined NIP. I mean, this is going to be a banger of a matchup, and especially if Lumi's able to win this head-to-head in a way, or if Medisport end up winning it, I can tell you for sure there's going to be a damn smile on his face.
It's so easy because the storylines just write themselves. But you know what doesn't write itself? The map vetoes. The teams had to go through a pick and ban process, and that's. I'd love to get our hands into this one. Obviously, there've been some weak points. There've been some strong points. But there is no doubt that Ancient hasn't really been going the way as Astralis as it has done in the past. So I get why it's floated, not anywhere close the first two pickups. But what's your grasp of the situation? Because Inferno being the first one, Mirage being Metasport's pick, and Ancient as a decider gives us a bit of a variety.
I feel like this is how it was supposed to go, right? Astralis have not played on Inferno so far in the event, so you could consider it a risk considering that they've lost the 3 out of their last 4, I think. But on paper, Inferno's always been a solid map for those guys. Medisport have played it twice so far, 1-1, lost 1 against OG. Behind the decision that obviously Ancient doesn't get picked by Astralis, which was obviously an obvious one, there is a rule when you're playing against a team led by Hampus that is in form and playing some good old Counter-Strike. You never pick into an Ancient, right? They're probably going to let it float as a third one either way because Medisport do love the map. Isaac has been playing some great Counter-Strike as well, by the way. Highest rated player of Medisport so far this event, surprisingly. And he's been popping off on pretty much every single map, Ancient included. So if you're looking at Astralis right now, I like the approach. You go for something that you haven't played so far this event. We don't really know how much time they've had to prepare some new things on Inferno maybe before the start, because so far we've seen the train that they played, we've seen the Nuke, we've seen a couple different maps, Mirage as well, that they played the other day, and I feel like there's been a lot of new things that have been brought up in the terms of proactive plays and set pieces, which has never been a struggle, I feel like, for Astralis. The cohesion is where we're looking for the majority of the problems so far, but yeah, even map veto-wise and some cool new plays being implemented, I think they've done a good job, so I'm looking forward to this Inferno and expecting something exciting out of them.
Cool. And for sure, Inferno is going to be a big topic of the conversation, being the first map and everything. But I'd like to turn our attention as well to Mirage, given that, it's sort of Metasport's way of possibly, if they get an upset in the first map, a way of getting a 2-0 or at least getting a leg in this series. Now, when you look at their previous performances, BC Game was at one of their first matches, one of the reasons why they went 2-0 from the first place in this main Swiss stage. It was a successful day for them against a very, dangerous BC Game. We've seen them, they don't seem out of form, so, Metasport have done a great job there. But then you go up against OG, the first map being played, it was a bit of a different story, couldn't get the road running quickly. Now, look, if Mirage went their way from the get-go, we could have potentially seen Metasport in that 3-0 with OG dropping down to the lower bracket. So I'm a little concerned here. Obviously they feel like, maybe it's a bit when it comes to warming up into the game, when it comes to starting off the day with that Mirage, it didn't really go that well for them. But to say the least, they've got to lock this one in. You can't really rely on a draw, a second map potentially if you're Metasport right now.
I feel like this is where things could go a little bit wrong as well for Metasport, right? You're always going to be looking at that 13-7 win of Astralis over Paravision from a couple days ago, looking at how good Cadian was on the CT side. I mean, himself as the B anchor, and Yabi and Tour Shore, they combined for 23 kills. And that wasn't Yabi going 22 kills and Cadian getting 1. No, it was 10 kills for Cadian, 13 kills for Yabi. Device was popping off as well. So unless you're able to stop that, I guess, streak of really convincing aggressive plays and ways to switch things up. Cadian goes aggressive in towards the B apartments or gets put on a second AVP in towards B. Device is constantly moving around and being as proactive as ever. Yabi's picking up multi-kills every single time. Unless you're able to counter that, you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. And obviously you're thinking Medisport should have a plan to deal with that if they're intending to go into a Mirage.
Well, Inferno is going to be the map that will test these two teams from the get-go in this best of 3, Astralis and Metasport, for a battle to enter the major. Will it be the Swedes? Will it be the Danes? A story as old as time here in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, a story as old as Counter-Strike, and Astralis are looking to go back to where they deserve to be, the major stage, but they have to deal with a couple really well-playing sweeps to get there. Adam B's gonna open things up, double setup in towards the apartments. Lovely double.
Sure, you've taken Adam B down to 4 HP, which is going to make things a little bit easier for you if you want to maneuver right into the site. But the fact that Metasport have gone all the way outside of Banana, so much control through mid, but Isaac struggles on the collection. Suddenly, Astralis have an in.
Okay, it's down. Bomb could get dropped. Hampus not able to connect on the shot. Zablowski's got his knife out. Really old fights happening all over the map.
This is getting really rough. Suddenly, Astralis find themselves in the matchup. You've got Storm getting himself with a bomb over to this B site. Metasport are trying to chase after him. Storm gets a safe plant. There's a real chance Astralis get this.
Yeah, he's gonna need a 1v2 clutch for the ace here, Stown. What a way that would be for him to kick things off in this game.
Drops back. Bomb successfully gone down without taking too much damage. 3 kills to his name. He could get the ace here. What a brilliant start. Goes ring around the Rosie.
Perfect
into
timing.
Cathedral. This time it could be nuts. Oh, he's been spotted. Rips the head off Plopsky's shoulders. And now it's down to 1v1 versus Hampus, and Hampus can't be safe about this at all. Goes again for the wraparound in through ruins. Storm is playing with him. This is brilliant. He's really comfortable in such situations. And Hampus knows he's run out of time. No kit anymore available to him. Has to start running away. Storm wants to see if he can go for the ace, but he's already done his team proud. Astralis with first blood.
What a way to kick things off. I know he doesn't get all 5 kills, by the way, Stown, but you can give him the ace in this one. He's played it to absolute perfection. Medisport hit him with the double setup in towards the apartments. They get the first 2 kills. They're even able to get out of dodge there, repositioning towards the pit and under balcony, but Stown's just chasing them down, headshot after headshot, and that's been an interesting conversation so far. It's one of the switch-ups that Astralis have done. Stairs become a lot more passive, or at least he has been a lot more passive since the start of this event. We can say the same for Stown, though. He's officially participated in 0 opening fights for Astralis on the T side so far in this tournament.
Well, he was a bit of the backbone this time around. A forced buy from Metasport, making things difficult for this Danish roster. And the Mollies and Nades aren't making things that easy either.
It's an early pickup on Circadian. Astralis still can slow things down, right? You still have a decent amount of utility to work with, and Medisport might have been able to get that first kill early on, but low HP on Hampus and Plopsky might make life a little bit more difficult, and they're hitting them with a double rotate back in towards that A bomb side. Hampus spots out the first, and with the Yuto as well raining in towards B. I was going to say Medisport might be thinking about doubling back and sending a couple players back towards that B bomb side, but regardless of it, I mean, they still commit to the A clearance, and now they've cleared brackets. Now they can rotate back.
Yeah, but Hampus, on the other hand, will have reinforcements. He doesn't mind this approach at all. Astralis are able to pop down a smoke. The cross could be coming, but Metasport already making their way to the defensive lines of ruins. Aggression from Stair. Nice early entry. Adam B closes in with a FAMAS. You try to make things work with the SMGs, but you're starting to lose life. Storm down to 3 points. And Device needs to do the heavy lifting. Connects with the first one. You know Adam B is nearby. Spray is coming through on the smoke. You need to start thinking about the bomb plant. That's exactly what Device does.
Yeah, there's the tap. They're still waiting for the player coming in from Banana, though, and the longest the time goes on, the closest Lumi's gonna get.
And Isaac reads a shot from where Device is planting. That's ridiculous. The intuition to go for a spray down in that unorthodox angle. And just like that, it's Metasport to be able to answer right off the rip.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a kick in the teeth, isn't it? Astralis kick things off with a Stown 4K 1v2 clutch. And then you lose to the force buy. Good work from Stair to be able to deal with Plopsky there, but Adam B doing God's work. Had that conversation as well about Adam B. Obviously, twin brother Susp did make his major debut in Shanghai with that wildcard lineup, so as of right now, you're trying to play catch-up with your big bro. Well, not really big bro, they're twins.
What, by seconds, minutes?
Maybe. I don't really know which one was first.
You know, these types of conversations make big difference in family reunions. Either way, Astralis, a bit of a struggle, back-to-back falls. This time it's their turn to enter that realm. They've already got an early pickup, which doesn't hinder their chances. MP9, Tech 9s, couple Deegs could mean an aggressive playstyle for them as they try to move into long.
Ooh, Lumi's heard the steps.
He's being tested. It's going to be Yabi that enters first, but Lumi doubles up. Hamper's there as the backup as his teammates drops. Device looking for the alternative angle. Spray down. Not the first connection going well. Storn, can he break the distance? Morley bounces off his head. Doesn't land to do any fire damage onto him. But Medisport have got the clear idea of what's going on. Storn, he brought the magic round number 1. But I'm afraid his moments are numbered in this round. Might as well make things look competitive as he rips Adam to shreds, but that's going to be that as Medisport are the first to gain a lead.
Okay, that's the force by roller coaster done for, and you're already seeing an early example of why Hampus is such an exciting and cool player to watch. By the way, he's so quick to make those decisions. It makes complete sense for Astralis to deploy the majority of the U2 or invest the majority to try and get an opening kill in towards B and then look for the gap in towards long. But Lumi does a great job. Hampus straight up rotation, leaving the B bomb side, focusing on getting the majority of the kills. In Astralis, because of the damage that they were able to do, because of that 1D that Stan was able to get, they decided to go for another force buy.
They do. That's interesting.
Cadian's got a head armor, Glock, and a smoke.
He knows his role here.
Okay. He did have a Tech 9. He just wanted to fire the Glock in towards Banana to bait that they're ecoing. Okay, that makes complete sense.
Okay. There's layers to this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Medisport, you're probably not ready for this being a force buy. You are ready for them to have pistols, though, so you're still playing a setup that should be good enough for you to deal with the Tech 9s.
The fact that Medisport have also gone for a deep banana exploration, they've got a bird's eye view of what's about to happen. Happy to keep 3 players busy on this A site. Yabi about to pop off, or at least pop out. Popping off, I guess, is yet to be proven. Adam B knows there's something going on. Approaching in short, this explosion from Astralis needs to be good. They've got a couple of flashes available to them if they want to do that. All they need to hurt. And you know what hurts even more? Hampers his bullets on the back line. Cadian in panic takes down one of his own teammates, and all of a sudden, Astralis' attack is in shambles.
Yeah, you just turn your backs and Hampus is coming in from Banana pushing down. That's the price of a force buy. I guess now they know. And there's a couple kills being picked up. Still far from panic stations. Plopsky's going to confirm that double kill. Nice and easy. Clean stuff coming out of Plopsky. You let them get a couple kills, but all in all, if you're Medisport, you're so happy right now. You realize that was a force buy from Astralis. And this is the risk that Astralis is taking going for that force. Now, Medisport are probably going to get a fort on the board. And they can aspire to keep this one a little bit cleaner to strengthen up the finances too.
That's the team kill there. I love that we get to see the replay of it as well. Yeah,
I think, you know what?
The guarantee to that deep angle was a nice one there.
I'd focus on the Cadian redemption arc right now because he has been playing his best events so far individually on CT sides. I'm going to read out some of them, right? T side wise, you're looking at a 0.2 rating. So we're not talking about that. But CT side on Nuke against OG in a game that they lost was 12-4 as a ramp player. Then you're looking at Mirage as a B apps player. He's got a 10-5 CT side. And then on Train as against ENS as a B anchor again, he's getting a 13-8. So he's been playing some good CT side Counter-Strike.
Let's see if he can step things up as the aggressor. Obviously having a supporting role. Won't really put him in the spotlights.
I mean, it's obvious that Stair and Stown haven't really been getting as many aggressive possibilities, right? It's Yabi. Cadian's been taking a whole lot of initiative alongside Device, by the way, on T sides as well. But yeah, Yabi, Cadian, and Device are getting involved in the majority of the opening fights as of right now. Of course, that could have been just because of the specific game plans on some maps. Doesn't mean that they intend to keep it that way and keep Stair away from going in first, but so far here, they've been switching things up.
And yet again, Medisport with a good read of having 3 players to that A-site defense. You've got Lumi considering maybe dropping back, but the fact that you've got the reinforcements of Plopsky nearby does make things that much easier, knowing there's the cross incoming. Getting the timing and all players appearing. These M4s are looking clean. Only player taking damage throughout that entire round was Lumi for Medisport as they keep on punching in the numbers.
Tell you what, that firepower that we're seeing from Medisport right now at the start is really scary. I mean, the fact that you're able to keep a round like this one clean is going to build up the economy, and we know this is probably the toughest thing to do nowadays in MR12, especially talking about the CT side of Inferno, which is quite needy in terms of utility. Isaac Susp looking pretty strong. Same for Plopsky. We already talked about Hampus and Plopsky being away from majors for quite a while. Of course, for Plopsky, I mean, it's been a little bit longer because Hampus did stay on NAP for a bit longer than him. Played one more major.
Couple of nades blocked.
Oh,
Smokes and such.
yeah,
a bit of a
failed
gap.
retake utility into towards Banana, but they're still, I guess, keeping them at bay enough to go for that double apartments push. Yeah, B timing. Oh no.
Yikes! That is not going to go well for Astralis. Metasport are winning on every single engagement. Cadian finally creating a bit of a gap for his team. Bomb needs to be collected though. There's 1 minute on the clock. Metasport are being very proactive with crossing. They know they've let go of the B bomb site access, but do you still have the supporting ability to allow the bomb planter to cross? Resmoking, but two players
cross.
still capable of being above it. A bit of a whoopsie there. Realizing the close smoke is probably the best one. Cadian drops it, picks it up after the spray. Bomb could be going down here, but it's still a 2v3.
And Cadian's low on HP. Device has to do the majority of the heavy lifting, you feel like.
Deep angle into Cathedral. Not one that you expect necessarily. Goes for the early pickup, getting a bit fidgety with the impending doom signed up by Metasport. Cadian now on the 1v2, barely any health on him, needs the clean headshots, will not be getting them. Instead, Metasport are successful with not only the start of this round, but the closer, able to deny another Astralis buy round.
And those are the worrying signs as well, right? Astralis didn't seem to be aware that the deep, I mean, the deep smokes into our CT are completely fine, but not when they're that deep, right? You should, I guess, realize the way that you're throwing the smoke is leaving a possibility. It's not like the CTs were even boosting on top of each other, right? They were just both staring at them from the railing. They had an improvised high-low. It was absolutely impossible for Stair to cross, and we saw that he damn sure had no clue that was a possibility. Which is a worrying sign. As we said, the main issue so far for Astralis in this event, and probably the majority of the events this year, has not been the initial preparation, has not been the individual quality, well, maybe from some players, but in general is the fact that sometimes it kind of feels like they're a little bit too discombobulated. And when you have that, obviously it's a little bit different when your in-game leader is used to approaching the map in a different way. In his entire life, he's played as an Oper and as a really active player, but still, you'd feel like they should have a little bit better communication when it comes down to mid-late rounds. And yeah, it's a really well-timed tactical timeout here. After a really weird moment like that, you decide to hit him with another force on the back of the damage that you did, but at this point, Medisport have got money for days, so another risk being taken by Astralis without a bomb plant too. Oh, it's actually a half buy, alright, don't mind me.
Well, still, one that could do damage if you get the first pickups. Now Isaac looking to drop in off the back of a teammate's flash. Never mind, doesn't go to plan. But the fact that you've got a third player as a guarantee. Lumi comes alive, a triple to his name. Metasport need no more.
Okay, that's how you bring in the impact. That's how you start things off. Lumi's consistency so far this year has been far in between, but he's got some good moments like those. That's exactly the type of start he want. In general, though, the round was really good from Astralis, right? Flashes from Yabi were great. Stown's able to get that double entry into that A bomb side, and then Lumi comes out of nowhere with a triple. As we said, that was just the half buy with a couple hero rifles in the previous one from Astralis. So Barcadian, who's on the MAC-10, everyone's going to be on the rifles. Device all present as well on the T side, but Medisport 6-1 up. And a quick reminder, by the way, this is the map pick of Astralis.
Man, if you're Astralis, you're probably thinking this round needs to go to us, otherwise we're going to really struggle. Sure, this is the first map of a series, a best-of-3 series. Could still pick up the pieces from there on out, but this is your own map pick. This is where you're supposed to find some early comfort.
Oh my god.
But you're getting picked apart. Plopsky with the early pickup again. Astralis need to figure out a plan.
And that doesn't help, by the way. This is Down. He's been the hardest hitting player on the side of Astralis so far on this map. All of his teammates combining for 7 kills. Down's got 9. They need someone else to step up. That's at least the start.
I think that was off the back of an HE grenade as well. So there was clear visibility. Device closing in. Was on the move when his opponent appeared in front of him. Therefore, the shot was inaccurate. And now 4v4. Astralis lacking in HP, though.
I'm not even sure if you want to try. I mean, obviously, you're going to give this one a go. You've got a 4v2 on that B bomb side, but with the low HP on two of those players, I guess one of them being the Oper is not that big of an issue, but the execute needs to be clean. Same for the entries.
Hamper's about to be tested. First up.
Oh,
great
what?
flash coming in from Device. Gabby completely destroys Hampers there. Boxky gets confused throughout the chaos. Plenty of players appearing left and right. And that means that Astralis finally get the bomb down, having the number superiority. This round should be falling in their hands.
I mean, I'm not sure if we can describe that as clean necessarily, but Yappy just jump headshot a player while being blinded with an AK-47. That's one way to make your way into a bomb site. That's one way to win a round. Astralis, maybe the stars aligning a little bit. You're looking at the overall HP. You're thinking a couple bullets could have made the difference for Medisport there. And Isaac is still going to be playing for a couple exit kills. I don't necessarily mind that, by the way. CTs have got money. Not quite the same situation for the Ts that are low on HP already, but Isaac's now spotted the brunt of the exiting Ts, so might as well back off. Make sure he holds on to that M4. Astralis get a second on the T side. It's not the cleanest one ever, but it definitely is a start.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Astralis getting themselves away in on the
He killed him and then he jumped. It's fine.
He's not that lucky. A bit of a tech timeout coming in as well. We've had a few of those the past few days, but most of them have been fairly quick. Jumping straight into the action. Now the AWP is matched by Lumi. We get to see that bit of a head-to-head you were describing earlier, Ted, on the analysis.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, because Lumi's been, I mean, there is a massive discrepancy. Obviously, there isn't a lot of Opers in the world of professional Counter-Strike that have a richer career and trophy cabinet, personal trophy cabinet and device, right? But if you're talking Lumi, well, this is his first attempt at qualifying for a major event before joining Medisport around 8 months ago, and that was far before Medisport were as strong as they are right now. Obviously, there was a lot of good periods for them last year, but a lot of weird roster changes made people turn their eyes towards maybe the management decisions. But before being signed up, he played on teams like the Lil Mix, Lemon Dogs, another team that is simply called Dogs, by the way. Excellent name. So I guess you could say the mental warfare that he's going to be in with himself is the most important going into a matchup like that. The good news is you're not playing for elimination. You've got a lot of experienced and tenured players like Plopsky and Hampus on your team. Isaac as well right now has got a little bit of higher tier experience. We're not counting that NAP time, obviously. That wasn't the most successful of stints, but Gamer Legion was really solid for him.
I love the fact we don't see tech pulls on our screen anymore, but the round has sort of started and everyone's running around.
Yeah, in case you're wondering, guys, this is not the new meta right now. This round is not being played.
Look, the meta, break all the wine bottles. That should help.
He's saying no to alcohol, drink only water.
Stay clean. Probably going to have to reset the economy as well as we reset this round. Great start for Medisport, though. Astralis had to go for a few back-to-back force buys. You know, it's a bit of a gamble. When it pays off, the spoils are great. When it doesn't, it sets you a bit further back, but they finally get a buy round win. If you've just joined us, Astralis have just gotten off the back of a 4v2 when it comes to the players remaining by the end of the round to execute onto the B site. Sure, a couple players were low, so it wasn't that close. That wasn't that one-sided. But they've definitely found a way back in. And if they can keep that streak going, it won't look that dominant from Medisport. We were talking about before that round as well how important it was for Astralis to get things going from this point onwards. Otherwise, Medisport could create too big of a lead on that CT side, and then it was a matter of time for them to shut down their opponents as map pick. But I feel like with that win, Astralis have negated that conversation for now.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, they could still bounce back into this one. There still is a world that Medisport keep on winning rounds, and they have a really convincing game here on the CT side. Lumi's got a $10K, so you can reinvest easily with an AVP. Isaac, Plopsky, Hampus, all of them looking pretty decent financially. So I feel like we're far from saying Astralis is comfortable on the T side.
No.
They are in the competition though, and this is better than nothing. Of course, there is a little bit of history there as well. We were talking about it. Honestly, there is so much history with this game that we could be talking for hours about it, but we were having that conversation about what Medisport have actually achieved for Swedish Counter-Strike with making it to the MRQ and being one win away from qualifying for a major event, right? This is the first, as we said, team consisting of 5 Swedish players and, of course, the coach Abdi, who used to be a coach for the Young Ninjas, the NIP Academy, that has qualified for a major qualifier since the iterations of Fnatic and Team Ancient in 2019 that played at the Starladder Berlin Major EU Minor, which, of course, for all of you Gen Zs at home, the minors were what we call MRQ now, pretty much, but they were played on LAN.
Yeah, from the minors to the RMRs to the MRQs. Wonder what the next system will be.
I don't know, maybe we stick to the MRQs for a little bit.
You reckon?
I like changes usually, but as of right now, yeah, I think we can stick to it for a little while. But yeah,
sure.
There's been a lot of things going on for Swedish Counter-Strike and very few good things. Medisport is like they're like a bright worm in a pretty big and dark room.
Yeah, you always need to have that hope, right, when it comes to restoring glory for your country, right? Because, look, if you put your mind back to just a decade ago, it was a completely different story to what Counter-Strike looked like internationally.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Sweden was at the lead of that, right? We're the spearhead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to... I guess Astralis is doing the same for Denmark, right? Obviously, you have OG, and shout out to those youngsters, because you do have a Danish core of Nikodos, Buzz, and Krisen in there, and they were able to already make it through to the major in a 3-0 fashion. But Astralis is Danish Counter-Strike for a lot of people. So the fact that you see them get an opportunity to finally go back after missing out on 4 majors, the last time they played one being Antwerp, definitely feels good for a lot of Danish fans, but it's the same conversation we could be having about the Swedish ones, right? So it's kind of like we're reliving once again that rivalry between Swedish and Danish Counter-Strike that a couple of years ago, as you pointed out, about 8-9 years ago, was actually the rivalry to who was going to win the trophies. Now is the rivalry on who's going to qualify for the major, but you know what? We gotta work with what we've got.
Yeah, it's the landscape of Counter-Strike teams, at least at the top of the levels, you know, winning majors, getting themselves into the top 5s, into the playoffs of the big events, you know, it's changed completely. You're talking mostly in regards of like European mixes. You've got a couple of Brazilian teams that are, you know, entering that top 10. Sure, you've got the Mongols as well in the conversation here and there, getting some good results and being competitive. But overall, it's the mixes of Europe that have kind of taken over, and those all one country teams don't exist at that high level as often, right? We were having yesterday the conversation about Big as well, right? Being that for Germany. Sure, Germany hasn't really had the history that the Scandinavian teams like Sweden or Denmark have had in this game. They've reached heights, but they've never, you know, created any sort of dominance, to say the least. So, yeah, to see teams like Astralis, like Medisport, continuing that belief, you know, continuing that they, you know, can produce that level of Counter-Strike again is really cool to see. It's just a matter of when. I feel, you know, you kind of need to have the correct pieces in there as well, right? You kind of need to have the right players, the right cohesion, the right atmosphere. And look, you know, all of these players have got some history behind them, right? Device being a part of the biggest dynasty when it comes to Danish Counter-Strike. Then you've got some players that are the new blood from Denmark as well. When you look players like Yabi, for example, right? You've got some recent knowledge on how to get into that tier 1 space with Copenhagen Flames, etc. And then you've got Cadian, who tried to be the spearhead of his own project with Heroic, and you know, not getting to the heights you'd kind of want. You've got a lot of stories blending into one, and you want to make sure that this is the right path for an all-Danish team, which is hard to do, right? How do you balance all that? How do you balance all these big ideas and how to approach the game?
I mean, this is probably the ultimate question, right? This is one thing that people thought Astralis should not have issues with, right? When they saw Cadian coming in, obviously there was always going to be questions on what is the atmosphere on the team going to be like. But if that's all right, then you're getting a trio from Heroic, which was one of the best teams in the world at some point, and one of the teams that would make playoffs in 9 out of 10 or even 9.5 out of 10 events, right? So you were probably thinking that idea-wise and communication-wise and reactions, everything like that was going to be really clean. But yeah, just to give you a quick update, guys, we are experiencing, unfortunately, some pretty hefty technical difficulties. So that is why you have us on the screen right now. And this is why we've kind of stumbled upon the Ted and Pavlos podcast as of right now. But we are going to keep you updated. The moment that we're ready to jump right back into the game, we will. When, of course, there is a lot of action going on as well. I think it's a good time to actually give everyone a little bit of a heads up onto what's going on in some of the other games that are being played simultaneously with this one, right? Because we're running 3 best-of-3 streams A to C today. And that's going to be the case for the entire day, right? We have 3 more coming up right after this one's over. As of right now, Nemiga 12-11 up against Big in
close game.
The game over at the A stream, which is again a qualification game. So the winner of Nemiga and Big is going to be qualifying for the major. This is definitely a big opportunity for both the teams. And then on the C stream, we have 9 Pandas taking on Bedboom, where Bedboom have just taken map 1 in a 13-3 fashion on Anubis. So there's a lot of action going on. And if you think that this is the final day, well, it's not really the final day. We even have the playoffs tomorrow, because for those of you that don't know, out of from starting from this year, we actually do have only 6 quarters from the MRQ to the major in Austin. So out of the 8 teams that get 3 wins, the ones that have a 3-2 score, which is 3 teams, will be playing out tomorrow a couple best of 3s to determine which one of them is going to qualify for Austin. So there's a lot more Counter-Strike to be played out, but of course for Astralis and Metasport, both of them would be wishing to grab that train. Well, not really. You can't get to the USA by train, but you get what I mean. Grab those plane tickets as quickly as possible, because if you lose here, you got to play not only one more best of 3 later today, but you got to play tomorrow as well. And there is a world where you need to win 3 more best of 3s if you lose this one game.
That's very true. That's very true, Ted. Look, it's a difficult road ahead, and we did talk about the teams that were in that lower bracket of side of things. You know, get with those 2 losses up until recently. That was Gamer Legion, no longer there. A very dangerous Saw that got rid of them could also get rid of you if you get into that situation. So yeah, a big conversation to be had there, and definitely for both teams, they don't want to risk it to tomorrow. I know, like I looked at Metasports' HLTV page and the upcoming games they've got some games lined up as well tomorrow, which I suppose if they do get to 2 losses, they're going to have to cancel their plans, because they still got the major to play for. So, you know, it's not just that, it's just getting there quicker rather than later, right? You've got an opportunity in your hands. If you're Metasport, you had that opportunity yesterday as well, up against OG. So you want to, you know, make it in there without dropping to that final mark when there's so much pressure on you, so much, you know, falls into your mind when it happens to decisions. And, you know, in a situation like that, you might not be playing your optimal Counter-Strike, right? That's when things can get chaotic. That's when things can get out of hand. Sure, it tests you. Sure, it makes it for entertaining games, which is why I'm also excited about it. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation whether Metasport and Astralis can beat their own demons for this one and see if they can cross the finishing line. We do have an update for you, folks. The players are changing the server. Seems to be in some server issue. So we're getting a hold of that, trying to fix that, get that all up and running for the players to get going. But yeah, should be done fairly quickly. There is, they've been trying to fix that for quite a while. And I do also receive word that will be back live with the game really soon. So that's positive news.
Yeah, it is positive news. And by the way, as we were having that conversation about national pride, and I think there's another quick story that we can throw into that podcast segment as of right now before we go back to the server. Actually, because we were having that conversation about how long it's been since we've seen a full Swedish team with 5 players participate at a tier 1, well, not a tier 1 event, but at a major. The last time a full Swedish team played in the playoffs of a Counter-Strike major was Katowice 2019, which was a major, and that was NIP, which at the time consisted of Res, Forest, Lecro, Dennis, and Get Right. This is a bit of a throwback. Astralis was the team to eliminate them out of the quarterfinals, right? That was the legendary Astralis. That was the second major that they won, and the first out of 3 in a row that they ended up winning. So you're... When we're talking, well, not the first, actually the second, because they won in London as well. But bottom line is, you get the point. Swedish Counter-Strike has spent a long time without representatives. With, again, we're not counting Device being in there, because technically, I mean, it is NIP and 4 Swedish players, but Device was in there, so you did have a little bit of Danish. But in terms of 5 Swedish players and someone like Hampus to build the, well, not build the project, but come in and return to the highest of levels, or try to return to the highest of levels after his time on NIP, because he did have that stint with Bleed, and that was looking quite optimistic, was looking quite hopeful. Things didn't seem to be working out, obviously, for a lot of reasons that had nothing to do with the in-game part of it, right? The in-game side of it was not really the main issue there. Then Johnny Speeds towards the end of last year didn't really work out for him as well. So it's kind of good to see Hampus back on a fully Swedish project with other people that have the incentive to actually show that they still have something to get to the highest level of competition, like Plopsky, who was removed from that NAP team as well a couple years ago, like Isaac, who was pretty hyped up after the Gamer Legion run into Paris, and who did not necessarily have the most successful of tenures with the side of NAP, and now is again proving himself as a good and valuable asset to a team. So there's a lot of personal incentive on the side of Metasport, as well as the national pride that they're carrying. So yeah, definitely going into this one, they're gonna be holding this game and this opportunity to qualify for the major quite close to their hearts.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the case for all teams here, and I know you mean it, you know, on that regional level as well. When you're representing a country, it becomes a lot deeper. But yeah, I mean, this is the fight of making it to the biggest stages of the world, right? And sure, this time it's in Austin, Texas, but you know, another time it's been Paris, another time it's been Bucharest, another time it's been Brazil, right? It's still the major. It's always going to be at the epitome of this game. It's always going to be at the top of your mind. It doesn't matter if you win any other big event. You always want to be you know, in the conversation of a major, because you know, you're never going to be celebrated with you know, side events and such. But yeah, when majors are in the conversation, they're the ones that people remember you for. It looks like we're back on the server. Teams have made it in there. Purchases have begun. We're seeing the AWPs on both sides again. I'm just waiting for that timer to start ticking.
Yeah. Because it was that long ago, by the way, I'm just going to give everyone a bit of a recap onto what happened in the last round that we actually did witness. It was an Astralis. I don't want to say it was a full investment. Cadian on a Mac 10, everyone else on AKs, Galeos, or an AVP for Device. Low HP on a couple of the players, but they did decide to go for a B execution, and on the back of a great entry from Miyabi, they were able to make their way into the bomb side, refrag the Coffins player 1-for-1, and then survive the round with 4 players remaining, regardless of all of them being below or around that 50 HP mark, and Metasport saved 2 of their guns, so money's good because they did win a whole lot of consecutive rounds beforehand. So yeah, we're ready to jump right back in.
Hey, the timer is starting to tick down. We're ready to go. Again, this is for qualification into the Austin Major. Let's see how this goes. This is still the first map of the series. It is going to be Astralis' pick. We enter another bye round after a strong start from Metasport. Is this where the comeback begins for Astralis? Just some damage early on onto Storm, but that's it.
Yeah. Mid-lurk smoke deployed there for the T side, pushing the AWP away. Lumi was hoping to get an early pick into it, but look at Device as well. Both AWPers being denied from smokes from their oppositions to go for those early picks. But you are seeing both Device and Lumi showing the clear intention to actually give their teams a bit of an advantage early on.
Yeah, if you're Metasport, the only sort of noise you've received initially was some smoke, some mutuals, some shots being thrown out from Banana. Now, more things start to settle towards A, but Metasport think it could be a little bit on that more fake end of things. Metasport do aggress. That info is there for them. They can start rotating, but Astralis are going to be quick on their feet. They're starting to line up their shots. Smoke drops again for Adam, but he's going to need reinforcements quickly. Isaac under. We'll get connected. Both Stare and Storm get the job done. They've taken over A.
It's a great reaction coming out of Astralis, by the way. We didn't quite catch it, but the Yuta was coming in from Metasport in towards Top Banana, and the deep Molotov, the flashes, that was a clear signal for Astralis. Okay, those guys are retaking Banana right now. They're going to realize we're coming in A. We need to accelerate as quickly as possible. There is a big chance that there's going to be only 2 players here, and The Oper not even being in place, it was just Adam B and Isaac did give it a good go, but couldn't get a single kill. Down instead, get the kills. Astralis looking at third.
Indeed they do. And look, the situation where Inferno is right now, there's no way you're going to be taking that retake with lesser a number of players. And especially wanting to build that economy, keeping it at a favorable side of things. You want to keep things going, keep that util, defuse kits, guns and all.
Terrorists win.
It is a good reaction, though, from Astralis, right? You push them away from Banana. You get a little bit of early presence in towards mid to make sure that the CTs don't have too much vision with that lurk smoke. It's a really dynamic way of controlling the map. At the moment that Medisport try and answer back, you just accelerate into the bomb site. A great opening coming out of Stair. And another one from Stown onto the side. Yabi's flashes have been great, by the way. He's on 2 and 7. So quite difficult to praise him individually for the work he's been doing. But support-wise, he's been doing a whole lot of it.
It hasn't been too shabby at all. Astralis want to amp up the pace a little bit, but are victims to a lot of nade damage. Want to throw in some of their own. Storm barely holding on to life there. 3 points of health.
Yeah, this is great utility damage. Spam coming in as well. It's not going to be an easy one to convert from here on out. It's not like we haven't seen Astralis already win rounds like those, but this time you're trying to explore your options in towards Banana, and that means you're not quite avoiding the Ope. Good news is you've got around minute 20 on the clock, so you can explore your options still.
Some silence starts to drop. Medisport lacking formation for the past few seconds. Some flashes, some movement towards A. But this B push yet to be spotted. Lumi posted up nicely. Great little pop flash. Yabi to drop through. But Popsky's got the higher angle. Stair does influence the Endeavor, but still, you've got to deal with Lumi. Device jumps in aggressively with the big green. Gets things to equal ground 3v3. Again, B execute successful.
He's seen him. They're going to give it a go on the retake, though. Stoun's down to 3 HP. Kadian wants to make sure he doesn't go down to Hampus here.
Thing is, Medisport are a bit disjointed here. You sort of need to wait for Isaac to join to have your better chances. Damage with nades. Opening. Re-smoked again. This hinders Medisport's chance. And they're starting to run out of time. You can see that Isaac's heart isn't into this. He drops back. Medisport as well. They're looking to save.
Yeah, it's all about Isaac not being able to find a kill early on in towards middle, and I don't really mind it, right? You're looking at the money on the side of Medisport. This is them just realizing we're in no rush to get rounds. We can play for a couple exit kills. This is a good pickup coming out of Isaac. Money on Astralis is starting to get a little bit more solid, though, so it's not going to make that massive of a difference. But as we said, this is Medisport realizing we've got 6 rounds already on the CT side. The last thing that we want is throwing ourselves at a retake. That's not a sure thing, or at least favorable for us, right? We can call this one off. It was a good effort, Lumi and Plopsky finding 1 kill apiece, but it was always going to be difficult. Good work from Stown to keep those 3 players on the side of Medisport occupied in towards A with the util. That's the reason the rotations were a little bit slower.
But it's already a different story than it was at the start. Quick comeback one from Astralis. Again, early nade damage from Astralis, but it doesn't look like they care. They want to get players up close and Banana quickly. This boost comes through, and Stair's successful with a collection.
That's why you want to have him on the opening kills. He's so crisp with it.
And now Hampus is being left alone. Shaw bolstered up by Adam B with an extra smoke to spare. As Astralis changed their direction of focus.
Yeah, and this is a good exchange, right? You inhale that early HE in towards Banana. That's going to tag down both Stair and Katie, and you at least want to get a kill in exchange for it. So it is a little bit of a trade that you're going to be happy with, and seems like another group up in towards the B bomb side. At abundance of util, Stair is still exploring his options in towards the apartments, though.
And it's a treacherous one. Lumi holding the angle. Is not going to struggle too much with that pickup. Astralis no longer having Stair on the lurk, will try and double down on this B push. Hampus all by himself to defend.
The nade.
Could do a bit. It does. 2 different players. Is it substantial to soften them up? Enough smoke to deter the cross. Spray down already coming through from Adam B, but he runs out of bullets, has to reload, and Astralis take that chance to regress. The nade coming in again. It's going to be a lob. An underthrow. Onto Storm, it does so much spray down. Oh, barely gets away. Stun running away from that keeps the numbers equal.
This is the one you might want to go for, though. Isaac is going to be a little bit quicker in towards Banana. Important fight coming up against Device.
Hampus to spearhead the attack. Yabi and Storm holding hands in this exchange. You've still got players on the backside to be spotted as Charlotte's playing in corners, playing in the shadows, ready for the moment to pounce. And when they do, they're deadly. Slice their opponent's necks. Isaac left, and Device will be quick to deal with. Lumi, the only one to get pickups this round, but it will be to no avail as Astralis make their realm known.
If you get that op out of the hands of Lumi, they're not going to have enough money to put him on one in the next round, I feel like. Oh, never mind. Hampus has got it. Still, you want to stay alive ideally, and Device will make sure that is not the case. So, let's look at the money on the side of Metasport. It might be a bit of a troubled purchase, although I think they should be alright. Still, Device having a massive round in Cadian with some good impact towards the back of the bomb site. You feel like if they wanted to win the round, maybe Isaac wanted to activate a little bit earlier, but of course you don't want to fall down in towards Banana. You know if they lose you, they probably lose the round. This is the trick of being in that type of a position. You're just valuing your life because you know the round depends on it, so sometimes you could be a little bit too late to the party. And that allowed Device to get involved and get a couple more important kills. Astralis, as of right now, is recovering really nicely into this one. You're looking at it individually. It doesn't feel like there's anyone popping off that you can identify, I guess, in a way. I mean, Stoun's got 10 kills, but he's already died 10 times as well. Yabi's on 2 kills, but we already highlighted the support flashes. Cadian is on 3 kills, but he's got 2 or 3 kills in important moments, bringing in the impact. It's a team effort coming out of Astralis. A couple good openings from Stair too.
Quit option as well. Their backs were up against the wall earlier on. Doesn't take long for them to be put in the conversation again. 1 round left on the half. And you've got to know that there's going to be some pressure onto this as well. Metasport want to have a buffer, given how well it all started, how quickly they were able to build economy. Astralis, though, have been able to take over site control. And when it came to that, it's been impossible for Metasport to take the sites back.
It is a signal that a lot of work has been put into some of the protocols for Astralis as well, right? This is where they've been struggling so far this year, holding on to bomb sites, converting rounds that you look at and you're thinking, well, 8, maybe even 9 out of 10 times this team should be winning. They haven't really been letting go of a lot of those so far. Metasport still giving it a go at a 7th round, and Stoun's open things up with a big double in towards Banana. Blobskin Hampus go down 6 feet under.
Ted, you were saying about players that would stand out. You said Astralis was showing up, all of them together, but Stoun's been incredible with his openings. 2 to his name already, keeping his team in the conversation every single round. And sure, he's been dying a lot, but he's been creating a lot of space as well.
Yeah. It feels like it's a bit of a relief as well, seeing him get involved into those opening fights. As we said, over the 3 maps Astralis had played before the start of this one here in the MRQ, he didn't get involved in a single opening fight on the T side. Now he's been getting a lot more involved, and we can see how this is helping Astralis' T side. Especially on a map like Inferno, when this was starting to look a little bit scrappy at the beginning. Especially when you look at some of the other Infernos, the most recent ones that Astralis had played. You were thinking maybe there's some eyebrows to be raised. That 7-13 loss to 3D Max being the most recent in Bucharest. Yabi.
I mean,
is he calling them back? There's no way.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear me. They can hear a lot of movement. Astralis know. The thing is, Yabi, though, has got a great position to explode from. Crossfire from Metasport. Best case scenario for them on the late game. Isaac holding his ground, doing a lot of damage with the MP9, but Adam B forced to do it by himself. Astralis, that was a decisive set of rounds, a consecutive streak to put them at level ground with Metasport by the end of the half.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy one in the last one, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was a little bit scary, especially after the double opening. You see them start making their way in towards the B bomb side, I guess, because of how many B finishes we see from them in the last couple rounds. You're trying to fake that you're going for another one, because why change it if it works? And then you're going back. Hey, Metasport were one step ahead, but thankfully for Astralis, able to get it over the line. You get a 6-6 tied score in the end of map number 1. This is, for those of you joining in right now, the map pick of Astralis. And they were the team to start it off a little bit slower. So a bit of a redemption arc going on already. Going to be interesting to see if they can keep it going on the CT side. We had that conversation, though, Pavlos, a little bit earlier on. If you're a Metasport, you're still I mean, you're not happy with the fact that you couldn't win the first half, considering you were in a pretty decent position. But if you look at it objectively, 6 rounds on the CT side of Inferno nowadays is not too bad, especially when you look at the fact that T sides have been working a lot better for the side of Medisport so far on this map. CT side win percentage around 40, T side 55, even over that. So it's usually the T side where they do the majority of their good work. You want to go back to that game against Bait that they played here in the MRQ, a 13-7 win against Bait. 10 rounds on that T side they were able to get.
And just to preface, this is the first best of 3 of the major qualifier here from Astralis. Up until this point, they've only been playing best of 1s. An early loss against OG, back-to-back wins with Vision and Ents, and now best of 3 available for them. Medisport had a great start, 2-0 for them at the beginning. OG was their first contender in the BO3s, and their map pool looked exactly the same as the one played out here, but just different order.
Yeah.
Inferno, Mirage, Ancient.
Is the holy trinity of Counter-Strike nowadays.
Indeed.
I mean, maybe bar Inferno. BO1-wise, though, Ancient, Mirage.
True.
All-time favorites.
Yesterday, at least. There's a duo we haven't.
Yeah. There's been a couple Mirage games, just we haven't been getting the majority of them.
Either way. The early pistols make a big difference. And the Astralis know this. Notify the rest of the team that Medisport are looking to push into this A site. Storm around the stairs, staying under the radar for just a little bit, but Plopsky's able to turn around in time. Stare with the dualies. Hoping he can get a multi-kill here. Lumi playing around with him, fiddling with him, as the rest of the team trying to drop back into the fight. Astralis have been able to make ground already, closing the distance, but Medisport group their players up together. Somehow Device keeps things close, finds himself cover onto the site, a reload. The thing is, Bomb is in the corner here. If he's able to find one pickup, then maybe there's a chance to get back onto the bomb, isolate the second. No, not going to happen. Already a difficult endeavor with the numbers advantage for the Swedish side. First pistol collected. They'll get the second half pistol as well as they gain themselves the lead again.
This is a really cool pistol round, by the way, from Medisport. The smoke to make sure that you form a bit of a wall that defends you from pit. Coming in from long side, the USPs and the P2Ks get absolutely isolated. They need to push through in towards Graveyard if they want to get a clean line of sight before the Glocks close in the distance. You know, Astralis have loved running those double pit setups on pistol rounds. 1xBet still favoring Astralis for the end win, of course. If you want to take advantage of those odds, you can go and check them out for this game and the other games over at 1xBet. The banner below the stream, you can use code Austin25. And of course, most important thing, you gotta be of legal age. And be responsible.
Be responsible, folks. You know what? The Astralis have got the best setup they could have hoped for this one, but pull the trigger early on the engagement. Now, if you're Medisport, have you realized there are enough players around there? You haven't really shown your mark. This is still a very doable situation. They take the early tries. Try with the present in the moment. Deagle shots from Storm, but not all the bullets are landing. Instead, Stair comes in to do some cleaning up. Medisport will be able to get the bomb down here, but they're worried that their opponents are going to explode in.
Oh,
that's
tricky
exactly
smoke.
what they're going to do. Smoke going to come in. The flood comes out. Cadian only left. Loses a lot of damage from the spray down there. His confidence now will be hindered.
And he's out of there. Yep.
Takes his pick between the MP9 and the MAC-10. And gets out. If you were an SMG, would you be the MAC-10 or the MP9, Ted?
I can't believe you're asking me that question. I was just about to start speaking about a round. MP9,
Sorry.
every day of the week.
Okay. Continue speaking about the round.
I just wanted to say, by the way, I know this ends up being a close round, and there's some really cool Diego shots coming out of Stown, and it's exciting to see him hit the shots. Medisport are playing some, regardless of it, playing some really clean and methodical executions into the bomb sites, right? You see the long smoke, the close mollies as well for the close angles. You know you're playing against supposedly what could be a force buy coming out of Astralis, even if it isn't, you don't want to risk it. Every single angle that you could have mollied out, you are, and you see it's a clear signal of a team knowing their ifs, buts, and maybes and timings when they just pause sometimes. And for us, it might feel a little bit random, but you throw a certain Molotov, you make up a certain amount of noise, then you pause, and you're just waiting because you know this is the logical moment for the CT on the other side to go for a peek if they might want to surprise you and catch you in your tracks. And this is the opposite of what you want. So regardless of Medisport losing a couple players, refrags were good, utility was fine. So it always felt like it was going to be a bit of a stretch for Astralis to win the round. Medisport is looking pretty damn solid at the start of this second half, same way that they did at the start of the first.
And even though Astralis seem to have the right setups every single time, it hasn't worked out for them. And with pistols, you can't imagine it will work out again. Some damage inflicted, a pickup, a kill perhaps, but other than that, Medisport have cleaned through the majority of Astralis' players already and looking to create an ever bigger lead. The difference from the previous half is that Astralis haven't gone into another force, as you would expect. On the CT side, it is not such a frequent phenomenon.
Not as much, but now you're going to have a lot of pressure on the first buy round, by the way. I mean, you're looking at a 9-6 score, Medisport on Astralis' map pick, and it's been a team effort. This is probably the most impressive thing out of everything else for the side of Medisport. You're looking at the kill distribution, all 5 members across 2 kills. Well, 3 now because of Isaac getting that one onto Stown, but bottom line is, this has been a really team-oriented game so far from Medisport. Really well prepared going into it. Some clean executions. Astralis might need a little bit more individual magic if they want to stay in this one. Open the hands of Device. This is one of the maps on which he's got some of his most iconic highlights ever. If there was a time to step it up, and Stown's been doing exactly that in some of those rounds, it would be this buy round. This is the one that Astralis need.
Yeah, they've got to get this one. When the buy rounds on the T side, they're really damn strong. But the flow changes here. Medisport look to hit this A site. Flood of utility dropping. Adam B to start off this engagement. They don't check Cadian's angle. He's yet to be tested. Device pops in and he acts as a distraction. Cadian comes out, gets one, but it's still Medisport at the disadvantage. Thorn backing up. The pressure Astralis have been inflicting from short, then long, then short again has been immaculate. And now Medisport are scratching their heads.
You were just not ready for the pace. You were just not ready for them to be foreign towards that A-bomb side. But hold on a minute.
Oh, no.
Hold on a second. Isaac's found another one. Lumi's got the information. Yabi's the B player. And stare in towards that short position. Lumi might try and walk back in towards the B-bomb side. Yabi's pushed all the way bottom banana in towards middle. It's not too bad of a decision here. You're grouping up with Stare. You want to approach this one together. There's a good chance if Lumi gets into a fight, he doesn't realize. But if he's able to get the kill onto Yabi, he won't know B's there.
Oh my word, Lumi. No way you've just done that. Suddenly it's a very real possibility. All started off from a 4v2, now a 1v1. Stare's got the good read. Coming through Banana. Lumi wary of such possibility, but not quite aware how quick Stare could have approached. Here he comes, out from the shadows. So much damage done, but not quite to pick up. Stare doubles down in holding that position. It works out, but blimey, sweat must be rolling down his shoulders after that one.
And if you're Lumi, this is a damn nice try. You're regretting that moment of hesitation, by the way. When he had his knife out, he turned around towards the left-hand side, didn't instantly realize where Stare was, right? Didn't start sprinting in towards the B-bomb side. That little moment of indecisiveness, I think we're going to catch it on the replay the moment he gets the kill onto Yabi. There it is. There's the kill. Is the fact that he turned around left in towards the A-bomb side, kills a little bit of the timing, takes away a couple seconds, and allows Stare to get a little bit closer. Astralis evading crisis in this one.
And that is an understatement.
That was a 4v2,
Boy.
yeah. Still losing the players in itself is a big enough problem. Device was on MP9 instead of being on a big green.
It wasn't just the importance of winning the round, it's just about winning it competitively.
Hey, Bob.
Device nearby. Adam B, that is so snappy. And now you can start making your efforts to join into this A side. There's only one player defending it. Stare needs help and he needs it quick. Molly down, doesn't care. Gets a double before he drops. The Astralis are definitely back in this, especially given that Yabi's got himself behind. They don't have a clue. Only one player on site punching in the digits. Yambi, the smoke is there to allow Hampus to gain some cover. He's low on health. But Lumi takes up a really strong angle. Yabi are waiting for his teammate to arrive. Surely he's been telegraphed. Surely he has. Molly dropping. Yabi waiting to see if he can collect Isaac. Instead, Isaac presses the double key rather than the S. And now Lumi shows his ground as well. Great flash coming through. Isaac pops out. Storn all to himself. Metasport, how on earth did you do that?
Was that Isaac just pushing through a Molotov and flashing apps as if they're executing onto the bomb site to blind the CTs coming in? If that was the case, this is Isaac just winning them the round single-handedly. First of all, that was a great call from Metasport. You just catch Astralis off guard. Look at that opening from Anubis. Look at how snappy he is to collect the first kills. There does God's work from the pit. 2 kills and a half there. Lumi getting the kill. Isaac deciding to push through the Molotov, realizing I'm not going to get a fight in there. All my job is to stay alive and towards the apartments. That's exactly what I've done. And I've even been able to get a kill. And if that was his flash, by the way, that was the most impactful flash kill combo so far of this map. Metasport get 10. Money's not there for Astralis. You're probably looking at a 7-11 score after this one.
That was a statement round, Ted. That was Metasport saying, we can hang about with you in brawls, in XVX fights, in any sort of situation. We can pin you down. Astralis not finding it easy.
That is Astralis regretting the fact that in the 4v2 they lost 3 players as well, right? That is the only reason they don't have the cash to go for a reinvestment as of right now. You survived that previous round with 4 alive, you at least would have had a couple SMGs, maybe a Hero M4 into this one to try and contest. And Cadian's now fully purchased with a 5.7, a little bit of Veto and a kit. Everyone else on the Deagles, a 5.7 for Device. It's not going to be an easy one. Cadian's putting a lot of trust into himself and his teammates purchasing that kit. Let's see if it makes a difference.
You're sort of hoping for a sweat and bullets situation with Deagles all across the board. That first one will be falling short of the mark. Caden, great to assist himself to a juicy pickup, but other than that, Metasport find the coast clear towards B, and if it wasn't, they've been able to scrape it up. And now increasing that advantage, Astralis, you know you're not going to have a bigger chance. Sure, you can help. You can hope that Metasport go chasing after you and you get a collection, but they know you're on an eco, so the chance of that is slim also. You're going to try and close in, keep players busy towards the bomb part, maybe let them explode, but man, this is not looking great. Metasport, off the back of winning this, they'll need 2 more, and Astralis' map pick will be going into the hands of the Swedes.
Yeah, you're starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. Exiting away, Astralis. Kit is dropped. I'm not sure if they're in a position to pick it up though. Yeah, you're just baiting them in for a couple kills right now, but it's not gonna make a difference. Metasport still getting their 11th round. Adam B will go down, so at least you're taking a bit of a hit at the T-side economy here before you invest, but Metasport have been playing some good Counter-Strike. They really have been. Look at how crisp Plopsky's on the opening Cadian flash. 5.7, good for 1, but Plopsky with a second on the refrag. And as you said, 2 rounds the difference right now, and we gotta, again, give a little bit of credit to Isaac. He's on 16 and 8. We already had that conversation. Isaac's playing his best event so far this year. He started this year with a series of 4 consecutive events below 1 rating, then had 1 event that was spot on 1, and then 3 more on below 0.9. Now he's standing on 113, and he's still going for more.
This time Astralis, though, double down with an early pickup. 2, actually, and Metasport trailing. A great chance for Astralis to catch up. Completely stops the flow from the previous rounds, right? Metasport started to make us think they could run away with this, but Astralis get some extra guns in their hands, and they make things look a little bit more competitive. Cadian with the lesser of all the weapons might be tested here, given that Yabi's been dropped. This round isn't over as Metasport take over B.
There's no way. Low HP. Yuto's gonna come in. They get a bomb plant. At least they've given themselves a chance. And now it's a 5v3 again for Astralis.
He's left 1 player out from Banana as well. Device knows. Oh, Hampus has got the greediness to cross through in front of Device's cross yet 2 times.
They've got a molly. He's flushed again.
Out.
Device missed
but
him.
He's got cover behind mid-pillar. Storn gets 2 kills. Okay, all down to Isaac now. And he's been isolated outside of Banana. Smoked off. Can you find the player defusing? Molly in front of you can hope that these shots land. Human meat shield from two different players. Glock out, not happening. Astralis avert the crisis. Did start off with the two early kills for them, but Metasport still keep them on their heels.
Whew. This is every single one of those rounds just looks and feels like it's a meter away from a complete disaster, right? What a double opening that is from Adam B. A straight up headshot onto Yabi, deleting Cadian as well. Thank God you were able to do some of that early damage, Astralis. Gets a little bit weird for Isaac as well on the spam in the end. They're able to get an 8 on the board, but again, it's all about Metasport being able to get that bomb plant, getting those kills. Now they're not forced to go for an investment that's going to lead them scraping for cash. They can just call this one off, have a proper buy in the next. Still enough of a cushion to work with on that T side.
Indeed there is.
That is the worrying part as well, right? Sometimes it kind of feels like Astralis are able to make really rounds that should be as uncompetitive as it gets look really complicated. And then they might be able to win them fairly convincingly in the end, but it's the fact that you can see that there's a little bit of a door open for Metasport to get back into pretty much every single round that's being played.
Yeah, Astralis haven't found the balance yet, that's for sure. Yabi, however, padding up his stats with a triple. Cadian allowed the delicacy of doing so as well. But yeah, this is just the catch-up, and you were talking about Metasport having a bit of a buffer. It's served them greatly. Astralis, well, they'll be entering their next buy round, and they still have 2 rounds of difference between their opposing team.
I was just thinking about the fact that I've never imagined I'd see Cadian as a pit player. I know it's been like that for a little while now, but it's just every other time that I see it, I'm just surprised again. Of course, this is just on some rounds. Now back to the B-bomb side, back to standard proceedings, and we're gonna get to see Stair get back to the good old pit apps where it's supposed to be. 11-9 though, 2 rounds the difference as of right now, and this is where Metasport decides to slow it down a little bit. In the previous buy round, they tried to hit him with something a little bit more aggressive. Big opening kill as well in towards middle from Device back then. Now he's being more passive too. No one wants to be the first one to go down in the round of such importance, but Yabi, he's gonna get spammed through, still staying alive.
Oh my word. How did you get away with that? Metasport do switch their mind over to this A side. They've got the bomb in hand there. The timing isn't right. You've got Device trying to keep you alive, but there's just way too many players crossing Device. 2 kills to his name already. Can hear the commotion coming in through short. 2 players next to him, draws out the hand cannon, but it's just not good enough. Metasport explode through the site, take over anyone that is in their path. Cadian left solo journey up against the 3 of the Swedes.
And this is not one that you're calling off here, Cadian. You press tap, you look at the money, you know you're going to be able to reinvest into the next one. Might as well give it a go. Low HP on Lumi and Plopsky, but you need something special.
Isaac is checking the position. It's being watched, and that molly reveals exactly where Cadian's going to drop from. No flash to allow him to pop out. The smoke is just there to flood through. He has to leg it. This has to be the most incredible round we've ever seen. Instead, no. Does hold back instead. There's no kit either. So, yeah, there was no chance he was going to go for that one. Instead, gives away his life. That is not optimal if you're Astralis.
Did he just die trying to get the Molotov? Was that what all of this was about? He was just trying to pick up the molly that was in front of him in the apartments. There was 15 seconds. Surely he didn't think that he would have the time. I mean, it was great effort from Device towards the back of the bomb side, but the refrags were fantastic. Another triple kill coming out of Isaac. Not a triple, actually. A little bit lower than that, but 19 and 10.
Cadian calls the double orb. Astralis figure out that this is the time to draw it out. You've got 1 AWP per site defense. Lumi's early aggression smoked off, but Metasport playing things slow, knowing that Astralis, when their back is against the wall, that's when they're most dangerous.
And yet, you're gonna need 3 rounds of nearly perfect Counter-Strike. And you're just playing for OT right now, Metasport. This is gonna be the best chance you get. And the double op, as you pointed out, this is something that you decide to throw in as a last measure. Something you haven't tried yet, and something Medisport might not be ready for. But as of right now, it's just been a slow default. Push them away from Banana, push them away from brackets. Make sure you have the entire map on your disposal, and then group up and play this one together. Looking like a B-split now.
It is starting to look like it. Keeping Device out of the know-how. It's a good timing on the molly as well to give Cadian some extra breathing space to go all the way around. Device no longer checking the scoring position. Oh, dear me. Device now knows. Not only knows, but he'll be knowing all from the grave.
Missed him.
We'll be dreaming about that one in a different dimension. Yabi needs to hold down the line here. If Yabi doesn't get a multi-frag, this is going to go wrong. Cadian, next player to be contested. He's gotten one. Doubles down. There's no way going backwards here. Can't drop back. Molly behind him. Can't quite get the third, meaning Astralis on the back foot, trying to interrupt the bomb part. Can't get there on time. Metasport try to close in, but Lumi, all he has to do is hold his line of fire. Metasport answer first. Their opponent's map pick drops in their hands.
One map away from making Swedish Counter-Strike great again. Metasport strike down first on Inferno, and this is why this was going to be such an exciting game. Metasport just bringing their A level. This is the reason this team made it to the MRQ. This is the reason this team has been one of the most pleasant surprises so far, and it was a team effort coming out of everyone, a performance that every single player on the server and the coach watching from home can be proud of, but job's not done yet.
No, it hasn't. It's been a pleasant surprise since the start of this tournament, right? It's been their early 2 victories, getting themselves to that qualification fight, even from yesterday, right, with a match against OG. Now, sure, that didn't go their way, but, you know, they had some very pleasant results, and it's obviously giving them the confidence to say, hey, we get another chance at this, we get another crack at it. Astralis, you know, sure, when you look at the history, the past couple of months, they seem to be at their best form, but when it comes to losses, they aren't bulletproof, you know, and Metasport bring us the show straight away from Inferno, and Mirage being the next map, their own map pick, gives them a great chance at a 2-0.
I mean, as of right now, if you're Astralis, you still don't feel like you lost down that badly, right? But losing both pistol rounds on your map pick, starting the first half 1-6 and then starting the second one with a deficit as well is never going to put you in a good position. And Metasport, as we said, everyone was showing up. Lumi had a great performance, bringing in a lot of impact. On the other side, you had guys like Stown popping off. Device was as well always there for big moments. There had a couple impressive rounds, but just in general, it didn't feel like things were clicking for Astralis in the rounds that mattered. And as we said, it even looked shaky in some of the rounds that they did win with 3 or 4 players surviving. Still, Metasport were constantly showing that they were waiting for the moment when Astralis would let them close.
I mean, the stories write themselves for this series, Ted. We were talking about it as well. Swedish and Danish Counter-Strike on the line. Redemption arc required. The derby between the two countries as well as the fact that we've got a #1 seed in this MRQ against the last seed into the MRQ. But it's the last seed that is able to be ahead by the end of the first map. What a brilliant start to the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're having a conversation about the individuals, some of the people that we discussed before the start of this one, Device, Cadian, and Yabi, this is going to be the trio. This was the trio that made the difference on the CT side of Mirage against Paravision a couple days ago. Yabi had a really difficult first map, and we praised him for the support work, and that was fantastic. So I'm not going to go and point a finger and say it's his fault that they lost the map, because he was doing a really good job with a lot of the flashes on multiple occasions. But when you're going into Mirage right now, you want your short player to be feeling it, right? You want Yabi to be able to reset mentally, go into that CT side, speaking a lot, being incredibly vocal. You're playing probably the most important position information-wise and vocality-wise on short, and one of the most important firepower-wise. You want Yabi to go into this one guns blazing.
Well, that was just the first map of the series. Inferno was Astralis' map pick, but it doesn't go their way. The Swedes instead are the ones ahead with Mirage to look forward to here, Ted. What are the chances, do you reckon? How important was that first map for Astralis to make sure they get the dub today?
I think the first map was really important for Metasport. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like if you're Metasport, you feel like you were really well prepared. Everything went to plan. You were able to start it off strongly in both halves, as we've already mentioned. I still think this is the test that Astralis should be able to go through if they want to prove that they deserve to be at a major, right? You lose the first map, things don't go right, you're going into a Mirage, which has not even been going that awful for you recently. So we definitely can't count Astralis out of this one just yet.
Well, there's no doubt the games are exciting. Mirage up next. Don't you miss it, folks.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Time for map 2 of the series between Astralis and Metasport, Denmark versus Sweden, here at the Blast TV Austin Major Qualifiers of Europe. My name is Pavlos, and with Ted, we're breaking down the action for this matchup. And honestly, so far, Metasport have surprised, taking home their opponents' map pick. Great starts on both of the house. Astralis couldn't catch up.
No, they couldn't. Absolutely couldn't. Yeah, that Inferno, we always had that conversation that it's going to be tricky. You're playing it against the Metasport team that has had some good results on it lately. And unfortunately for Astralis, losing both pistol rounds and having such slow starts on both halves, didn't really leave them with too many options. But the good news is, as we had that conversation before the start of this one, Pavlos, this is a pretty evened up veto, right? Both teams are playing 3 maps that they usually like. It's not like we haven't seen some good results from Astralis on Mirage lately. It's just whether we're going to get to see the face of Astralis that annihilated Parivision and the face of Astralis that beat the Mongols on it some time ago, or the face of Astralis that lost to Apogee.
Yeah, and Mirage is, when your individuals will step up, and we did have the conversation about, the AWPers of both of the sides having a big influence on how the team goes. I think Device more so, obviously, in comparison with Lumi. But look, Mirage is the type of map that will probably see that come to light. Do you think it will pay a big difference? Do you think Device is in that position currently to help his team bolster that performance and, start giving them some good results here?
Absolutely. We did see some flashes in the pan from Device on Inferno. I just feel like he wasn't given too many opportunities, right? The utility, the spacing, the executions from the side of Metasport were simply too good at times. And in the end of the day, Lumi even ends that map with more kills than Device. But if you're talking Mirage, Device has been the only constant. And I know this is a conversation we could be having about most maps, but if you're looking at how things went against Parivision, the moment that Device gets a little bit of support from that B duo of Cadian and Yabi, which was incredibly proactive, really versatile in the way that they were playing, and then Stair was as reliable as it gets in towards the A-bomb side, then Astralis could look really damn solid on that CT side. It's all going to come down to the fact that Astralis, I feel, need a good start. They need to get Device on that AVP as quickly as possible. You can't rely on the fact that you're going to just come back into every single half after being down 1-5, 1-6. You need to start winning consecutive rounds a lot earlier if you want to build that financial stability on the CT side.
Sure, and I think I'm going to double down as well on the fact that you did say that Astralis had a great, did have some good results on Mirage. Well, let's see if they get it again. Let's see if they get it again, indeed.
Yeah, Denmark versus Sweden. Metasport is officially 1 map away from making their way into the Austin Major. 2-1 bracket game right now, so 13 rounds is all that stands between Hampus, Plopsky, and that Major. Lumi, Adam B, that would be a first for them. Isaac, Plopsky, and Hampus returning to the Major stage, hopefully for them. And the new boy on the block is the one to open things up here in this pistol round.
Yeah, early pickup for Lumi as he's single-handedly taken on mid. Astralis wary of it and don't want to be crossing it too much. Respect it as well and have to take the long way around if they want to rotate and bolster up the defenses around Cadian here still. You are making your way into the market. Device does get an early pickup. He's hiding within the smoke. Metasport are having great difficulty in finding him and he finds himself behind enemy lines through the chaos. Knife down onto Hampus. That's a statement if I've ever seen any.
That's one way to boost up the confidence going into that type of an important map. Lumi's the one that got the first go. He's the one that needs to get 4 more if they want to win the pistol, but it's definitely not happening. Not in this lifetime.
Nah. Lumi will need some out-of-worldly shots to connect. Some luck, hoping that he can isolate the engagements as well. He's done so already on one, but it did take more than half of his HP in doing so. And now with their opponents being very aware of where he is, will be able to clean up. I think the star of the show is going to be Cadian. Even though Device gets 4 kills there, the fact that Cadian is able to hold his ground and go all the way around in the midst of the chaos. Knife kill on the bomb planter. That's the highlight for me.
Yeah, if Cadian goes down there, obviously the kitchen smoke fails a little bit as well, right? I'm not sure if that was a player blocking it, but there wasn't anyone in towards the back of the bomb site, so a bit of a missed piece of util there from the side of Metasport. If it goes inside, it's going to be a lot easier to clean the bomb side. But yeah, Cadian deploys that defensive smoke in towards default, navigates his way around. He can be really elusive, this guy. Quite difficult to catch. Gets a knife kill. Device with a 4K. This is exactly what you're looking for. Of course, 1xbet odds at the start of this one are going to be favoring Metasport slightly because of what happened on the previous map and this being their map pick. Force buy in the meantime going in, and again, they try to test the B bomb side.
Cadian does take a dink, so he's going to have to respect it a little bit, providing the M4 to the healthiest of the players. And Device is able to use that nicely. The remaining Metasport gang on low health altogether. They do get the bomb plant. They'd like another pickup. Bloomy, the one that started things on Mirage. We'll look to see if we can find some extra damage. He will only be able to get a couple this round together with Isaac as Astralis. Only 2 casualties as they enter the next round.
This is a pretty positive sign, by the way. A teammates coming out of Astralis. I think they lose 1 rifle. I think they had 4 M4s going into this one, but still the fact that they invest into so many rifles is a clear signal that they were ready for the force buy from Metasport, regardless of Metasport not really getting a bomb plan in the first one. So this is the start that we were after. For those of you that are just joining in and missed out on the first rounds on Inferno, Astralis started their map pick with a 1-6 deficit, which they were able to overcome and come back and level things up. But the second half started with a pistol round win and a couple bonus rounds for Metasport as well. So Astralis were constantly on the back foot on that previous map. Now we finally get to see them in the lead for the first time.
That we do indeed. Bit of a change of pace. Metasport have got themselves a light buy hero AK in the hands of Lumi. He's been snappy so far. Now given the responsibilities of the rifle.
Look at aggression.
Aggressive.
Oh,
Rifle v rifle, it's Cadian to win it, but the follow-up is there from both sides actually as Yabi doubles down on this pickup. And now Plopsky and Isaac, only pieces remaining for Metasport, but very isolated one from another.
yeah, looking clean. Isaac not going to be able to surprise there. Victor's ready. And this should be a fairly clean one from Astralis. They had the superpower of letting Metasport get much more out of similar rounds on Inferno, but this is not going to be one of them. 4 alive, money starting to get built up. We talked about the fact that Cadian has been trying to take a lot more initiative on the city side, and I feel like that's making life a lot more comfortable for everyone on Astralis, by the way. It's nice to see that they're finding ways to still have Cadian as an anchor player, but letting him have the space. Obviously, the moment you get Device on an AVP, he could be the one starting in towards the B-bomb side for market, and then you can have Cadian a little bit more liberated in a way around the map. This is how you want to have him.
Very right-hand side leaning for your Metasport. And this could be a very pacey execute of the speed site. You've got help coming in through short. You've got 2 players looking to see if they can keep the cross lines down. And Yabi is able to do it before the smoke drops. A bit mistimed here from Metasport. They would have liked a lot of a cleaner entry onto the site. Yet to get the bomb down, you're not feeling the comfort. You need an opening quick. Yabi hiding. Isaac desperately trying to pick him up. Eventually does, but it's not without the trade. And the remaining Metasport players so very low. Plopsky far away from the action. Astralis with full control over bomb.
They're just charging at them. Astralis is not letting Metasport have any comfort whatsoever. The moment that they try and make their way into the bomb side, there's a barrage of players running at them. And Device is even pushed all the way in towards the B apartments. There's no way Plopsky's going to be ready for this.
Nah. And even if he is, he's got to be ready for another 2. Device won't let that happen. 4 in the bag for Astralis. A complete change of pace from the first match, Inferno. It's a complete 180.
Yeah, I was gonna have that conversation, and I think we partially did as well, but yesterday we saw that against, well, not yesterday, but the day before that, we saw that against Parivision when Astralis did play Mirage. I feel like a lot of teams are trying to target the B-bomb side, right? And there's no surprise to it. Obviously, you know Cadian's the B anchor, and he's been having a bit of a tough couple weeks, months maybe, purely individually, but the B holds have been looking fantastic from Astralis. Communication, rotations have been quick. Yabi and Cadian have been holding on really solidly the last couple Mirages that we've seen out of them.
Stag going for a bit of an aggression as well, even in a round where Metasport haven't brought a lot to the table. Oh, they're going to
find a bomb.
Hey.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a nice little gift. Christmas come early.
This is going to be so weird for Metasport the moment they realize it's happening. And now Stairs like, well, bomb's here. There's no one ramp. Isaac's in Palace. 100%.
There's got to be someone here, yeah.
Isaac might get knifed. The timing has passed for him to usually turn around and look in towards the ramp. Yeah, he should. But it is there. Maybe anyone else on the team.
Stairs the most responsible one.
Yeah.
Surely they know, Metasport, now that the bomb is completely under enemy control. So they do desperately trying to find their way back in. Deagle's doing work. Looney hoping he can connect with a 1 dig again. Oh, maybe there's an actual chance. 2 versus 2. If you find some rifles, this is doable.
This is so expensive already, Stair. Good position in towards the stairs, though. Excuse the pun.
Yeah, but you're running out of time also, so even if you get Stair, you're going to have to pick up the bomb, then make the right decision as where to go. They do collect Stair. Astralis lose 4 out of their 5 players. The positive is that they're running into Device, who's got his AK out, could spray down, could save the day, gets the first pickup, now knows he's got to avoid the next engagement, flash out, denying Lumi the better angle on this attack, and you know you need to get for the pickup or go for the plant. Device allows neither. Astralis avert a very dangerous round.
Whew, and we're saying that for probably the 5th or 6th time so far today. There's been a lot of these rounds where Astralis put themselves in a great position, and then somehow Metasport are able to make it expensive. Down Stair going for that aggressive play in towards the ramp. But a couple really nice shots from Lumi. Individually, he's looking really sharp, by the way. Opened things up with a couple nice finds in the pistol round. Had a really good first map as well, and that's going to be the case with a lot of those younger players, especially an Oper like that. Speaking of Opes, Cadian, Device, double op on a 5-0 lead. That's screaming confidence. Yeah. Careful with that one.
Slow start for Metasport this time around. Spread out. Bit of a default. Maybe very execute heavy from the get-go. Hasn't really paid dividends.
B-split coming up. Yabi's gonna get flashed in. Flash should be good enough. Hampus blinded. Chaotic. Does go down. Yabi realizes there was no one else, though, and that should mean they realize there could be a little bit of presence in towards short or middle. Cadian posted with the AVP, though. That's yet to be spotted out. Timing is going to be of the utmost importance.
If Astralis are able to execute this, they'll be known for the capability of being on the double AWP. Though, luring attention towards Cadian allows Yabi to step up. Now Metasport 180. They're heading towards A.
There's that.
And so is Device. Suddenly Metasport have got full access to this A site. Bomb to go down and a 3v3.
There's no way. Retake is coming in deep. Molotov's down. He's going to try and beat it. Problem is, he's all alone. No one to support him. If he goes down, they've lost completely CT control. And Stown is just trying his best to hold his ground.
While Cadian is also trying to close up the distance to help Storn in this difficult place. You've also got the crossing from Yabi to come through connector, but it's going to take some time. Adam is also stuck in position, so Cadian grabs him. Lumi, though, crosshair, very dangerous placement. You've got to take the wider angle. Misses the first shot. This is actually the chance for Astralis to break in. Isaac, not yet spotted to find some damage. Crossing in out to Palace. Lumi chimes in as well. Cadian, really tough scenario for him. Has to balance two different positions. Sure, he gets a couple of kills this round, but this goes to Metasport.
And those are some of the gaps that we were talking about on map number 1 as well. That was a 3 versus 5. I mean, Stair is left all alone. The Palace smoke is fading. Ramp they could be walking out of. And they didn't seem aware that someone could be walking up connector. It's probably, I don't know if it's up to the short player to be a little bit more aggressive and have that in check. They just didn't realize. Then the upper's going for a pick. Lumi was already in towards Stairs, holding for device. A couple missed shots. Not really getting punished. Lumi was able to hit the one that mattered the most, and Isaac doing a really good job as well at picking up a couple kills in the meantime. A tactical timeout for Metasport because of some of the damage they've been able to do to Astralis. Regardless of this being their first round, they're playing for a reset. A full monetary reset to Astralis.
I mean, look, a lot of rounds have been close. A lot of rounds have been dangerous. Especially the one against Eco. Remember the one where Astralis should have definitely come out ahead, but Lumi came out with the 1v. Made a lot of difference by the end. And look, Metasport are playing with less pressure on their shoulders, given they've already got one map pick for Astralis. This is a means to an end. This is for the major quali.
Yeah, and especially when it matters that much to you. You don't want to overcomplicate things for yourselves. That's been a really good start to that Mirage. Probably one of the better map starts we've seen so far from Astralis. You want to keep it as clean as possible. A-Pop coming upstairs. Nothing he could do to stop them on the way in.
Nope.
Bar hope for the spam to connect.
What's dangerous for Astralis, though, they're lacking the Yuta for the retake. This is going to be tough. Lumi on the gatekeep on the mid side of things. Does get caught, though. At least Astralis have numbers here.
Not a lot of Yuta, though. No kid either. You got to be quick with it. Only 2 smokes to work with.
Metasport line up. Plopsky going to have an aggressive stance here. Isaac gets caught, which does leave Plopsky exposed. Adam B, aggressive positioning outside of the box, knowing you could be infringed from multiple directions. Hampus left to try and clutch. Cadian can't win the 1v1, can't stick the defuse either. Oh no, do you have a kit? I don't think you do. Storm,
Nope.
This is lost. You've got to run away. Metasport are able to hold on to the bomb plant.
And that's another 5v3, right? They did lose the first 2 fights. I'm not mistaken right now. Astralis had another 5 versus 3. I guess it's a lot easier to justify this one because, sure, you get the first couple kills, but then again, you didn't have too many smokes, nades, flashes. But still, those are a lot of rounds that if you're Astralis, you probably feel like you should be closing. And that's put you in a pretty difficult spot right now. Stown is able to hold on to an M4. No one else has got the money to back it with anything. So you're probably looking at just this one rifle being everything brought into the round from Astralis. Flash is going to be dropped over to Device potentially to try and set up Stown for something. But Metasport have really walked back into this Mirage right now. T-side took a little bit of time to get started, but now Astralis' money has been shut down. Metasport is right back at it.
It's vital Storm is in the right direction here, in the right placement. But even then, Metasport are going to make their opponents' lives a living hell. A lot of respect given as well.
At a certain point, you got to start worrying about the blood pressure problems of some of the Astralis fans, by the way. Those games have been really stressful.
I would not want to be you.
Yep. But
it's been a rough time to be an Astralis fan for the past few years, let's be fair.
Yeah, but if you're a Metasport fan, hey, you're loving life right now. One map ahead, Plopsky. Are we ignoring this angle, or we're just aware that Device needs to pick D to get the kill? Okay, something in between. Still should be impossible for them to lose the round.
Yeah. Astralis need to pick up, need some rifles, otherwise it's not done. Isaac, right timing for him. Storm does have the only rifle in round. Instead, does create himself an opportunity by getting an AK pickup, but you're right. No time, no kit. He's sort of hoping that you're denying the AK holds to the next of the round. Lumi, Galil in hand, will be able to upgrade in the last moment. Metasport continue with their win. It did get dangerous, though, off the back of pistols.
Yeah, this is some good damage. I mean, it was always going to be difficult to win the round. You needed to win the You needed to win the fight onto the Palace player pretty much. It was 1-1v1 that decided it all, but it's still a good effort from Astralis. Do a lot of damage. You're looking at the T-side economy now on the back of winning 3 in a row. Metasport have nothing to show for it, so there is a world in which Astralis just do the same that Metasport did to them a couple rounds ago, give them a taste of their own medicine and reset them. Crazy thing is, by the way, I'm gonna hit you with something.
Okay.
On a 5-2 score, 2 rounds, 1 for Metasport, 5 for Astralis. Metasport so far have been able to get an opening kill in only 1 round. So,
really?
Yeah, Metasport have not
conversions.
won. Yeah, they haven't won too many, obviously. We're still talking about Astralis winning 5, so it's not that big of an issue. But it's the fact that in both buy rounds that Metasport were able to convert, it was 5v3s in favor of Astralis.
Yeah, Metasport have had a bit of a pack mentality, haven't they? Even though they lose the first player, the rest can steamroll through. Hampus to lead the charge this time around. No one in direct contention. Looney first blood, though.
There's an opener.
And Hampus doubles down. How do they even get away with that? Astralis, this should have been a stronger hold. You're with rifles this time around. Yabi is to be tested. Then check it. Oh, dear me. Yabi might be saving the day if he gets a second kill. Doesn't get it down on time. Oh, no. Every second it gets worse and worse. And Metasport look to close the gap.
Starting to fall apart a little bit. Cadian might have to call this one off. A 1v3, you don't want to be letting it go, but this is the first time you didn't actually get the opening kills. This was the first time, though, that you had such a strong side hold and it couldn't get anything done, right? You had 4 people in towards that A-bomb side. Yabi being the short player in towards Dark, I guess it makes complete sense for Metasport not to be expecting him there, but he's still able to get only 1 kill out of it, and you can't even fault him, right? Stair was good for 1, Devices down, fall down without kills. Hampus with a double. Lumi opens things up from that short onto connector peak. Metasport with an incredibly clean execution. And if you're Metasport, you're feeling so damn good about this one, by the way. You realize you just walked into a 4-man stack on a full buy from Astralis, and you just nailed it.
You've got to think about Metasport's mental right now, where it must be, flying sky high. You've got to keep level-headed, though. Can't get ahead of yourself. You're probably thinking, sure, we're just, 1 round away from taking the lead. We're 1 map away from making the major. You've got to stay composed.
Could be a little bit difficult. Start was great. It was 5-0 Astralis. Things were looking great for the Danes. And everything's turned around in just a matter of time. Cadian only M4. Couldn't make his way up short. Now stuck in under.
Isaac, first engagement to be taken. Yeah, you've got to respect Cadian, single-handed rifle. No one there to pick up the fallen gun. No one there to assist in his killing endeavors either. As Metasport have to, by force, take mid-control all to themselves.
Yep, could still be dangerous in towards that B-bomb side. 5-7 in the hands of Device needs to get absolutely nuclear, though.
You're hoping Yavi can draw, presence towards him. And the fact that Yavi does drop there leaves Plopsky comfortable to clear all corners. A clean round for Metasport here makes wonders, and I feel that's exactly what they're going to get. Storm not even thinking about going for another fight, but might be forced into one either way as Lumi's holding down short. Never mind. Okay, that's not happening now.
Yeah, I mean, that Stound Deagle was hitting some good shots on Inferno, but in a 1v5 like this one, probably doesn't make that big of a difference. Money's going to be looking great for Metasport as well, and that fantastic start from the Danish side of things is already long forgotten. 5 in a row, followed by another 5 in a row, but for the other team so far, Mirage, has been a really streaky one. Concerning part is Metasport is starting to look almost as sharp as they were on map number 1. Lumi's playing great. He's hitting some banger shots. Plopsky with a quick double in towards B here. I know it's just the pistols, but it's the fact that you're getting those rounds really cleanly, really convincingly. That's going to make you feel like you can keep on putting up pressure. You can keep playing more and more assertive Counter-Strike, and it's a well-timed tactical timeout from Astralis here. You do realize that after being 5-0 up, you're not going to be quite satisfied with being left with 5 at the end of the first half. This is where you need to win the last 2 if you want to, at least in your mind, at least falsely, feel like you're still in control.
And being assertive is the way to play up against Astralis. You know, not second-guessing yourself. That's when Astralis will get the jump on you. But no, Metasport definitely know their strengths. Care not about their limitations. And even up the scale, chaining 5 together off the back of the 5 of Astralis. Now, it's the time for the Danes to bring the rifles in once again. Can they find success here, or is it going to be more of the same for the Swedes?
Oh, dropped in the hands of Device. That was Cadian purchasing it forward. Device going to start this one off into a shot and a double push in towards the ramp. Nothing going on there, though. Metasport looking to switch up the tempo with potentially something a little bit quicker in towards that B-bomb side.
They too pull the brake just for a little bit. Want to see how much util can be dropped. Allow. Also want to create some havoc in mid.
Yeah, kitchen window smoke lined up. There it goes.
This injury out from Cadian will get pressured instantly. Anubis, wide swing. No support there. Astralis instead 2 for nothing, while the rest of the Metasport players are left behind.
Yeah, you just shut them down completely. Good hold from Cadian. Device charming in with another, and now Adam B struggling, trying to find an opening back into the round and towards that A-bomb side.
I mean, you know you need some heroics here. You know you need to turn and stir things up just a little bit. And if you do, you might just buy your way back into this game. Plopsky knew exactly what to do here. And now the B site on their eyes. Cadian all to himself to the defense.
So quiet. They have no clue Plopsky's that close. He's already on the bomb site. Stown might just walk out. He's going to be blindsided. Plopsky, is he looking the right way? No, timing goes against him. Adam B, though, spotted in towards short, and Lumi once again is going to get an opportunity, but not ready for Cadian in towards the truck. And Astralis might be able to get back in the lead after all. It's an Adam B 1v4 needed, but with 20 seconds on the clock and bomb being dropped in towards the apartments, this one's not happening.
No, it's not happening. Not at all. Astralis having good confidence between each other to trust each other to hold the right angles. Cadian could have easily got on his eyes off of apartments there, but doesn't. Maintains his composure. Metasport denied the opportunity to jump into things, denied to one-up Astralis' streak, and instead, Astralis are able to find the lead here and at least guarantee they'll be halfway split into the round by the end of half-time.
Yeah, it does get a little bit stressful, but we already praised Cadian for the work he's been doing in towards the B side on Mirage in the last couple of days. That was a solid hold again. So you're right on your track. Boost in towards top middle for Lumi. No one to be spotted out as of right now. Device has started this round in towards short with Diop once again. You are, I guess, justifying having Yabi in towards the A-bomb side. Metasport really taking their time with implementing a bit of a slower default. Again, the double push in towards the ramp. On a timing, you get that information. Thing is, you probably don't go as deep as you did a couple rounds ago. Just gonna set up stair for the jiggles. And Yabi a little bit deeper on.
Device to be tested. Ooh, gets away with a shot. Metasport already working off of the disadvantage. Could drop into A, but also having one player in apps could be a menace, could be an issue. Holding silent for now, not revealing a thing, not showing your moves. Astralis playing in the dark. 30 seconds now.
No one's looking Palace.
Metasport pulling the trigger onto this A hit. Yabi spots out the deep positioning of these attackers. Suddenly, Isaac breaks through into Palace. Timing superb, but Stair
Bomb
and
drop.
Storm are chiming in now. 15 seconds, Metasport. The time pressure is onto them. They need to grab the bomb, get the pickups around, and end up planting. It's not going to happen, though. Astralis have got them locked in, pincered through, and they will be in the lead by the end of the half.
Oh, it looks so uncomfortable there for Yabi on the middle of the bomb side, but he was just setting up the baits. They're able to activate from the ramp, drop the bomb, and then Stown goes absolutely nuclear from that jungle position. Dropping the bomb, flash as well to set him up for the final one. A lovely triple. coming out of Stown there, 12 and 5 in the end of the first half. Device 13 and 7. We're getting the heroes of Astralis stepping up towards the end, and still Medisport are going to be feeling damn good about that recovery. Getting 5 rounds out of the half that you started with a 0-5 deficit, still, I feel like this could be a bit of a handshake between the two sides.
Yeah, maybe a handshake. Maybe on the other hand, it's Astralis showing that, okay, we're here to fight. We've maybe underestimated some of the field in regards to competition. After all, they are the #1 seed playing up against the last seed in this MRQ. And obviously it hasn't been a smooth ride getting here either. They've got 1 loss in the Swiss stage. And Medisport showing that, you know, ranking doesn't matter. It's about how you perform on the day, on the event. And Major on their eyes. The goal is clear. Now switch of sides as Astralis take on T-side responsibilities.
A quick update coming in from one of the other games. Nemiga just made their way into the Major, by the way, after taking down Big in a 2-0 fashion. So a big result there for the young Nemiga boys. 8 years after the first Major for the organization. Medisport trying to book their places into this organization's first ever against an Astralis team that's played, well, a couple of them. Second half pistol round starting up. Plopsky, Adam B get a hold on Device with a flying block, able to get the opener.
Bunny Rabbits into the site. Already taken over. Medisport have got to respect some presence, allowing for the rotates to come through as well. But Astralis have done the most difficult part. Bomb to be tapped. And Astralis want to group up together again, jumping up and down, avoiding bullets to the head, stray shot through smokes. There's some pace into this, intent showing, and if they can get the pistol collection here, it shows they're very much in contention of this series. Medisport pressured. Sure, they've got the map under control. They did pick up Inferno. But Astralis showing intent that Ancient should be well on the cards. Really good pistol round by Astralis.
And it's another 4K from Device on a pistol round, by the way. He got 4 kills in the first half pistol too. 17 kills for him, 8 of them in pistol rounds. He's been doing the heavy lifting when it comes down to those. He just decided single-handedly, I'm not starting 2 more halves of Counter-Strike, 1 fight down. I'm gonna make sure I give us an opportunity, and that's what you want to see out of your big game player. That's what you want to see out of one of the greatest players in Counter-Strike history. He really is trying to put the team on his back right now. And
one of the players with the most major appearances as well, right? One of the players with most major titles in his hands. He wants to be there, you know, always wants to be at the top. The mentality of a champion.
It is crazy to think. It really is. How long ago? We haven't seen Device at a major stage since the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. And that was when he was on NAP. Actually, technically, the last time Device did play a major with Astralis, he won it. That was in Berlin in 2019. Out of the 16 majors he's attended 15 times, able to make playoffs as well. Absolutely uncomparable to anybody else.
Look, and I guess this is another conversation about online Counter-Strike as well, right? Given the fact that it's MIQ, sure, there's a lot of pressure on it. Sure, you've got Major on your mind playing these matches, but it's a completely different environment. And always players, you know, in this roster currently of Astralis, known for their capabilities when the pressure starts to hit the fan, you know, when stakes are involved, when there's a stadium around you, fans cheering your name or cheering against you. That energy is unmatched.
I mean, regardless of anything that's been going on with the team and all the reputation, it's still Astralis. You're still going to get the love of the majority of Danish fans, right? You're still going to get a lot of support. And as we said, they do have a reason to be cheerful of OG success as well nowadays. But still, Astralis means a whole lot for the Danish scene. And as of right now, they're just making really steady steps towards that third map. Clean anti-eco conversion, double first there, double first down. 10 rounds on the board. Medisport, first full investment on that CT side. And it's been an incredibly streaky game of Counter-Strike. Astralis started with 5 in a row. Medisport answered back with another 5. And now Astralis have won 5 on their own once again.
Bunch of 5s around here.
A clear pattern, yeah. If we're following that, Medisport should level things up now.
Should, right? They've got rifles. Got the superior weaponry on the server. Should line them up to do so.
Straight up AXE. Hitting him with the off-of-spawn call, actually.
Or a fake.
There's going to be a two-wave execution. You want to make them a little bit worried about what's going on, see that no one's coming out, start wondering, maybe send players in towards middle, in towards B, try and re-clear something, and then hit him with the second wave.
Well, here comes the second wave. Metasport seem to be approaching, and quick. Frantic, actually. Adam B, triple, but only stare to get the early collection. Suddenly, Astralis have got a way in. Nades to be able to open up the skies. Smoke's cleared out, and Metasport get 2 off the rip. The bomb not yet gone down, and you still have got the chance to break into the site. You've got Molly's. Eyes are breaking on top of Ticket Booth. Doubles down with the help of Hampus. Metasport don't allow Astralis to tuck in.
This is such a clean hold from Metasport, by the way, and that's the way that you recognize a team that actually does have the experience, right? Regardless of this organization being new to the major circle, regardless of our circuit, regardless to a lot of the players in Adam B and Lumi making their debuts here at a major qualification, they just don't panic. You see the first wave of Util, but then you realize, okay, nothing else is going on towards middle. No one is coming in B. We can just stick around, and sure, the smokes go in, but there was so much damage coming through those. The spam paying out dividends. Metasport are not gonna let this one go without a fight.
I mean, you'd want that to be the case, right? You'd want Metasport to continue to be in the fight. You've already got one map in you. You know that if you are able to bridge the gap here, you still are very much in contention in making the major in this map. This map could be it, taking down a legendary org, some legendary players in the process. But chin down, Hampus. Early start for Metasport as Astralis' push in mid is interrupted. Adam B finds a gap with the smoke, and suddenly twofold. Astralis, big struggle here. They lose a lot in their mid exploration. And if you're staring Yabi, you're probably wondering what are the next steps, because you're running out of space, running out of HP. And Metasport are running around circles.
I'm dropped again. They just re-aggressed towards middle stair. No way he was getting out of there alive. And Yabi on a 25-second timer is just going to get double peek from window. There's no world in which he's going to claim both those kills. It's a lovely push and pull from Metasport in towards middle. Hampus with a triple kill. And this is where the real game starts here for Metasport. You get back-to-back buy rounds. You lose only one player in the first one, 2 players in the second. You're keeping them fairly clean. And that tactical timeout is the signal from Astralis. Boys, we know this one is not over just yet. We know there's a lot more to play for. And those guys are not going to just let us run away with it.
Ted, I've got a feeling this is just a show me what you've got moment from Metasport. If they're able to get a few back-to-back rounds that are very decisive, it just, you know, boosts up their own confidence, gives them the belief that they can take this on. Astralis, on the other hand, will have to deal with an economical deficit. Metasport could easily get a catch-up here if this round win is successful.
It's such a game of reflections, by the way. We're seeing Metasport struggle in the same fight that Astralis were struggling in on Inferno as well. Your own map pick, you lose so many rounds at the start of both respective halves, and then the moment that you get the guns out, you're playing for all or nothing pretty much. And so far, Metasport at all has been really working out. Astralis do have a final investment before the potential reset though, and this is with the loss bonus starting to stack up too, so a bomb plant could mean you have a little bit more. Yabi looking to switch up the pace in towards B though.
Oh, Isaac has heard it. He's going to get an early pickup. That's exactly the start you want if you're Metasport. He could have doubled down, but instead it's Cadian that gets the pickup. Even though he's down to 7 points of health, Astralis keep up the pace. A double-sided approach with Lumi stepping to the plate. He needs a pick, but the fact that Astralis aren't giving it to him does make this endeavor a lot more tough. He's got Adam B for reinforcements, gets one onto Cadian. It's not enough though. You need a lot more than that. Adam B keeping things competitive. Both stair and device with limited health, but you know your chances are slim. You're backing out.
You get the 11. They're still not aware of the fact that he's out of there, by the way. Still being cautious about it. 55 seconds, but Adam B just called it off. They're going to tap the bomb again, wait for the smoke to fade. And soon enough, realize You've been able to get that number 11 on the board. A lovely double kill coming out of Stair. This is the Mr. Impact we've been talking about. Sure, we could say that Device has been the only constant in terms of the names that you're probably regarding or looking at regarding big firepower. Star potential on the side of Astralis. Stair bringing in the impact in those rounds, though. That has been the difference maker on so many occasions. And it's such a cool round as well from Astralis. Yabi goes in first, as you said, Cadian taking a massive chance going through the smoke. The thing is, he was just trying his absolute best to get their eyes away from short, right? That's the reason Cadian goes through the smoke. The fact that he gets the kill, absolutely massive. If Isaac is able to stay alive there, it's a completely different round. But the fact that you're able to take that attention away allows Stown to get close enough. Same for Stair. They find 3 kills in total after getting 2 of them from that short position. And Astralis is now only 2 away from that third and final map, Ancient, to decide it all. If, of course, Metasport let it go down there.
Ancient definitely in view. Definitely on the horizon. Astralis just need to reach out and get to it. Final buy for Metasport. Do me.
Oh,
he was scoped in. I don't think he quite realized. Storm does shoot. So therefore, you do have the chance. Astralis, though, so explosive with her attack. Don't hold back a second. Just walk in, make the A site their own. Make it look simple.
surely that's going to be it. Surely we're going to a third here. That was your opportunity here, Metasport. You have the opening towards Palace. Lumi didn't realize he'd missed the timing. The moment he did and tried to fall back, they were already out the bomb side, and Stown is just showing them how it's done. 17 kills for him, 17 Device, 18 Stair. But it's really a team effort from the side of Astralis. Kill distribution looking really damn solid right now.
You're in miracle territory if you're Metasport right now. You're in dreamland if you want to make sure you stay in the match, stay in Mirage. Astralis have definitely made everything in their power to get Ancient up here. One round remaining, and we'll very much be seeing a third map in this series, which inevitably
really is
Ancient will be showing which team of the two will be making it into the major.
It would be such a fair territory to decide it as well, right? You're looking at some of the recent results for both those teams. I mean, all Hampus-led teams, as we said, have always been really good on Ancient. And then Astralis is probably one of the most solid maps for them too. One more round, and Stown's already opened things up onto Hampus.
How did that scout shot not connect? Maybe just a pixel off. Either way, 2 picks to nothing for Astralis. And Metasport, they know their chances is by stacking up, hoping that Astralis walk into them. Instead, they'll go for a bit of proactivity. Stair, Cadian.
Oh,
holding together. Cadian being pressured, but Lumi a bit out of his depth. That's going to be it. There's no way Isaac gets this. Again, talking about fairy tale. Talking about dreams. This is going to be Astralis' simplest round of their life. Unless... switch to an AK. Somehow the Astralis players have separated from one another. Nade on 2, Cadian. Spray down, eventually gets the pick up. Suddenly Isaac might actually make this work. 1v2, 30 seconds. Oh, that's so smart though. Yeah, you're not going to expect Storm here. And with Device planting towards B, Storm's just going to hold this line. Surely not, right? Isaac is able to avoid it, and he doesn't even know.
Stown should have heard it. He should have heard the jump.
It. I mean, they know where he's going to come from, but it's at least giving Isaac a chance. Not when Device is holding that line, no! Misses the first shot, but at least gets a second chance. Blimey! Okay, he made a sweat, but Astralis are able to win their opponent's map pick, keep things going. Ancient now, the deciding ground.
Yeah, not quite sure if they're going to be going to the major, but we sure as hell know that they're going to an Ancient right now. Astralis didn't let themselves get 0-2, and after how Inferno went down, it felt like they deserved to get a shot at it, and they definitely gave it a go. I feel like the most impressive part of it all is the fact that it wasn't one player. It wasn't Device just carrying through. Sure, he got quad kills in both pistol rounds, but it was everyone jumping in with a lot of impact. Stown had a lot of big rounds. Yabi as well. Cadian was joining in with some great impact, especially in some of those B holds. And Stair as well was really solid. So I feel like all in all, Astralis did deserve to win this one. And as we had that conversation on Inferno, Metasport, when you just lose both pistol rounds and the starts of both halves, it is incredibly difficult to come back. They did give it a good go, but in the end of the day, it was a little bit too much.
It was indeed. Now, you're right in saying that Metasport, you know, could have brought out a comeback of their own. They managed to chain a couple rounds together on their buy rounds, especially in the second half, similarly to what we saw from Astralis on Inferno. But no, it just doesn't happen for them at the end of the day. And again, I think the pistols just made the big difference all over again, right? Knowing how that changed the status quo on that first map, we saw the same thing, but from an opposing side. Device really stepping up when it came to those pistol rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just setting up the tone for the entire map, right? When you get a 4K from probably your best player in the first round, and then a knife kill from Cadian, who's your in-game leader and has been struggling consistently with individual levels so far, that's probably going to put you in the best spirits possible. And from that point on, it felt like Astralis just had their number written down, right? The moment that you saw Metasport pick up 5 in a row on the CT side or on the T side in the first half, you probably started to get a little bit worried, but then the second half starts and Astralis don't really slow it down as much after getting the first 5 rounds. They kept it going. And in the end of the day, able to close it out, as we already talked about the team effort. I mean, look at the kill distribution. Stown, Device, 18 apiece, Sterile 19, Yabi 13, Cadian 12. This is the face of Astralis you want to be seeing in the server, especially when they know they're just one map away from returning to Counter-Strike Majors now.
Man, it's been so long. They don't want to make it a 5 major streak where this org hasn't made it there. You really do not want that, especially as a legendary org like Astralis. So, yeah, they are really close to it right now. Know they're one map away, and the fact that it's ancient maybe softens the blow as well. It's going to be a tough one because Metasport have let it go to this situation. They've played a few Ancients recently and their streak hasn't looked that bad either. I think we've got the best possible map that could decide whether it's going to be the Swedes or Danes that make it to the most prestigious event of the year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The doors of Valhalla are going to open up for one of those two teams, ladies and gents, and we're still yet to realize and still yet to find out which one of them it will be. Metasport taking on Astralis is just one map left. It's a BO1 from here on out, essentially. Whoever wins Ancient is going to be traveling to Austin this summer, and we're going to find out which one it will be right after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The fight for the Blasted v Austin Major Qualifiers continue for Astralis and Metasport. This is the final map that could put either of them into that quali position. Now, look, both of the teams exchanging map picks isn't go the way that they intended, but the end result is the same. Ancient is where it's going to be played out. This will decide who will go through.
It felt like it was written in the stars, right? You're going into that type of a game, you were looking at the engine and saying, hey, you know what, Metasport have been playing some good Counter-Strike in there, winning their last 3 maps in a row, showing great, convincing, assertive Counter-Strike, and then you're looking at Astralis. Engine has been one of the few bright sides of this team so far in 2025 that consistently has been delivering on a high level, but it just felt too risky for both teams to pick into this map, considering they're facing up against another team that loves the map. So the fact that we get the map pick exchange, now we're going to an Engine. It's a best of 1 from here on out, and the winner of this one gets to put an end to its region's misery. Astralis has missed 4 major tournaments in a row. The organization that's won 4, the only organization that's won 4. And on the other side, you have a Norwegian org coming in for their first participation with a Swedish lineup and a Swedish coach to qualify for the first time for that type of a Swedish course since 2019.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matter for sure, especially moving on to Ancient. We were discussing that, look, this map pool was looking like a very even ground for both sides heading into it from start to finish, whether that was picks or this decider Ancient. Now, look, looking historically for Astralis as well, this is going to be a tough one. Let's see if they can bring the results here, as this will decide it all.
Is this the end to the misery?
Is it indeed, Ted? Is it indeed? Astralis v Metasport look to take it on. Metasport on the CT side, Astralis on the T side. Who will make it work?
This round's already starting. Metasport CT side. Joe Brothers first engagement. Lumi just tapping away. Isaac with 1 and a second into towards middle. Fired up for that third one, is he?
It's brilliant. It's as good as it gets. Yabi asked to do some heavy lifting of his own as he explores towards the left-hand side while the right is being pressured. Stown needs to be careful.
Yeah, gotta make sure you stay alive right now. Yabi's got a lot of real estate in towards the A-bomb side. You want to buy him enough time to actually get activated. Thing is, Plopsky's gonna soon enough realize this timing is a possibility.
Stown gets his first pickup, but Plopsky quick to trade on the different front. And now Stown and Device left all alone. With 1 minute on the clock and 2 defenders per site, not easy.
The thing is, you catch Yabi in that position looking for a kill. That means that everyone else was a little bit more static, and you know Stown was in front of that B side, so it's all about peeking or piercing the picture together. Now you spotted Device with the bomb. You know where both those Astralis players were. Hampus doesn't really need that fight. He's going to keep being a nuisance with 35 seconds, but pushing them into a B play, they should be good to go in towards that B bomb side. Lumi He's going to get all the time in the world to get ready.
Oh, that nade is good as well. Does some damage to the Stown as he looks to cross in. Device gets an early pickup. You need to find Lumi, though, here. Dooley's in hand, enough to spray down the impending Danish players. Metasport with first blood, and we know how important these pistols have been to the series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no two ways about it. So far, both teams have had one map respectively where they've been able to pick up both pistol rounds, and those were the maps that they won, right? That Inferno was a 13-9 in favor of Metasport. They were able to win all pistol rounds. Mirage was a 13-7 against, or in favor of Astralis. They were the ones to pick up the pistol. So far, momentum has been a massive storyline. Has been a massive factor going into this one. And Astralis, that's the reason you want to disturb it early on with a bit of a force buy of your own.
A lot of early nade damage. And just keeps up the pace for Metasport, really. Just chipping away at the Astralis players, making it ever simpler as they maneuver their way into this round.
It's going to be difficult to fire way in. No smokes left as well. There goes the molly. There go the flashes. You need to get the openings. Boblovsky just not letting you in.
No, he's really not. Being a full-on gatekeeper, holding down the door, the fort.
Ammo.
All under lock and key. Yeah, he's got to respect it. Got to step back for a reload. He's got friends on the site as well to help out if he needs it. Isaac to be get tested.
Yeah, that's a new form.
Our grammar here,
Yeah.
Past, present, and continuous. Hampus and Isaac, the last two players to get collections as Metasport get a bit of a streak early on as expected.
It's really good to see both Isaac and Lumi firing on high cylinders if you're a Metasport fan. Obviously, you want one of the more experienced names in Hampus and Plops because they get some of the more aggressive positions on this map to get activated. But as we said, Isaac's form so far on this event has been a revelation, right? It's without a doubt by far his best tournament so far as a Metasport player, and it's given us a bit of a reminder to the good old Gamer Legion days. 36 and 26 so far. Combining the first two maps in the series, Lumi right behind him with 31 kills as well has been having a massive performance. We talked about the mental aspect when it came down to him facing off against Device, facing off against one of the greatest opers in the history of the game, and so far he's been doing a really good job at it. Consistency's been one of his biggest issues so far as a Metasport player. He seems to be finding the right way forward though, and he's going to be all alone this time around in towards A big one.
Yeah, Lumi's going to get pressured here. Oh! You thought he'd had a chance to escape. Stare. Begs to differ. Pot shots through the smoke. Hurt Hampus' knees. Well, the bombing's going down and there's nothing that can be done about it. Opening from the smoke. Device does trade in that instance, but Isaac gets some of his own. The most influential player is Adam B, though. Triple? And Cadian now left in the 1v3, asked to get some 1-deeks to keep Astralis in play, but I'm afraid a bit too tough. Already touched down to no health, as Bomb will do the job in the end, and Metasport get 3 in the chamber.
You know the situation is bad when Metasport get kills that they're not even aware of, right? I mean, Adam B spots the shadow, then he gets double peek, he out of nowhere mows down 3 people. We're gonna take a look at it once again. He didn't even realize he got the third kill. Oh, actually, the third player was the first one he shot at, then everyone else just walked into his crosshair.
And continued to press mouse 1.
All right. If Astralis were going to show that early momentum is not king in this series, now would be the time. You've lost the first 3 rounds, now you get a full purchase on, but look at the aggression. Plofsky's just charging down.
Ooh. That's the noises Plofsky is probably making, walking through the mollies. He's down to 20 points of health. Still Storm gets the first pick.
Yeah, that was on middle. Isaac going down into his donut. Lumi yet to be spotted, but Hampus has been able to find one through that cave smoke. So you get a 1-for-1, but the Oper unaware that Cadian was already out.
And the A site fully under lock and key for Astralis. And Metasport, yeah, you've got no choice but to back away with Cadian holding the line of fire, possibly to find Plopsky as he rotates. Never mind, gets away.
Yeah, it's going to be Abby here.
Yeah, can stop anybody from saving. Adam B deals with him. He's the only one that's racking up the numbers. Never mind, Isaac's not doing too bad either. But Astralis find a way in their rounds. They're getting themselves a round win as soon as they get proper guns on the table.
I mean, that was all on Cadian. We kind of missed it, but I assume what happened there was Isaac going down in towards middle, provoked Lumi to deploy his smoke in towards A main, and then look it towards Donut. And I mean, that's just a bit of a chance being taken by Cadian, but it's a smart read of the situation, right? Isaac goes down, the smoke comes in towards main instantaneously, and you're thinking, well, whoever deployed that smoke, they probably want to do that to block off that avenue and then focus their attention in towards Donut, so I'm just going to walk out. That's the reason Lumi had no clue Cadian was right next to him. Kind of missed that entire situation, but Astralis are able to find a way in, and it's one kill that Cadian gets, but it's the one kill that secures them the round.
It's just little efforts, the butterfly effect that cascades into greatness. Astralis use a lot to gain mid-control early. Made to create an opening, but cover found from Cadian. Walks into 2 players, does the majority of the damage.
Look at Plopsky. And go in towards Cave, though. You spotted so many players in towards that middle part of the map. Are you going to be ready for Plopsky? You weren't, at least for the start, but Device is quick enough on the trigger.
He is indeed. Isaac thinking he wants to get a piece of that action. Lumi needs to double him up, needs to be there as assistance, but Device is there to stop him. Astralis all of a sudden are demanding respect on this right-hand side, and Metasport players aren't allowed anywhere close to their proximity.
This is the most competitive beginning we've seen so far of a map in the series, by the way. Astralis do lose the first 3. The moment they get their guns out, first by round, they win because of Acadian playing towards the A-bomb side. Now it's all about just making their way in towards middle, but being diligent enough not to just stand in the middle of nowhere, right? Because you could see the plan was quite obvious for Metasport. You have 4 people there, you're not challenging early on, you want to break the smokes on the timing, flash through and catch Astralis in transition, but Cadian being up close and personal went towards that smoke in Donut. I think it was Device in towards the one in red too. You had a couple players that were in a good position, and then you're able to get that. Oh no, it was Down actually. Device was the one to get the refrag with the open towards Cheetah. Still bottom line, Astralis looking aware of a lot of the possibilities, and they will even get those guns out of the hands of Metasport. This is absolutely massive. Nothing in the hands of the Swedes for the next round.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to put a hole in the bank account. This is where you bleed. Astralis, on the other hand, very confident on these buy rounds.
That was a low blow, by the way. The bleed joke with Hampus on the server is not a...
I wasn't really thinking about that, but you're right. Okay, I probably should have said, see, yeah, 500 IQ jokes.
Oh.
Yeah, nice, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the sound he made as he was going down.
Maybe it was a bit more silent than that. It looked very instantaneous.
Yeah, guys, one there. One out mid. Of course, it's just pistols. There's worse rounds to be punished like that, but the last thing that you want to be looking at is Stair getting headshots rolling on the T side of Ancient. Been a massive part of the success that Astralis has had on this map so far. Pretty much individually is the most consistent map they've played this year. Device, that's not great timing. Hampus has picked up an AVP, and he's going to throw that one away.
Yeet. Yeah, that's no longer on the map. Because they know they're going to go after Hampus here. They know they're going to chase after him. So a very smart decision to make sure the big green is not in play. They'll kill Hampus and then go looking. Where's the up? Where's the up? Aw, it's not here. Can't find it. Damn.
I mean, at least you've got the money to put Device on it once again. The CTs are the ones that don't have it to drop over to Lumi. So you're still going to get the advantage. We're going to get to see the replay. That was a nasty shot through the smoke. So Astralis are really giving it a good go here. This is the first time we've seen a real challenge in the first half of any of those games. I mean, we did see some exchanges of 5-round streaks, but first time we're getting an early competitive feeling of it.
Yeah, this is lining up to be a great decider map. We knew how close this series could get, especially when looking at the veto, how even things are laid out. But first seed versus last seed, Danes versus Swedes. Buy round coming in for Astralis as aggressive as that. Cadian and
locks down, get the first 2 kills. Metasport don't seem to have an answer. You need a collection and you need it quick. Hampus rushes towards Cadian and makes things doable for Metasport.
Yeah, Cadian knife out looking for a gun there is going to get punished, and that's given Metasport a bit of an opportunity to go for the retake. Still no kid, so you got to be quick on it.
You've got to be fast. You've got to have some pace with you. But these mollies, these smokes are keeping you back. They do fade, and that's when Metasport look to drop in. Stown revealing himself, but Isaac is on fire. Stare knows there's no chance he can defend this. He's going to try and spray in the position of the bomb diffuser. Instead, Lumi answers back, and Metasport are able to receive the lead.
It goes both ways. This is probably a little bit frustrating now for Cadian, by the way. The way that he gets caught off guard just trying to look for a gun upgrade. He had a Mag-10. Trying to pick up the rifle from long. Maybe if he doesn't give away his life there, he feels like the team still would have had the advantage. And it's just a bit of a shame after the really good job that he was able to do, being really explosive, switching up the pace, waiting for Metasport to hit their standard timings on the blue spams, and then you catch them off guard. Astralis with a really well-timed play, but a little bit scrappier in the post plan.
And that scrappiness can add up. Early boost from Device. Anubis lucky his head doesn't get ripped off his shoulders.
Grenade.
Just 28 points of damage.
Oh,
respectable.
There's 100.
But indeed. And Yabi's no longer with us in this round.
Hampus seems aware. Regardless of the Molotov, he seems to know that Stair could be up close. Astralis once again have grouped up in towards the B-bomb side. It's all about trying to take the attention away. Going for the wallbang with the AWP is wishful thinking. Stair's got a bit of a timing though.
How does Stair get away with that? And he turns his attention back into tunnels. And that's when Isaac looks to drop back. Astralis have got full mid control now. They know of it. They don't really want to go into B instantly. Metasport want to gain some info, maybe a pick. And they could be falling into Device's hands, the timing of it. At least they know the A site is being considered. So Isaac must be called to action.
Yeah, Metasport is proactive enough to know what is going on right now. Isaac's going to start hearing the steps. It's all about clearing out CT spawn though, and Hampus needs to take his time with this one. Isaac, timing is going to be of the utmost importance.
Plopsky does get the catch into mid. Isaac walks in, and to Astralis' surprise, they're being steamrolled. Metasport so quick to read the situation and got the perfect answer to the status quo.
Yeah, and the big issue there, I mean, Stair is the one that's responsible for so many angles, right? He needs to protect the bomb planter from Temple, from A main, and that's why we said it's all about the timing, right? Isaac peaks on the right timing. He's going to get a freebie on the first one. Double push coming in from Donut as well. No chance for Astound there to fight back. Metasport are really putting up a fight right now on the CT side. What started as a 3 versus 4 retake on the B-bomb side in the previous one is now putting Astralis in a pretty unfavorable financial situation. Device down to a Tech 9 right now. A couple Galils in the mix as well. Utility's not looking great either. You need a couple clean headshots to start.
You've denied 2 great opportunities for Astralis so far. And even though it's the Danes that gain first blood this round, still endangering Hampus' position. Gets away with it, and now there's still more players that are low. Plopsky aggressors. Oh, there's so many fights happening at the same time, and Yabi doesn't have a clue. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the timing of that peak, the accuracy of the shot. Astralis still ahead. Surely not Hampus. He knew his position was vital. He knew that he had to get something done, but Astralis were ready.
Anubis here, though. All on 3 people on the other side of things. AK in hand, they're being so quiet about it. Adam, he doesn't realize that they're just crawling closer and closer. Timing is good on the first one. Are you ready for another? Adam, not quite. Down. Shuts him down. As sharp as ever on the AK, and this is going to be the signal. That's the alarm for Lumi. He's calling this one off. He's throwing the towel. Astralis will get a forward on the board.
Indeed. Numi's got to drop back. He's had such great performance in the past 2 maps, stepping up, pistols, rifles. Didn't really need to use the AWP that much. Now, hasn't really been the highlight, hasn't been the biggest part of the conversation. Metasport have mostly been winning in terms of early information and capitalization of it. But Astralis are able to break the pace, break the tempo, get a win in a moment where things started to get dangerous for themselves. Don't allow Metasport to run away with things. Safe to see. That's a bit of a tug of war at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. And this is what we wished for as well, right? A bit of a failed piece of utility there, by the way. Didn't catch that in real time. Insta-smoke not really landing in towards elbow for Metasport, but that's what we wanted to see, right? Quick adaptations from both teams. We wanted to see them go toe-to-toe in a game like this one, realizing how important it is. Let's not forget the winner of this one map of Counter-Strike is making it into the Blast TV Austin Major 2025. And the loser of this one doesn't need to win only one more best of 3. The loser of this one might need to play 3 more BO3s and win all of them in a row. It's either going to be 2 or 3. We are yet to find out, of course, as there's going to be some playoffs happening tomorrow. That's because we have 6 teams going through out of 16 into the major, regardless of, or despite of having a main Swiss. We're still playing those playoffs tomorrow. It's going to be 2 BO3s to decide which one out of all 3-2 bracket teams is making it through. So, yeah, if you're Metasport and Astralis, this is the one opportunity to qualify nice and easy.
Yeah, things get really, really tough. If you've got 2 losses on under your belt and you don't want to risk it. Gamer Legion was one of the teams that got there really quick, and we didn't really expect that. I guess LAN v Online, 2 different faces, and they don't have a chance to be there anymore. A lot of dangerous teams around that could be competing for that 6th spot, but if you can be in the top 5, ideal to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask Bedboom and Amiga about it. Obviously, there was 3 best of 3s happening simultaneously. Now it's just us left. But Amiga were able to take down Big in a 2-0 fashion, making their way into the major. And then Bedboom did the same to Nine Panda. So we're going to see Boomage and Exile at the major as well. Exciting times for one of those 2 teams. Is going to be the same story. Metasport fighting for the pride of Sweden, with Hampus and Plopsky returning. A lot of people that have had something to do with NIP in the past. Actually, Lumi, the only one that hasn't out of Metasport. And this is a really interesting conversation as well. Hampus and Plopsky obviously being teammates with Device as well. Playing the Stockholm Major quarterfinals. Of course, he did take a break after that. They did stay for a little bit longer. Adam B being part of the Young Ninjas Academy. Isaac playing on NIP up until a couple months ago. Abdi, the coach, was the coach of the Young Ninjas team too.
Well, bear with us, folks. There seems to be some sort of internet issue with one of the players. And we'll be jumping into the game quickly. Such as online Counter-Strike. They are promising signs, though. I can hear a lot of ticks on the server, a lot of messages. There you go. That's why. Because everybody was reading up. Everybody saying Y on chat to indicate yes. Or R is ready, I assume.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
Thank you. All right, let's see how this one goes, though. You rightly said here, Ted, pressure is on. Astralis, on the other hand, have got themselves a nice little buy on them. Look to greet Metasport on 5, if all goes well.
Hero Hope, that's an early peak that you were after. Lumi, sounds already out of the equation. This is the only big gun that Metasport is bringing into this one, right? Everyone else is on the pistols right now. You don't even have an MP9 in the mix, but this is definitely going to put a little bit of pressure. Now, if you're Astralis, you're trying to avoid the Hope as well.
Could be in changer. Smoke does move due to the nade stare, though. Gets a lot of the damage done here for Astralis. Sure, the start looked weak or bleak. Adam B does salvage the big green, but I think that's the end of that round. Astralis happy with this one. I don't think they'd even want to go for a big chase either.
Yeah. You probably don't, right? You're looking at your own finances. Sure, you might want to get that AVP out of the hands of Metasport, but with the loss bonus, they're going to have one regardless. Actually, Astralis are going to be on the prowl. If they get that kill, Device is going to have an AVP in the next round, so pretty worth it. And CZ spotted. A bit of a jump scare going on with Device even jumping there. Literally a jump scare.
He's got a scope in, though. He's still after him. Ooh, quick scope is good enough.
That is a little bit of a problem now for Astralis, by the way. We're going to take a look at the money at the start of next round, but this is... I am not sure if there is a world in which Astralis have problematic finances for the potential final round if they lose now. Still, nice try from Lumi, but a fantastic triple coming out of Sterren towards Red. This is the one thing that you would most of the time have to praise Ster for, right? He's an incredibly reliable rifle when you put him in those situations. If there is a kill that needs to go your way, you're probably putting your money on Ster to get it. 8-7 right now. Money for Astralis is a little bit shaky. Yeah, if they lose this round without a bomb plan, we could have a funky purchase going into the next one.
Well, at least Metasport have been able to fully buy up this time around. Be competitive all across the board, but Astralis might have found a gap. Look towards the left-hand side of your maps. Suddenly, Astralis are making room. Sure, there are some trades in mid. Metasport do get an early collection, but Lumi was the only defender. Holding down on Donut. Hampers can find something in quick. Isaac now posting up outside of mid. Gets smoked off, but Stead does pressure him, pushes forwards instead. Astralis, that might be a fumble, meaning that Device and Stown need to collect the pieces. Three Metasport players look to bunch up in Temple, one revealing himself as well. And that means Metasport will at least gather 6 at the end of this half. Not too bad of a comeback.
And now we're living in the reality where, again, we might be praising Isaac for the multi-killing. Sure, that was a pretty weird round for Lumi with the AVP, but they were just not ready for another player to be patient enough. It's just really intelligent from Isaac to keep holding that donut smoke. Hampus doing God's work in towards middle, picking up the kill, rotating as quickly as possible in towards Sampo, into getting another one. But now you can start having that conversation. Astralis is going to have such a funky purchase for the last round of the half. There is a real world where Metasport gets 7 rounds out of the CT side here. Look at the buy. 1 rifle, pistols for everybody else. Cadian's got nothing. What does Cadian have? He's got nothing.
A wish.
Tech 9.
Well, at least Adam B does some damage before he falls, which Plopsky is able to capitalize upon. Still have sight control. Cadian does find himself a Tech 9, but Metasport are taking the aggressive route. Oh no, they're actually waiting for this. Could be detrimental, but never mind. The M4s are having a better time in situations like this. And it looks like it should be a simple walkover here on out. Isaac also pressuring from the sidelines. The final bullet from the spray does the job as well, as Metasport guarantee a 2-round buffer at the end of half-time.
Yeah, a triple kill from Isaac to round it out as well. It's honestly incredibly good to see Metasport switching up the game plan a little bit with the Oper starting so many rounds in towards A, so Isaac could get a little bit more involved in towards middle. And he's been doing God's work. Astralis, they end up falling short. 5 rounds on the T side, still keeping you pretty competitive though, but we've seen some of the individuals popping up. Isaac is really giving it a good go with a 15-6. Adam B as well going huge. On the other side, Stoun's had a couple good rounds, same for Stair, but it's been more the team effort for Astralis that's been making the difference. And still, this is one of the closer first halves we've had so far.
Yeah, I feel like both halves have been pretty close already. I feel like this game from the get-go has kind of got that dynamic. It's a bit of a back and forth. The game gets decided on the second half. I think that's what's safe to say, right? I think when it comes to those pistol round wins, getting that early tempo and, you know, bolstering up an economy has been the difference maker. And Metasport definitely favorites coming out of the first half, but Astralis is a type of team that when they get early start wins, you know, start to roll things right, on the right way, they end things correctly. But when it comes to more challenging games, that's their weakest point.
And this is where it all starts. Second half, Metasport on the T side. B-Pop coming up. Astralis, a triple setup to try and stop them with the smoke and Julie's in play.
They do have devices down, trying to hold it down. Dooley's doing a great job on the first contact, but the explosion from main comes through as well. Stair doubles up. Metasport find a blockade of hot lead. Walk right into it. Hampus, all that remains. And Yabi has got his number. Clean start for Astralis, as good as it could be, honestly.
Yeah, that's putting you on the right track. Definitely is there with another really impactful multi-kill. Same for Device as well. He hasn't been having the best individual game of his life, but we know for sure that on the CT side, he could get activated. It's a lovely block as well. Perfect support utility coming out. The T-flashes didn't really work as well. And Astralis is just winning those fights cleanly. You're going to get them on the M4s as quickly as possible as well. A couple SMGs being brought in. You're expecting Metasport are going to throw in a full eco on your side. 1xbet. At this point, Riding Metasport off. We're heavily favoring Astralis for the win here, and at least for this round, they should be alright. Device in a bit of a tough spot, but it's gonna be alright.
Yeah. Device is friends. He's got people around him to support him. But in this instance, with guns. So, yeah, different types of friends, you know? Okay, Metasport get a buy round in. Attack timeout used from Astralis.
First one on the third map, by the way. This is an interesting one. You're probably thinking both teams want to save up their attacks for the more important rounds in the second half, right? When just one tactical could be the big difference between having to play a couple more best of threes and making it forward. But Astralis realizing putting emphasis on this buy round is actually quite key here, right? You win this one, Metasport is just too far away from building up a stable economy. So if you're able to make that bonus round with the 2 MP9s work, then you really are taking advantage. You really are putting yourselves in the driver's seat, and this is where you want to be. Astralis was catching up for such a long time on map 1, and on map 2, when they were on the front foot, things worked. Now, this is not a tactical timeout. This is not the timeout that you want to be seeing.
No, it's timeout drawn out from Astralis as well, but it's quickly resumed. I assume maybe you want to replug one of your mouse in, that type of thing. But it's quickly right back into action. Really, really important round to see how these buy rounds could influence the next stages of this game. Getting deep into mid already. Cubby taking up Metasport. Going to be testing that left-hand side, and Kedian, no longer having his life, will give the edge to the Swedes.
Yeah, Adam P was ready. Instant smoke for the jungle molly there. Set up Kedian for the peek, and Stairs playing up close and personal wins towards A main. They don't seem ready for it, but does he get more than one out of this?
They get tested. They don't chase after him.
Not
Isaac
even a one?
is good to recover. Damage onto Isaac, but not enough for the collection. Suddenly, there's a full coast clear onto the A site for Metasport.
I mean, you're ready for the utility of Metasport, right? This is Astralis just showing that they probably are one step ahead in terms of what type of round Metasport want to go for, but you probably expected them to be a little bit more aggro in towards middle, I guess. Kedian's being set up to go for that peak. Molotov doesn't do anything, but Adam B just reacts perfectly and wins that fight regardless of the insta-smoke coming in from Yabi to set him up for it, and then Stair playing that up and close personal angle in towards A main just gets cleared out. MP9 probably not the best gun for the first fight against Isaac, and he's been incredibly sharp. Astralis started this one with 3 in towards the B bomb side too, so you're just calling this one off immediately. Metasport, this is a great round to be picking up on your first buy here on the T side, especially after a tactical timeout from Astralis, by the way.
Oh, for sure. You wonder what is said in a moment like this as well, right? You know, you put a lot of importance on these buy rounds, building this economy. Sure, you could say that their chances were limited given they had 2 MP9s in contrast to the 5 rifles of Metasport, but now's the chance to match it. The thing is, Kadian, suboptimal economy for him, so MP9 will be the gun of choice for him this time around as well.
And again, you're seeing another example, by the way, of Kadian trying to be a little bit more active here on the CT side. We talked about it on some of the other maps, Inferno, Mirage, at times. Trying to get himself a lot more involved in the action, make himself more comfortable in the calling department by doing so as well. Didn't quite work in the previous round, so now he's back to anchoring duties on A. And Metasport is back to A split duties with a little bit of caution into the wind in towards that B bomb side in middle, but eventually it will be Kadian and Yabi that will have to hold on, and Yabi's already tagged down to 58 HP.
Yeah, you've got a couple of players that he toyed with early on. For Astralis. Metasport, on the other hand, keep things quiet on the down low. Sort of suffocating Astralis from info. Do they take an extra step to figure anything else out? They hear some rifle shots coming through in mid. Adam B looking to close the distance. Into red already. Walks through the smoke.
So slow. This is difficult to read.
No way they expect this. Adam B could have the element of surprise for him. Stair, though, is able to connect onto the head quickest. Therefore, Metasport, though, will have to turn things around onto this A site, catching their attention in mid. Now, Kadian has to spare his attention to two different positions, both mid and the site being taken over. Astralis in trouble.
Low HP on Cadian and Stare, no kit, no U2 when you've lost the Vice. You gotta call this one up, but they're just going forward. Isaac being flashed into our CT spawn. You don't want to hold on to the bomb site. You want to make Astralis feel like they can't hold on to anything. And Plopsky's taking down Cadian. Stout is on a timer. Hampus takes him down. Medisport get 9 on the T side. And that was a masterclass of a call from Hampus.
That's ridiculous. I mean, you already had 3 players ready to explode out from A tunnels, but the fact that you put a lot of chaos into mid, it just draws out the attention from Cadian. And just the pickups worked out. Then you know that Astralis are getting frantic. It looked real tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, I mean, Astralis re-clear it, right? They double push Donut. You catch one player trying to push in towards red and you don't see anyone else on middle. You can't hear anything A main. This is screaming a B play here for Medisport. But it was just a triple walk. One player in towards heaven ready to punish that aggression from Yabi. It was by design a great round from Medisport, and now Astralis are left with no cash to work with.
Yeah, 5 players looking to chill out in tunnels and Jag. Create a bit of a pyramid, because that's all you can really hope for. A pick or 2. Medisport realise the coast is clear. They know they've ignored that side of the site. You've got to anticipate someone's around. Molly as well for Adam B. I mean, if he throws down one in the approximate direction of Astralis, could be deadly. Already some nades being thrown. And here comes the Molly. Spray down will do it sharp. Hey! Somehow Yabi avoiding it all. Okay. I see you. Do stick around to get the spoils of war, the collections, the frags. Trying to go for the chase, but unable to get a pick after that. Metasport on double digits already. It seems like once they got on the T side, they haven't slowed down a second.
Swedish Counter-Strike is starting to feel it. 3 rounds the difference right now. We had that conversation already. It's been such a long time. Such a dreadful wait for all of them. Swedish teams have not been present in Counter-Strike Major's full Swedish 5-man roster since 2019. And now Medisport is just 3 rounds away from it. Astralis, another buy, Device with a big green, everyone else with the M4s and the Famous in the hands of Cadian. This is the time for you to strike.
And that's exactly what they do, but Hampus is able to interrupt it. Push out from mid of his own. Sure, he's low, but he's got the early pick.
Dangerous first down. He's going to receive a little bit of support from Cadian. It's all about the timing, though. If Cadian goes down, then Stout's going to be in a really difficult position.
You're going to try and reinforce it out from main, but you're not able to do it. Instead, Cadian has to drop away. Down to 22 points of health. He's in trouble. Backstab. Plopsky creates the opening onto the B side. Medisport are winning all trades, but suddenly Astralis so that they've got control over A. The round is on its head. Flipped entirely. Plopsky, that's so aggressive, and it pays off. Now Device, the start of Danish Counter-Strike, here to save the day. Big nade. Plopsky posts up. Lumi presses the digits. And Device tries to find the optimal position and move in. Lumi yet to show himself. Plopsky hides. Lumi has figured out the info. Device has to figure it out all in his head. Picture it. Manifest it. And now bring it to reality.
Double peek.
Plopsky. Oh, there could have been a chance. But the crouch was enough to keep him alive. Metasport on 11, not allowing Astralis to get a say.
Plopsky showing what a big game player looks like. A triple kill in the most important of rounds, and that was so close to being a disaster for Metasport. A 5 versus 2 that they nearly bring down or bring back from the depths. Astralis. It was pure chaos all around the server. Device down, giving it a really good go. There was nothing more you could have done about it. That was the 1v1. That was the one that decided that it felt like a really difficult clutch to put Device in, especially without a kid in Yuto. And Astralis, they're just throwing the kitchen sink at this one. No half buys. This is the full investment. Triple MP9, 1 Famous, 1 M4.
Molly's galore from both sides of the coin. Metasport interrupted, blockaded. Astralis haven't let them cross through, but somehow shots are connecting from the other end. Stown, take an aggressive angle. Farmers, less than optimal weapon. Metasport are starting a takeover, and Astralis are shaking Cadian. Last player standing, but not for long. If you're Astralis, you're shaking right now because you're letting the Swedes get away with it. 1 round away from securing their dream.
1 round away from Hampus and Plopsky. Going back to the majors, Isaac showing that his time on NIP really did not count. He's been playing like a true beast today. And Astralis go for another tactical timeout. What do you say right now? 5 rounds behind. And as we said, you're not going to be out if you don't capitalize on this opportunity, but it's been such a long time since you've been that close and you're about to let it slip. You have to play a couple more best of threes if you want to make it into the Austin Major. If you lose here. And this is the best opportunity Metasport will get at closing this one out. You're playing around against 3 MP9s. A really decent amount of veto and 2 M4s, though, could make life a little bit more tricky.
If you're Metasport, you've got 5 chances. Possibly
and you've got
3 buy rounds.
All of Sweden pushing you right now. Cheering for you, screaming, hoping this is going to be the round.
Astralis, it's been 4 majors that they haven't been able to make it. And they are scared that it just might be a 5th. Not over, but Metasport definitely banging on the door. Cadian knows that he needs to step up here. Goes for a slight walk forwards, doesn't have assistance, but can get away with the frag. Gets away with his life, and Astralis have evened things up.
That's a massive steal from Cadian, by the way. No refrag potential, though. Adam B didn't think Cadian would go for that type of play, but he needed to make something happen. Lumi in position, shuts down Device.
The thing is, it wasn't just Device holding down the A site. You still have 2 players available to you if you're Astralis. Metasport, on the other hand, breaking through multiple directions. Stare, pressured from so many angles, and this could be it. The Swedes could take over. Stown trying to do everything in his power to keep things going. Headshot onto Plopsky. He might just have another angle in it. Hampus keeping his teammate alive. As Stown closes in, less than optimal health. Hampus out with the molly's not going to help him in that fight. Stown keeps Astralis in it, waits for the molly to dissipate. He's going to hold on, stick that defuse, and keep Astralis in the game.
That's the life savior that you want to have on the team. Pick up that hope, son. That 1 versus 3 clutch was absolutely insane.
Take a moment, Stun. Take a moment to breathe in.
You still gotta relax.
Exhale as well. Oh, absolutely. You've got to take a moment here. You've got to take a chill
4
pill.
more. This is just the beginning right now, but it's a signal. Stown is not ready to let go of this one. He's been waiting for such a long time as well.
It's safe to say adrenaline is rushing through the Astralis' veins.
Metasport gotta be careful right now. That was the 3 versus 1 that you just gave away to Stown, and sure, he played it to perfection, but you feel like that was your opportunity. You're gonna have 4 more chances. You don't want to get into her heads too much.
Metasport take a lot of nade damage early. The flash, confusion. Yabi with the first pick. Astralis have got things noted down here. Mid locked in. Stown to pressure Polsky. Oh dear, no. Plopsky does get dropped. And Astralis again 2-man advantage. That's gotta hurt.
This is starting to look a little bit terrifying, right? Still 4 rounds away, but Metasport, you probably had your smiles on your faces. You probably thought the major was just in your grasp, and it was. It was just 1 kill away. No, less than 50 HP away. And now, you might have to work a little bit more for it. A 3 versus 5 boost for the Opes. There, jump spotting on the other side of it. Lumi, shot fired. That's giving away the whereabouts of 2 more players. Astralis are going to be on high alert.
They will. But the pressure's all on Metasport. They need to make something happen out of this. They know they fumbled it a second ago. But they've got to figure out that they've got another chance down on the back lurk.
He's realized what's happened, calls out for reinforcements. Astralis going to join into this 5-man strong. No reason to re-aggress here. You're just going to have to wait for the timing. Safe bomb plant position. Aggression from Isaac, knowing he's got to bring the brilliance. Lumi misses a shot that he usually does not miss. Device answers back. Hampus will try and hold down the line, but it is to no avail. Astralis 2 back-to-back, and you're on the streak, trying to reach what Metasport have accomplished.
Hold on a second, this one is not over just yet. They've closed out the distance to 3 now, and a bomb plant is still gonna make it possible for Metasport to go for another investment. Hampus has got enough cash to drop over something to Isaac as we go into another technical timeout. There's been a few of those so far. Not the right moment, definitely, for your mental to be going through something like that, but if you get Astralis, if you get Stown, by the way, and this is a really important conversation, Stown has been one of the most talented Danish players in the last 10 years to probably come around, right? And when I say that, I completely realize he wasn't part of that golden generation of Astralis,
Sure.
right? But right after that, he was one of the biggest talents, one of the brightest players that have come out of the Danish scene. One of the big criticisms towards him, or the big points of criticism towards him, was the fact that he would oftentimes go absent in incredibly important games. Stown has just put this Astralis team on his back with that 1v3 clutch and gotten them an opening kill, well, another pickup. It was the second kill of the round in the next round. If he gets fired up and if Astralis start believing and if Metasport get into their own heads about missing out on that opportunity, this could be dangerous.
It's just the opening sentence to a brand new paragraph. Stown had the first word, but Astralis need to put things together.
We already saw something similar yesterday, right? It wasn't in such a high-stakes game, but I guess it was in a similar situation. That's the way that Heroic closed things out, right? That's how they came back into their second map of Counter-Strike to actually qualify for the major with a Tenier ace, and now Stown doesn't quite ace it, but produces something arguably even more impressive, or at least the same level, considering the moment when he was able to pull it off. It definitely is not that type of a clutch that has instantly pulled you back into it, but it's given you a bit of a chance, right? There still is 3 rounds. Metasport's going to have enough money. The loss bonus is going to start adding up, so it's not like Astralis are going to get any free rounds out of this. You're most likely going to be facing up against a couple rifles every single time, and this one is going to be the full-on purchase with an AVP dropped over to Lumi and AKs for everybody else, maybe bar Isaac. You still have a lot of work to do.
Mouse issues resolved. Back into action. Metasport know they lose this. Suboptimal economy. Still 3 chances, but probably 2 only buys. Metasport electing to take a lot of mid-early pressure. Adam B doesn't get spotted. Gets the better end of the timing. Push coming through. Popsky to assist. There comes Isaac. And Adam B assists with the damage. Device so pressured from Adam B's position.
Oh!
He doubles down with the push. Suddenly Metasport have a real opportunity. But this time, it's Yabi's turn to bring the clutch for Astralis. No divider position. We've entered a new Swedish era of Counter-Strike. Metasport make it into the major.
It's been such a long time. 2019. 6 years of wait for the Swedish fan base to finally see a full Swedish lineup with a coach make it to a major, but Metasport put an end to the misery as they extend the misery of Astralis.
It's an absolute heartbreaker if you're Astralis right now, but for Metasport, entire elation. Look, we don't have webcams, but we can only just imagine that the Metasport players are just off their seats right now. How hard of a battle has been since the start of the major qualifier. We knew that this is going to be a hard fight for them. They exceeded expectations, 2 early victories, and they were the last seed of this tournament, the last contenders that we'd possibly imagine get into that spot early on, right?
Yeah.
And not only do they compete against Danish rivals, they compete against the #1 seed. From last to first, now in the major. Ridiculous storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're playing against an Astralis that, as we said, has quite frankly been playing decent Counter-Strike so far this event, right? Things didn't quite work for Astralis on map 1. Map 2, momentum was on their side. They were able to absolutely dominate Metasport on that Mirage, and then you're coming into Ancient and you're thinking, well, surely Astralis are going to be able to come in guns blazing, but Metasport just shaking that dust off, and you got to put your money on the fact that Hampus, Plopsky, Isaac, all of them are going to be feeling damn good about it. And we got to say something about Isaac, by the way, man. He's been playing such incredible Counter-Strike since the start of this qualifier.
No, it's been brilliant. You've got so many positives to say. I think you can put Lumi in that conversation as well with how much he stepped up this series. I think you said as well in the start of the day when we were analyzing the prospects of this matchup, the players to look out for, you know, when comparing the two AWP players, Device was, you know, the #1 on that.
Yeah.
He's always going to be amongst the #1s, you know, whoever you place him up against. But Lumi hasn't been that step-up factor for his roster, but you saw it in the first map, you saw it in the second one. Real reasons why Inferno was under the belt of Metasport to begin with, a real reason why they were competitive on Mirage as well. So much stepping up power from the Metasport players. They really wanted this win, and it showed every step of the way.
Yeah, and after Antwerp, Rio, Paris, Copenhagen, Shanghai, I mean, Astralis, it's just been a struggle, right? They did play in Antwerp. They did get eliminated in the Challenger stage, missed out on the next 4 majors. They're not out of the competition right now, but if you got to focus on what's ahead of them, I mean, you got to try and reset after this one. You're going to have, what, 1 hour of a break, and then you just need to jump into another best of 3, and if you win that, you're not even making it into the major. You're just making it into tomorrow, where you get to play a couple more sets of games in order to try and qualify. So, as we said, Metasport, congratulations to them. They just avoided having to play a couple more BO3s, and for Astralis, it will really have to be done in the hardest way possible if they want to see Austin this summer.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult endeavor, and we know how treacherous it can be down there with 2 wins, or 2 losses, actually, where Gamer Legion, the second seed, one of the most hottest prospects of play currently that we'd expect to see in the major back-to-back appearances, but that didn't happen. They got knocked out earlier today by Saw, and Astralis are in danger of that happening to them as well. MVP for Hampus overall when it comes to the KDA, the ADR as well. Yeah, there you go. MVP for Hampus.
Yeah, MVP for Hampus. Adam being given a one-time shout-out as well on the screen right there. I feel like you could say that this is a team effort for Metasport. That is the one thing that I want to focus around. And actually, it's quite convenient that we're not highlighting only one guy, right? Because Isaac has been playing his best event so far as a Metasport player. Showing that he can still play on a high level even after what he went through on NIP and how, frankly, disappointing his stay there was, right? You've got Adam B, who's joining up with Susp now, and both brothers have officially, obviously, the other one hasn't officially qualified yet, but he did play the one in Shanghai, so now he's joined up with his brother. They both played at least one major, or will have played on at least one major. Hampus and Plopsky are coming back to big Counter-Strike after being removed from NAP a couple years ago. Then you're looking at Lumi, who's coming in as a complete greenie into major qualifications, and he was able to hold his own. And for someone that's been struggling with consistency so much this year in Lumi, I feel like this event is going to mean a whole lot, because he did not only qualify there because of everyone else being great, but he himself did hold his own in the server, and he did show a level of play deserving of a little bit of recognition.
Yeah, you know there's going to be big talk about Metasport's potential breaking it into the major. There's going to be a lot of chat about how they were able to do that and in what way they had to do that. And we get to see that journey right on our screens. First couple of wins went to Metasport, went on up to the bracket, upper bracket all the entire way. OG got the better of them in the best of 3, but quite honestly, OG are in insane form. And look, it went to 3 maps. And that's in that way. 3 maps could not be avoided with their match against Astralis, a 2-1 win against them there. Incredible scenes. We've already got ourselves 4 qualifiees into the major. It's going to be Heroic OG. BetBoom have made it as well, Metasport and Namiga, which means that 1 spot remains. That has to be fighted for between 9 Pandas, Astralis, Bait, Big, and Ents, and Saw.
And we already have the pairs, by the way. I think we can just give them to everyone as of right now. We even know which game we're going to be looking at here on the B stream, because we've got obviously 3 concurrent streams. We're going to see the 9 Pandas face off against Bait, Astralis take on Big. That's going to be a banger, and this is the one that we're going to be looking at. And then you have Saul taking on Ents. And folks, as we already said, those are all elimination games. Not a single one is a qualification game. The winners of them just qualify for tomorrow, when are going to happen the playoffs, in a way, maybe, play-ins. of this main Swiss stage. So Astralis, not only they miss out on qualifying against Metasport, but now they have to play against guys like Tapson, like Crimble. There's going to be fireworks all over the place in that game.
Yeah, it was Denmark versus Sweden a second ago. It's going to be Denmark versus Germany in a bit as well. So look, this B stream is lining up quite nicely for us. Not going to lie, it's looking pretty cool. And for these teams, this is a big grind. This is becoming tough. This is where, you know, it becomes really cookie cutter for them. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how this one goes. Short break coming up. When it's over, we'll be here for Astralis versus Big. Don't go anywhere, folks. The action has only just begun.
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The fight towards the Blast TV Austin Major continues as our European teams have gotten to the very final moment. Look, we've completed nearly that main Swiss stage with teams 2 wins, 2 losses remain with one only spot to spare. On this stream, we're dedicating our thoughts towards Astralis and Big. And look, honestly, it's lined up to be a banger.
Yeah, it's lined up to be a banger. We're dedicating our thoughts to all 6 of those teams, right? It's going to be a bloodbath of a game here on the B stream between Astralis and Big, but it's going to be an absolute bloodbath between all of them, right? You're right now playing in an elimination game. You were in with a chance, if we're talking Astralis and Big specifically, to actually qualify for the major just, 1 hour ago. Both of those teams losing, obviously, Astralis falling short to the side of Metasport, and on the side of Big, they dropped the series to Nemiga. And now you're left in a position where you're fighting to try and avoid elimination, but then even if you win, you're not going to be making your way into the major. You're just playing tomorrow for a spot, for a chance to actually get that 6th and final place that qualifies you for the Blast Austin Major.
Yeah, and I think the burn hits a little bit harder for Astralis, right? Because for Big, they didn't even get teased with a map win, while Astralis, on the other hand, got really close to a potential reverse sweep up against Metasport, but that inevitably didn't happen. The Swedes got the better of them and now have to fend off against an all-German team. Now, look, on the other hand, you could also put into an argument, Big has also had 2 different speeds when it comes to this qualifier already, right? It feels like some games they're very much dominating. Wins against 9 Pandas, 500, really clean sweeps. And on the other hand, they struggle on others, being 2-0 versus Nemiga, but also an OT game versus BC game. There's no, like, in the middle.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? They did get absolutely smashed in their first round game, then they bounced back against the Bulgarians, and then the BC game. I mean, we were the ones casting that, and that was a crazy comeback that probably shouldn't have happened, right? So arguably, Big probably should have been in the 1-2 bracket, but now they missed out on an opportunity to play against Nemiga. The thing is, if you are Big, you probably feel like you had your shot against Nemiga, right? You're playing against the least experienced team. Sure, it's not Astralis are not in form as of right now, but what we saw against Metasport, it wasn't just Astralis being out of check. It was Metasport playing some great Counter-Strike, and if you're going into this game, I feel like there's no 2 ways about it. We're looking at a matchup that puts 2... I guess historic, emblematic orgs against each other, but Astralis is definitely coming into this one having played probably, arguably, the more competitive Counter-Strike out of the 2 teams in the previous games.
Yeah, and it's got to be fatiguing. It's got to be, mentally draining for them. But let's get deeper into Astralis, shall we? Because we just had a look at them. We just got to see, firsthand what works, what doesn't. Some, step-ups like we wanted to see from them overall, right? There are some aspects that did go well, but obviously to not a consistent enough basis to deal with a very dangerous Metasport.
Yeah, one of the few positives that I guess you could say about Astralis' performance in that game against Metasport, Stout actually did play really good, right?
Yes.
Ended up the series on a 55-39. This MRQ has officially become the second highest rated event for him so far in 2025, right? So we are seeing Stout step up, and sure, he did win that 1 versus 3 that didn't end up leading to anything, right? Metasport just closed it in a couple rounds time, but it's good to see that some of the stars of Astralis are trying to activate. Bottom line, Stout played well. Downside of it, Yabi was nowhere to be seen on that map. Maybe bar a couple good plays on Mirage. So in general, there's a lot to be looking forward to. If you're Astralis, you probably want to show an even more consistent approach to the game. But on the other side, you have a big team that is getting an opportunity now to finally show a little bit of consistency.
Indeed, they've got the chance to do just that, and a very difficult matchup up against them. We've kind of gone through a big journey with Big overall. Look, you know, we had a conversation even yesterday with Big as well about having hyped as an AWPer with a completely different style against Nuke in their game. Now he's going to have to get that head-to-head with Device, which gets things a little bit more, you know, complicated. We always said that Device, you know, coming up against them but you know, if in a Nuke VORP situation, you're always going to be sort of the underdog, right? There are very rare situations where the situation's going to favor you. So yeah, big task ahead of Big, and you know, you need to be firing on all 5 cylinders. All 5 players need to come alive. This matchup is to remain in the fight for the major. And look, they've come this far. They don't want to drop the ball now.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that conversation a couple days ago, but that big team with Regon, which was, I guess, one of the more weird ones we've seen in the last couple of years, it did make the legend stage of the Shanghai Major, right? And you go through that entire rebuild with all those exciting young German players coming in, QB coming in, of course, Hype now being again the opener and Searson's out, and you're thinking, well, there's a lot of firepower on the team. That's what we saw against BC Game, right? A 2-10 deficit on halftime on Ensign, and then they were able to come back with everyone bar Tapson being above 22, 23 kills, right? Everyone storming in with a lot of firepower to the mix, and then you're thinking, well, where the hell was that in the other games, right? Where is the consistency? Can they actually win without all 4 of the youngsters going nuclear individually? Because this is what it required against BC Game. And you're looking at then the 1 best of 3 that those 2 teams played against each other earlier this year, and you're thinking, well, Astralis won that easily. Then how is Big going into this game thinking that they're going to be in with an even chance? And I have an answer for you. I don't feel like if the individuals don't show up today, Big really do have an opportunity. But good news is some of them have been popping off.
Yeah, and I think Karimbo must be put into that conversation as well. Bar the match versus Namiga, I think he had really standout performances. You know, you look at his scores, you look at his impact overall. He's had a great time. Now, the most recent match being an Amiga, that's the one that hurts the most a little bit. You know, on his time, I think all the big players didn't have a lot of fun on that one. So, you know, you kind of need to reset after that. You do have some time, I think a little bit more than Astralis. Astralis had like 40 minutes to sort of reset before heading into this one. Big, you know, their match quite quickly. I guess that's a positive as well. You've got some extra time to kind of reset and put your focus into the next game. But, you know, starting this game, you know, having the 2 different completely atmospheres prior to this. Astralis, a very competitive game, Big, a very one-sided landslide loss for them, has got to hurt, and, you know, doesn't give them, like, you know, favorable chances coming into this.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But one thing that is hopeful for Big, I feel like, is the fact that JDC has been playing good Counter-Strike so far this year. And he's probably the one most consistent alongside Hyped, maybe, in a way, right? Crimble's been a little bit underwhelming, but the entire story of JDC, one of the few people that couldn't stay around in that Mouse lineup and had to try and, I guess, find himself as a player once again after being removed from Mouse, and now he shifted from being a more supportive, anchor-orientated player to being the big star in the attack for Big, right? Getting a lot of the good CT side positions, getting involved in a lot of the action on T side, whatever he wants to go for plays. And then on the other side, you have Stown, who's not necessarily as aggressive, quite the opposite, but he's still equally important for the side of Astralis. Probably the second, third biggest voice alongside Cadian and Device on that team, you'd feel like. And he is supposed to be, as we had that conversation earlier, again, the star of the show alongside Device on this team. One thing that he was against Metasport and wasn't quite enough, he needs to do it again here. And especially if JDC is tuning in and playing good Counter-Strike, Stown will have to step it up.
Well, let's have a look at the maps, shall we, for this one? You know, we had some clear cookie-cutter maps on the previous one, and some repeated ones from the, you know, maps that have been liked. You know, some of them enjoy the similar bands as well. Train not being in there will be a decent one for Astralis. They don't really mind about it. Mirage, Inferno, Ancient, same exact veto for Astralis as they head into back-to-back, you know, pretty much known maps for them.
Yeah, that is interesting. This is the one thing that's really complicated with Big playing against Astralis right now. Because last time they picked into an Ancient, they lost it. And I guess it's a similar argument to the one that we were having with Metasport and Astralis. Both teams like it, but not enough to actually pick into it. Big are the ones that are forced to actually go for a bit of a switcheroo. And if you're Astralis, last time you played against them on Inferno, you were able to win, and pretty convincingly as well to that. Big are the ones that need to go for something different, and the one different thing that they go for is still a map that we've seen Astralis play some good Counter-Strike on, right? Sure. You're thinking about the Mirages that Astralis played prior to the MRQ, far from ideal. You're looking at the two games they played here, 13-7 over Parivision, 13-7 over Metasport, Yabi popping off, Cadian playing good Counter-Strike, Device looking impeccable in most of the games, Stound, Stare, everyone tuning in with a lot of impact. So if you're looking at this veto straight up, you're thinking Astralis should be feeling great about it.
Yeah, at the same time, I've got the sense that Big haven't really been tested in regards to their map pool overall this event. They've only played 4 maps, and these 3 have been in those 4. Dust 2 has played once, hasn't gone that well. You know, we've always going to have to have that Dust 2 talk with Big, whoever is on that lineup overall. But yeah, you know, the fact that you got BO1s, teams kind of can ban away your strengths, and now entering best of 3s, and again not being able to play, you know, a deep map pool here overall is an interesting factor. But you know, if you're able to make it through with a few maps that you show, isn't too bad of a result, especially if you make it into the major and not revealing all your secrets.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think it's about revealing secrets, right? No, it's just about getting there, right?
Yes.
You gotta win. You gotta win every single game from here on out. You have a long enough time to come up with new secrets for the major itself. I feel like the #1 priority right now, and this is the historic challenge, I guess, for both those teams. For the side of Big, it's been more the, I guess, overwhelming feeling of disappointment in the last couple of years, right? It's not the fact that they're not qualifying for majors. As we said, the Shanghai major, quite frankly, was a lot more successful for them in comparison to Astralis that missed it out, right? Big were legends in Shanghai, but it's still the fact that the team in general has not looked like it's a really exciting project to follow, regardless of all the roster changes happening most of the time. So winning here against Astralis and potentially giving it a good go tomorrow, when I don't feel like a lot of people were giving credit to Big, especially because this event is being played online, would be really good for them. And then on the other side, we're going through the same old, but Astralis has missed the last 4 majors in a row. And when you're an organization like that, you have those players, and some of them now are popping off as well. Device is playing good Counter-Strike. Stound and Yabi are taking turns and stepping up. Stare has been one of the most stable support players and lurk players so far. Well, I say lurk / entry on some maps. It depends on the map, but he's been one of the more supportive and best supportive players in the world so far. Astralis needs to be making a major, or at least they need to get close to it. They were against Metasport. Now they're getting, as you pointed out, just 40-45 minutes to refresh. And the question is whether they would go into this big game thinking, hey, you know what? Things didn't work against Metasport. We still know we should be the #1 favorite out of all remaining teams to make it through.
Yeah. And I think it becomes less of a factor given the fact you've got so much experience on Astralis, right? It's not the first time your back's against the wall. It's not the first time you've only had just a few minutes to reset, enter another map, and need to win it, right?
You know what's the issue?
Go ahead.
It's not the first time your back's turned against the wall, but the last couple times you were back's turned against the wall, you couldn't find your way out. That is the big issue. It's not like you've been dealing with those situations. It's the fact that you've been finding yourself in those spots for the last couple major qualifiers, and every single time things did not go your way. The last 4 times.
Yeah, it would be a big upset here for Astralis, #1 seed into this European major qualifier to not make it out. And Big could put an end to that streak here. And look, the top 2 favorites have been on the chopping block. Gamer Legion already knocked out, which is a massive surprise to everyone, especially the recent streak of form that they've shown. Sure, some struggle here and there, but you're playing against Tier 1 rosters, right? The rest of the field has mostly been competing in Tier 2 events, right? So it's a bit of a crazy one to consider about overall, holistically. realistically. Yeah, Big have a really a big chance to, no pun intended, to create a major upset again. Again, no pun intended. So yeah, I think Big are coming in here with less pressure. Sure, you've made the last major, had a great impression there, and look, you want to also continue giving pride to your German compatriots and your fans. And you've gotten close, right? You had a chance in the previous series to get there. You didn't do that, and now you've got a chance again. It's like you're not going to giving many opportunities in situations like this. So overall, a lot of mental strain on both sides, which could make this a very exciting game.
I think it's all going down to the sense of you not feeling like you've missed out on your opportunity if you're big. Or Astralis, right? Because it's really easy to get into that mindset. Because you both had a 2-1 game against a team that is least experienced. And I feel like if you're big, you probably felt like a team like Nemiga should have been the one that you're able to punish, right? Even though they're not playing the most orthodox style of Counter-Strike. And sure, Nemiga could be a little bit difficult to tame at times. But if you're big, you're going in against a team that the last time you took down was in CSGO. You've never been able to beat Astralis in Counter-Strike 2. Sure, you've played it only twice, but you're yet to actually win a map against them. And this is definitely not giving you a lot of confidence. Now, the good news is both teams have changed iterations since the first time they played against each other. Now, the second one was quite recently, and Astralis had no issues dealing with Big. So if you're Big right now, you're just hoping that you go into it with a solid enough game plan as much as you would have had the time to actually craft something up in the, as we said, maybe few hours that they had in comparison to Astralis, and you're hoping that you're going to be a little bit better well-rested in comparison to Astralis, who ended up their game around an hour ago. So you feel like Astralis probably focused not as much on prepping into Big, but more on relaxation, right? And that is the fact that you're going into this game on the fly. It's who's going to be a little bit better at improv, who's going to be going into it with the better momentum, the highest spirits, and who's going to be going into it shooting harder, because this is not the type of a game that you're going to go into and expecting to see, I guess, strategical masterclass being brought in from both teams and the best ante in the world being brought up from both teams.
As the players are still readying up here, I just want to, I think we have a chance to get a talk about this as well.
Sure.
We should be getting into the game soon. I've just been notified, so stay tuned in with us, everybody. But we've got time to talk about this as well. Look, Astralis coming into this event, I have the impression that when they start games off well, they tend to like finish them, right? They kind of have a way to steamroll opponents. But when things don't go so well, when the mental isn't quite there, or that, they haven't started shooting, communications lines start to get a bit fidgety, it becomes a bit of a spaghetti situation where things get messy. Now, I feel we've seen more of the latter rather than the former when it comes to this event here for Astralis. What are your, why do you think, obviously we haven't had time to VOD review this, we've just been casting the games, we've just been experiencing them on the fly. There might just be, some laid back, if you have a third eye perspective on why this has happened, we'd have a better idea. But, from the perspective that we've had already, what's your idea on this? Why do you think Astralis has got into that position?
I think it's really tricky with them, because I don't think you can honestly look at the situation and say, hey, what, Astralis is not a good strategical team. No, on the contrary, they seem to have a really clear plan going into the majority of the games. T sides are really well coordinated for the most part, right? And the calling doesn't seem to be the problem, or, well, the initial idea doesn't seem to be the problem for Astralis. It's not like they don't have the depth. It's not like they don't know how to prepare well. It's not like they don't know how to play good Counter-Strike. And that is why I think when they get it going early on and everyone's feeling it and the communication flow is nice, they can beat, I don't want to say all of the teams that we have here in the MRQ, but most of the teams that we have here in the MRQ pretty swiftly, right? It's where Astralis have been struggling so far this year has been closer games, scrappier games, when it gets to the nitty-gritty, when the pressure is up, when an important decision has to be made by a couple different people in the same round in a high-pressure situation, and then it kind of feels like from the outside they're a little bit discombobulated and not everyone is on the same page, right? And this is the one thing that has been a little bit odd. Now, we identified one change that they've made, by the looks of things, in comparison to other events they've played beforehand this year, and that was Cadian trying to get a little bit more involved with opening fights on both the T and the CT side, right? Trying to be the spear of the attack sometimes, not all of the time, but CT side-wise, you saw a couple of moments, let's say, on Mirage, where he's the B anchor. He would be the one to actually go in towards that top-middle push. Device would cover B, so Yabi could cover under for him. So there's a couple plays being added where Cadian gets to be a little bit more active, and I think that's helping Astralis a whole lot.
Game is live. Astralis versus Big to see if they could remain in the fight to make the major. Danes versus Germans. Let's see who'll make it through.
Well, if you're on the Danish side of things, you're hoping that Germans are not as tough to crack as Swedes, because as we saw, Swedes are pretty rough. Astralis start this one off with a 4-man setup towards the A-bomb side. Okay, there is some early anti being brought in. Big are running right into the jaws of defeat and into the trap.
Yeah, well, Astralis stay hidden on the most part, but that molly will completely destroy that attempt. A massive counter on the fly that allows Big to have Pole here, potentially getting the bomb down without too many issues.
Low HP.
Again, device could be collected. Karimba finds an awesome headshot to stare, and I think he had all of his health there. And 1 minute on the clock does give Big some breathing space. Tabson, damn, keeping up the tempo. And now it's all down to Yabi. With one player out connector, Krimbo hanging out, chilling around triple, knowing he doesn't have to take the fight. As Yabi tries to connect on a longer angle, Krimbo puts some chip damage into his opponent. Yabi, not much he can do, because he has to focus towards 2 different angles. Big with first blood.
That's a really big steal early on, by the way, from the T side. You go into a stacked A-bomb side, Astralis were trying to invite him in, but then I feel like Astralis were not ready for the triple molly to be brought in and a pistol round, and you can't really fault him for it. It felt like the bait was good enough. You find the first couple picks, then you have another player, and he's got the support of his teammates into our CT, but Big just deal with it really nicely. The 1x bet odds heavily favoring Astralis for this one. 146 taking on 259 for Big. Of course, if you want to check those out, make sure to click the banner below the stream and head over to 1xbet. Shout out one time. You can use code Austin25.
Yeah,
that is 25.
Well, a false buy from Astralis shown here. But the buy from Big features 5 rifles. So it's not like it's going to be an easy endeavor, especially when JDC is shooting like that. Device thinking
sharp.
Whether he wants to scout or not.
Double push T-spawn, by the way.
Yeah, could complicate the endeavor for Big.
Device needs one kill.
Big push so forwards makes it even harder, given Big have got all the control, and now high alert on the back line. You can't really get the bomb down. You know, one player's crossed through Palace. You've got to consider ramp a possibility. Little by little, Yabi takes a few steps forwards, few damage, shots coming through.
Oh no.
Hyped gets shut down, and all of a sudden, the captain of Big asked to do it by himself.
He knows where both of them are, but look at the repositions. There is already on the way, hightailing it back towards the ramp, and they're just going to double up. They're going to play this one together.
Smart. Smoke chops, extra cover for Tabson, but distance closed by Astralis. Tabson needs to check his left-hand side as Yabi's on the flurk.
Oh.
Lank and flurk in one. 1v1 now. This is a massive round. If Astralis are able to convert this, it's huge.
It?
No kit, he's going to stick it. He doesn't care.
10-second defuse.
4 seconds left, gets off of it. Oh, right back onto Tabson, and plenty of time to spare. Astralis get a force in, works out like a charm, now equally on the board.
Yeah, plenty of time to spare for Stair. What a moment for him to step it up, by the way. He's one of the people that everyone's been talking about on this Astralis lineup. Probably one of the few players that has deserved a big credit so far in 2025. Always to be relied on. Always you can look at Stair and say, hey, you know what? I need a fight to be won. You're going to win it for me, and I believe you. I trust you in those situations. He was just thinking and waited to hear the steps of Tabson, turns around, gets the kill, have plenty of time to confirm the defuse is 4-piece for Stair in this one.
Yeah, does wonders to Astralis. You know, these force buys paying dividends, giving themselves an opportunity to buffer up with some extra weapons. Stair keeping the AK from the previous round, but most importantly, Device having his hands on his comfort gun.
Bebop straight up. Yuto Kaden's going to be playing close range.
A lot of damage, but no cigar. But Device is nearby with Yabi yet to be tested. Flash is good, so Tech9s do get a little bit of chip damage on. Device closes in. Deagles start to be a factor. You've got to be careful, though. One more headshot, and things get dangerous, but Device plays it safe. Not overstepping is welcome. Allows his teammate Stair to come in from behind and assist. the engagement, and there you have it. Astralis finding the lead from the get-go.
You know what this is? This is looking solid. You could think, well, Cadian is just pushing like that. Why does he take that type of a chance, right? He takes that chance because he's got the support of the Opera and the rifle wing towards the B-bomb side. It's not really a reckless play. It's an information play. He does go down, sure, doesn't get anything done, but Device just does not miss. You get a triple out of him on the big green. Yabi, regardless of being blinded, still able to get away with a couple as well. Astralis reset that T-side economy. No plan for big, meaning you're down to the Glocks.
Yeah, that force didn't quite work out the way they intended. For a moment there, I thought Cadian would go aggressive, but they got a hint that JDC is lurking behind, so wisely approached. 1, 2, 3, and the big players just drop to the ground.
Yeah, this is where you're gonna start feeling like this is a competitive one if you're big. Obviously, Mirage is not too bad now that you have a little bit of firepower, but if we have to judge on the back of what we've seen so far from them on Mirage in this MRQ, it was just 1 4-13 loss to the 9 Pandas. Sure, at the start of the year when you were playing at Cato and then the IM Dallas European Close Qualifier, you were able to get some impressive wins over teams like OG, BC Game, FaZe Clan as well. But that was a long time ago. Recency bias in favor of Astralis when it comes down to Mirage.
Oh, for sure. Look, a lot of bias goes to Astralis recency bias, performance bias, seeding bias. Device bias.
Yep.
God damn.
Always a difference maker when you have him playing that well. And most of the time he will be. Big starter. First proper buy after losing the first buy wars with JDC out of the equation. Spread around, bomb making its way back. Cadian's pushed all the way in towards TV, and he's not going to hear anything. They're doubling back in towards the A-bomb side, but Cadian's just calling, hey guys, there's nothing going on. Stown's got full vision in towards short, so you know no one's crossing there. They're going to be ready for the A-play.
Tapson does get his window smoked so he can cross through connector without too many issues. You've got to be wary about that. You got Stown worried about it himself, but Astralis have got the read, and little by little, Cadian is closing up the gap. He's all the way behind you, just one corner away from being a menace, from completely crippling Big's round. Wants to see if he can line them up. MP9 needs quite a bit of spray power to get the damage through, but it's enough of a deterrent for the Astralis players to bounce in off the back of it. Cadian saves the day, albeit the damage inflicted on all 4 players.
Yeah, that's a really proactive play. That's what we were talking about. Is Cadian just starting to look like himself a little bit more, right? Going for that old school heroic push and pull. You're always looking for information on the CT sides, and it doesn't matter what map you're playing. If it's going to be Anubis, if it's going to be Mirage, if it's going to be Inferno, if it's Ancient, he's always going to be on the look. It's not limited to the map. I mean, it's not going to be Anubis in the case of Astralis, obviously, because they perma it, but you get the idea. A map that requires you to be really active on the CT side. Cadian does it everywhere, though, and this is what it does to Astralis. And this is what it does to Big. Money, not there. Utility in place. A execution coming up. You're hoping to close in the distance. Bad news. Alper's there. Stairs playing up close, and Stown in towards connector is going to be ready to pounce too.
For anybody that's just tuned in, this fight is for tomorrow's play-ins for the final spot for the European qualifier into the Austin Major. 5 have been decided. Now 6 teams battle for 1 spot. Device.
No flashes.
Good early shot. The pistols don't seem to have control of the situation. Sure, a couple of deagles to put in some damage, but Astralis keep the majority of their weapons alive, in check, and it's time for Big to see if they still got it in them. Hype getting his hands on a big green.
Yeah, Device getting the first one. Flash goes ice. They're able to collect another double, and even though he does go down to the Deagle, if Crimble's down was there with another double, Astralis looking really solid to begin that CT side here. And as you said, Big back to buy rounds. Hype has had a couple good maps of Counter-Strike so far. He was one of the key figures in that 2-10 comeback against BC Game on Ancient. One of the people that couldn't really step it up against Amiga either. Much needed.
Big are really leaning into the apartment side of things. They could go for an explosive pop here. Obviously, the molly will hinder them, but they smoke it instantly. Yabi solo defender. He's going to call Cadian to assist. A deep smoke to allow him to cross in. Yabi holds his ground into short, but Cadian pre-fired across the smoke does do wonders for Big's attack. Slowly closing in, though. You've got to be wary of Stairs' position as well. Lurking from apartments, Kubi can try and shut down the market players, but little by little, Stairs going to close in. Stown a little bit preemptive, disjointed from the rest of the team and the attack. Yeah, but yet to show his presence, and Tapson is ready. Astralis figure out they do miss out on the first couple of trades, meaning they've got to drop out of the situation big. As soon as they get access to the site, it kind of seals the deal when it comes to the round. A second round win would be massive, and holding on to 2 rifles ever greater as well. I don't know if Device will give Hype the chance to hold on to the orb. He might not even get the chance to deny him that. 4 points of health on one, 3 on the other. Big survive with 2.
This is, by the way, straight up, this is a great call coming in from Tapson. Those are the level. This is the level of adaptation that you could be expecting because of how proactive Cadian has been in towards that B bomb side as an anchor. There's so many rounds where he doesn't even start B, right? There's so many rounds where he's going to try and help his teammates in towards middle. He's going to stay on the move. Big just walk out the B bomb side, right? Like it's nothing. But you can see the counters straight up. You realize, well, Big contacted their way up B the last time. So now, Cadian gonna be rocking that secondary AVP, and this is something that we've been seeing a whole lot more of in the last couple of maps. Stown is the one to open things up, though.
Yeah, it's really important to put comfort onto your IGL back into a position that he really knows and understands, and already pays dividends from this round with Cadian getting himself a pickup. Stown on the other end, and Big lacking 2 players and not even reaching that 1 minute 20-second mark.
I mean, I feel like this is the way that you can still get some of the flamboyance and proactiveness and individual skill out of Cadian, right? He could still be the quote-unquote anchor on the team, but there are ways that you can, sure, with a bit of a higher risk, put him in comfort ground. Yeah, be willing to take the hit, start this round in towards the B bomb side so Cadian could have free reign with the open towards short.
We're seeing if he can back up Stown here, but he needs no assistance. Big, they kind of needed a pick there. They needed someone to pop off, give themselves a way in, but...
A safe is not a bad call here.
Yeah, not at all.
I feel like JDC's got money. He's got 1,500, so he can run an eco in the next one. Crimble's going to be the only one taking a bit of a hit, but you're probably going for a half buy in the next, and having those hero rifles means that you can still try and do a little bit of damage. The, I guess, bitter pill to swallow is the fact that you're letting Astralis hold on to all 5 of those guns, including the double op, right, which now you know is in play, because you did spot Cadian on a big green.
Well, even though Astralis are going to go for the checkout, Crimbo won't be allowed to save, man. That's a bit rough. You only have 1 AK drawn to the next round. Astralis have a lot of comfort on the CT side. Ted, we were talking about Astralis hitting the ground running, how important it is for them to close out games the way they start them. This is the best case scenario for them so far.
Yeah, it really has been. I feel like it's really easy now with how the conversations have been going, and a lot of the performances of Astralis have been this year, to just look the other way, even when they're doing something that's all right. But it's quite obvious that some effort is being put towards trying to play better Counter-Strike and trying to be a little bit more convincing. Slow steps, definitely far from where the team should be with the names on the lineup, but at least in a game like this one, they've started things off really well. Another tactical timeout coming in. This time is going to be on the side of Big. And it's all about figuring out a way to use that hero AK in the hands of JDC. Actually better that Crimbo does get found out, by the way, because he's not going to have his money messed up for the next round of action. So you end up with 3 Deagles, a Tech 9 in the hands of Tapson. Early mid Uto. And a contact play in towards that A bomb side with 2 flashes and 1 smoke.
It's not ideal for Big, but not impossible to make work if things fall in your direction the first few engagements. Got to hope.
Definitely not. Astralis is ready for it once again, though, right? You can see that as a reoccurring topic for a Device to be starting in towards Ticket, especially when they're up against a lower buy to support Stair.
Big waiting for the smoke to fade.
Then they can maybe start to take some step forwards. Only one smoke to spare. You kind of want that to land directly in front of Devices' face.
Careful.
Instead, it's a flood smoke. Looking to drop in. Spray down. Does take Hype down to 50, but Big are garnering a lot of space control. They've actually made their way over to jungle. Shot missed. Hype gets the bomb down, albeit downed.
Yeah. Still should be able to make that retake work. Jungle control has been established. Down needs to make sure he doesn't fall down there.
Yeah, he's chilling. He knows that once players come out in front of his crosshair, he'll be able to do damage. Just chill out. He knows Big also have crossed into both connector and jungle. Smoke now in front of the bomb. You can start putting the pressure on by getting yourself to defuse. Still, Astralis winning out on most of these engagements. Make them all Crimbo. The only one to get a pickup for Big, but overall, Astralis make that look clean.
Yeah, I mean, it did get a little bit scrappy there for a second, but I guess it's the fact that you are diligent enough to realize that Big have not given you anything. You walk away from the bomb site, you let the pistols drop down. A little bit of fortune coming in from that spam from Stout. An amalgamation of the two.
Spam.
Yeah. We've butchered his name way too many times, by the way.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
It's gonna happen.
My man Storn.
The first time I casted him back in the day, I called him Stavin a bunch.
I mean, I think that's reasonable for the first time.
Yeah, especially when you spell your name. You kind of want to read it the way
when
I
he was
spell.
on what? Fraxters.
Oh, no, I didn't
All
cast him
Danish team with refresh.
Even though Big have lost the early player, kind of have Thompson on a great position to capitalize onto that will aggress towards him. Okay, he's a dead man, but it's given space for Cubity jump in. Oh, DME spray conversion onto Device could have been superb, but instead Big may want to recapitalize on a space garnered.
Yeah, it was actually the Device to get the kill from short, right? You were shooting at Stair, and then the Oper just saves his life. And now JDC and Crimbo just walking out the A-bomb side. You might not be ready for Yabi, though. Usually a short player. Now you spot him out in towards that ticket position, or you see him in towards the ticket position. They haven't spotted him yet.
Stair?
It's a good boost. Stair's playing this one really safe, though.
Yeah, calm. No one on short, though, so Crimbo can take the wide peek. Sees an AK. That's a bullet to the head as Crimbo vaults down into jungle. Can he dig his heels in, though? Can he hold that position for his teammate? Flash out to allow the bomb plant maybe obscure the sound of it dropping into the ground. Crimbo, that is insane. Now Big have converted things back in their favor. Device is solo.
Back to grade 1. He's got a kid. He's got an open hand. A smoke drop right in front of him. I believe if he's able to find a first kill or even deploy the smoke on the bomb. Hasn't picked it up, though. Gonna try and walk him down. Not quick enough on the trigger, but JDC definitely is. Big get a third.
Clean stuff from JDC. Clean stuff from Big overall, and it all just started with Tabson crossing into mid like that, flying under the radar, getting the first pick, and the rest of Big could just flood in. Nicely done. Gets them right back on track.
I mean, if there was a moment for Crimbo and JDC to start stepping it up, it would be in the one game that could justify your struggles in this entire season of Counter-Strike. This is the one game that defines the first season of 2025 for you, and Hype does not see Niabi cross into her sandwich. Now they have.
Yeah, but he's backed out of it now. The molly thrown a bit too late. And Stown with first kill. Puts Astralis on top. Big, though. We're late to kind of take their bomb in a single direction. But it seems they made their mind. They're looking to drop in into this A site, where Astralis got 4 out of their 5 players in.
Yeah, it's another really dangerous setup, and you have Yabi, again, short player playing in towards them beneath the palace, so if you deal with Stera, or if Stera gets a kill, you might not be ready for that second player.
Caden's telling his team, chill. I'm in apartments right now, no one's around. Hold this site together. It's gonna be an A hit. Crimbo waiting for the right time to cross as he gets himself into safety on time, but Yabi begs to differ. Stair knows there's a crossing. Asks for reinforcements, a double peek as Yabi is there to assist JDC.
is left to himself, as it was all the way in mid. Stown reads where he is hiding, spray down into the smoke, and Astralis get ahead.
This is one of the cleanest halves of Counter-Strike we've seen out of Astralis. Definitely the cleanest one we've seen today. You have 4 players again. That second AVP in the hands of Cadian's been there for a long time, and sure, he hasn't really been put in the position to put into use on paper directly, but he's securing so much information, letting his teammates relaxing towards that A-bomb site. Get ready for the play coming out of Big. You catch the timing onto the Palace player. Flash from Stown was great. Now you test him.
Yeah. Let's see how soon they figure out that Caden's posted up with a big green. And whether they'd want to figure it out.
Cadian. Any moment now, he's got the support of Yabi. Needs to hit the first shot though, and then back off. Flashes, not gonna come in. Cadian sees the first one. Time to back off, time to scream for help.
Yabi's arrived. He hasn't been too late to the party. Sprayed on the first one. Can't quite connect with the killer, but Cadian is there. You've got assistance coming through market, but you need to delay it a little longer. 1 point of health. Ooh, if you could have connected with that one, could have been superb. But the rotations have been denied. You've got to lock in from mid. Market players flood through, but the shots into it mean they will drop big. Will be able to win this round, end the half on a high, gives them a bit of a boost as they cross sides onto the CT.
That was a really important one, right? That feels like it's the insurance policy right now for Big. This is the green card for the second half. That's what keeps you competitive. Without that 4th round, you would have been 1 lost pistol round away from losing this entire map of Counter-Strike. Now you've got yourself in with a chance. Not the best half of Counter-Strike we've seen out of the Germans. On the other side, Astralis looking really solid, but with 4 rounds going into that CT side, if you get it going, if hype gets unlocked with that AVP, you could have something to say about this one, Big. In the end of the day, this is the one map that you picked into. You decided to go for the Mirage. You switched it up in comparison to last time you played against Astralis. Your last time pick of Ension is now going to be the 3rd and final one if you get there.
Sure.
Inferno coming in second. You don't want to give Astralis a simple, nice, and easy Mirage to start things off here.
I mean, we are talking about Big given they won the previous round, but Astralis overall were the ones in command of that first half.
Yeah.
I mean, they had great reads, great rotation, seemed like they were on track to know what Big was up to.
Yeah. Especially considering the fact that Astralis did lose the pistol, right? We were talking about the dynamic in that game between Astralis and Metasport earlier. It felt like whoever would win the pistol rounds would end up winning the maps as well in general, right? But Astralis here recovered really nicely into that CT side, and 1xBet still going with the Danes on this one. And you can understand why. You lose a pistol, you're still able to get 8 rounds out of the first half. There was a realistic possibility for 9 Big or yet to chain up consecutive rounds as well. Definitely looking good for Astralis. Smoke double flash on the T-side pistol. Standard stuff. B-pop. Krembo is going to get a quick boost with the Julies on the other side though.
Yeah, not spotted either. Could be a big changer here. But you've got Tabs nearby if you need him. Cadian would go for a walk in under, trying to see if he can lure any attention towards him into that connector position, delay the rotates. That's what you're kind of looking for. And that's what Astralis are waiting for as well.
You can let him do a little bit of exploration work. If he hatches a good timing and gets a kill here, that could take some of the eyes away.
Smokes are starting to land, and Astralis being very noisy about this. Crimbo doesn't get a chance to see his killer. Looks into the wall and receives a bullet to the back of the head, but JDC is here on time, meaning both Tapson and JDC are responsible of holding down the B site. Suddenly, Caden loses his life, and Astralis majorly on the back foot. Stown sticks around to keep the CTs busy, as Device is on a solo journey to make it into A.
You need to find a couple kills. Stown, get it into a fight. 3-player spot, and Device knows he's got a 1v1 against QB right now, but a right turn in towards jungle. This is a pretty scrappy one right now.
Has to turn his attention towards him. JDC spots him. You know where Device is now. You can try and lock him in, but the solo A-site defender has been downed. Device v3, one already in pocket, but Big are exploding right in front of his face. Punch him to the ground. Big want this.
It's a double kill from Taps and JDC as well. Some clean shooting coming in, and it felt like the plan was going to work out perfectly for Astralis, didn't it? Cadian gets in towards the top of connector, unspotted, in a great position. Flashes are perfect to blind Crimbo in towards that balcony position. Tapson and JDC though fighting 2QB, winning that fight against Cadian proves to be incredibly important. In big pickup, both pistol rounds on their map pickup Mirage surely has to be enough for a little bit more than 5 rounds.
I mean, you've got to celebrate the fact that JTC was able to rotate so quickly, be relevant on the defensive. They had 3 basically on site, albeit starting with 2. Hype probably tasked with a bit of a mow down here. Build up in cash. But Astralis having deagles and sit of util, some helmets as well, won't make them that malleable to the MP9s.
Trying to figure out what the plan is here. You don't have a single flash. You've got a couple smokes, so you could go for an XZ.
Playing deep into Tetris. Hype on site. Simple work from QB. And not having a flash there from Astralis hurt their chances. Down. Dink down to 50, but it doesn't take long for him to be dropped entirely. Big. Able, unlike the first half, to gain the follow-up.
Yeah, this is a good start now. You did get automatically reset in the first half, by the way, we gotta say. This is the first time we've seen big chain up consecutive rounds on Mirage, and now you'll probably start feeling a little bit better about your chances. You hold on to the MP9, so you can farm a little bit of cash going into the next one.
Cadian's traversal here must have been heard, but Hype isn't called back. Instead, wants to go all in. Astralis, big struggle here. They do get 1, but it's not like you've upgraded yet. And Tabson wants to lock into Yabi's position as well. Runs out of bullets, actually. Suddenly Astralis get 2 kills. They've got the numbers. Rifles available to them in top mid. Oh, no.
Hold on, QB. Okay, that was a much needed kill.
Oh,
It's a little bit scrappy for a second. Still, a much more expensive round than what Big would be hoping for. And if you end up losing this, it would be a complete disaster. Yabi is thinking about a top mid push, not thinking about a TV1 though. Question here is, where do you want to go if you're Crimbo? And does Crimbo see Yabi? Yeah,
he's 1 bullet away from death. And Astralis was so uncomfortable there, didn't really want to go in for the rifles. Expected Big will be there supporting it.
Okay, you've heard Cadian now.
Have you?
He should have. He hasn't.
I don't know if he has. He
no,
was
he
running
didn't.
as well.
He was top mid. Cadian was running T-spawn. He didn't hear him though, yeah.
He was on the move.
Cadian does not believe B is going to be empty. He probably thinks Crimbo got the kill and went back short in towards that B-bomb site, so... Under
Timing.
to a Crimbo's running step mate. Cadian's definitely heard that this time. He's not getting a bomb plan out of this though. There's no way QB's allowing it.
No, I doubt it either. Yeah, QB knows, runs in, easiest kill of his life. Big able to triple up on this defensive side already. Haven't dropped a round yet. Astralis now, this is where they contest their German opponents though. A full buy. Let's see how that one goes. Hyped. Let's see what he could do with the big rain.
This is where you get into the nitty-gritty of stuff. Let's see. First proper investment for the side of Astralis. Early in towards middle. Hype missed opportunity on the first one. Look at how quick Stare is up short though.
He's explosive, that's for sure. But Astralis have to pull the brakes here, not quite willing to go for an extreme engagement and overuse all of your utility. They're going to through short instead. Crimbo will be tested. He's calling in for help. Oh, he's found by Stare. Hyped. He's got the line covered. Can't really react on time. Suddenly Astralis are really favored into this round.
Yeah, deep smoke as well. You're calling this one off if you're big right now. You're just putting all your trust into that one fight in towards short, and Cadian's got the insta headshot. MP9,
man, he's going to be tested again.
Right-hand side, he does go down. Didn't have a lot of ammo.
A bit too far out in the open. Makes this doable. Look, Big are kind of hoping they can get a pick, but down on the...
Hold on.
Backline.
Still.
You don't have time. You don't have a kit. You're giving this up.
I mean, they do have a kid, but I
Oh,
feel
they
like
do?
it still feels a little bit too risky. Yeah. B-bomb side, you have no idea where both there and Device could be, so you're calling this one off right now if you're big. You're playing the long game. QB does get a triple. You're trying to take care of the economy. Astralis are going to be pretty happy with this one, regardless of the way that they lose 2 players in towards short, but they still are staying in the lead. Both Stare and Device died to the bomb.
Huh.
That is not great. Astralis is going to have little to no money.
That is not what you want after your first buy.
Yeah, this is not the economy of a team that just won a round.
No, it isn't. And look at Big. I mean, look, they just lost the round. They lost a lot of their players. They're not doing too healthy economically, but look at all those guns, that util. Say Big win this cleanly, we're looking at a completely different story.
Oh, look at it pacing towards B.
Interrupted by a nade, though. Stan wants to keep the A site.
Oh!
Players busy. QB single-handedly deals with the double S players. And if you're a Charlotte right now, you're scratching your head. What do we do?
You're so ready for this, QB. That is great. I mean, Astralis go for the instant smoke to extinguish the potential deep Molotov in towards that B apartments. You're trying to fake it into a bit of a quicker plane towards B and just walk out Palace with 2 players. QB was just so locked in, though. And you just started this round in the 3v5 right now, and if that wasn't enough, Cadian's on the Mac 10, Galil in the hands of Device, and you have just 2 flashes left.
Yeah, Hype's ready for it. Spots out the head, finds the body with his bullet. Astralis, I'm sensing a bit of a struggle here. They haven't been able to gain any comfort on this T side. They haven't been able to put their hands on any rounds. Device and Cadian are the ones that remain. But any sort of chance of them to win a round is completely in the toilet, flushed away. You're only hoping for picks at this point. Sure, Cadian traversing towards the A site. Device hopes he can get a pick, but the fact that you don't is the end to this deed.
I mean, a round like this one, you understand what they're trying to go for.
Sure.
Thing is, it looks like this is a bit of a handmade, crafty freestyle type of a call, right? You could have had it as a proper round, and maybe that's the reason QB stays there, because he realizes there's a possibility. All right, Cadian will be able to upgrade himself on a rifle. That was one of the weirdest fights we've seen in a while. But yeah, it didn't feel like Big were really made to believe that was going to be the case. I mean, QB had no reason to leave the A-bomb side. Sure, you see the smoke, you hear the steps in towards B, but there wasn't any fighting going on. You're just throwing in, trying to throw Spanner into the works, Caution into the wind, making noise in towards the B-bomb side, but not really putting any manpower behind it, so Big had no reason to move, and QB with a lovely double to lock it down. Astralis go for a tactical timeout. Cadian's the only one that's going to be equipped with a rifle going into this one. Pistols for everybody else, and not a single one armored up either. So you're just trusting in Cadian right now.
Yeah. Or you trust in the next round. One or the other.
Yeah, probably you trust. Probably the latter most, but...
Yeah. You never know. We've seen crazy moments so far in the MRQ.
Hey, he could have a round.
I mean, 4 out of 5 players have got 12 kills and Stairs on 11. So everybody's doing similar type of lifting.
Yeah. Now it's time for Cadian to do his best Dawn compression. Or...
Stair to do his best P2 fitty exploration.
Yeah. Could be the pistols to actually win him the round. Let's see.
Stair's going to be thrown in a sacrificial lamb. Cadian's going to try and back it up. Hyped busy towards connector. He knows there's heavy presence here. They knows there's a boost in play. Holding down short. Stair dealt with. Hype knows he needs to turn his attention again towards connector, but deeper angle for him. Short cross. Yappy gets away with his life. That's a bit scary. 2 rifles. Headshot doesn't connect. You know there's an AWP now on site. Yappy finds himself into ladder room. Shot again, not connects for Hype. And now Astralis looking to see if they can leg it up towards B.
A players alive. You spotted the open towards A as well. You know Crimble's going to be alone on the B bomb side, but you know Big are aware that you realize it too. They're still going to hightail it. Hyped is going to be here on time. It's all about the timing. When does Yabi decide to go forward?
No Yeetle, only dry peaks. QB does get his first pickers, but Hyped is finding difficulty connecting. A lot of weird, shaky movement coming in from Astralis he can't account for, but his team has got his back. It did get scary for a moment, man. And if you're big and you shake in a moment like that with full rifle against pistols, what are you going to do against this next buy?
That was a little bit weird, by the way. It's all on the A player being able to shut down Yabi into war short. If he's able to catch that timing, that could have been a little bit scrappy. A couple missed shots coming in from the over. Of course, it does not get punished after all, but if you're hyped, you don't want to be missing like that when it comes down to the important buy rounds. Been given a bit of a buffer now from the rifles. Both Crimbo and QB doing a really good job.
Device loves himself a creep from time to time, doesn't he?
Oh my goodness.
That's why.
Goodness me.
He really does think it's 2019 still.
Oh, Device goes around the smoke. Crimbo's got his own little engagement in the smoke as well. How does Device get away with 2 this round? I have no clue. Crimbo! Ooh, nearly gets 2 as he connects with a headshot, but it is an M4, therefore no cigar. Still 2v2 here, and Astralis yet to break into the site. Need to potentially give him some room. Hyped. Ooh, his tippy toes are burnt, and now it hurts while he walks. But QB arrives on time to keep his teammate comfortable to shut down the last player. Big are in complete control on the CT side.
Yeah, they really are, and QB's been doing God's work in the last couple of rounds, by the way. That CT side has been expertful from him. Multi-kill after multi-kill in towards that A-bomb side on rotations. Device does so much work in towards middle. And that's the first shot, able to walk through that connector smoke, get another one. A 1-for-1 refrag, but then the ope of Hype. We're talking about the important shots he doesn't miss this time around. And QB's given Big fans something to believe in right now. Big 10-9 up. Astralis down to another set piece and a quick pop in towards that A-bomb side.
Might not be that quick though, Ted. Might want to spend a couple of seconds to keep Big guessing, but here it comes. Smokes through. Flash is about to be unleashed. Hype, though, is enabled. Yabi is able to delete him, but JDC, thankfully, for Big are there to control, and the fact that Stown runs out of bullets is insult to injury. Yep, that round ended it as soon as it started.
It feels like Big always have a player that's ready to go for a multi-kill, by the way, when they need it, right? And they never die without getting a single kill, or even if someone does, there's someone else ready to compensate. Hype able to shut down Sarah on the entry. QB gets another one. The first couple refrags were great, but then JDC just storms his way through the smoke and gets a triple out of nowhere. Big 2 rounds away now from securing their map pick.
God damn. When it started with an 8-4 from Astralis, you thought they had a good chance. Guess again. Molly, that's going to completely split one player from the rest. Smoke is going to have to drop, but the pacing is weird. Tapson arrives on time, but Crimbo does the heavy lifting. Crimbo continues sitting on bench as if it's a casual Tuesday in a park. Big on 12, map point, ready to put one over on Astralis.
Astralis have gotten 1 round on that T side. 1. That was an 8-4 CT side for Astralis, and they've had nothing to show for on that T side. 1 round is all they've got. And Big is running circles around them right now. Those bomb sites are under a lock and key. It's just so clean. Crimbo sees the people. He just deploys the smoke, runs backside. It's also protocol. It's also swift on the side of Big. Rotations arrive in no time. They don't lose a single player on that B defense. And Crimbo gets a triple himself. What is the call here?
Oh, whatever's the call. It's going to be brutal. Mate, Big have completely stepped up, and even though that was that round against the Eco where Hype was missing a few after that, he stepped up. He's completely redeemed himself.
It kind of feels like Astralis are uncomfortable on the T side, right? They go for a lot of multi-spawn, quick, pacey calls, trying to force the issue.
Whoa, Hype connects a second time around through the smoke, but it's QB that also doubles down. Astralis wanted to switch up the pace. You've got Cadian dropping in through ramp as well, Hyped, bumping into Yabi, but the turnaround was so fast. tabseN does not want to let this one away, does not want to let this slip through their fingers.
He's going all around the world in towards T-spawners right now. Crimbo coming in from CT though, wants to make sure he gets a little bit of the attention away. Doesn't want to go down, and Yabi's got his eyes set on tabseN.
Yeah, Yabi's smart to look here. Smoke disperses as well towards tickets, and Crimbo will start to move forwards. Yabi realizes, re-peaks, clean as ever. Crimbo, if he clutches this, I can imagine this will do a world of hurt to Astralis' psyche, to their mental sidesteps a lot of the bullets, but Yabi pulls things together. This round was all down to him, a 4-piece collected. Astralis need to bow down to Yabi right now.
We've seen that a couple times, by the way. On Ancient against the side of Metasport, it was down going absolutely nuclear to save them once Metasport were able to get up to 12, and now it's Yabi with a 4-piece. Another quick play, QB, Hype, that was a 5 versus 3 in favor of Big, and then Cadian's able to open things up onto QB. Yabi with a great flick onto the stairs player, able to collect 4 for himself in this one. Astralis needed a hero. Yabi's the first one, but they need 2 more of them. Or the same, 2 more times. If Yabi's in the mood for 12 kills in 3 rounds.
Astralis, they need to get a hold of this quickly. Yabi steps up again. Oh dear me, Yabi can't stop. He doesn't have a leash. Completely running rampant. Yeah, that's the round. Sure, Crimbo can do all he can do all he wants, but he's going to try and hold on to the rifle. Astralis will be getting this round win. Device making his way towards the clear bomb site as another chance is handed to the Danes.
This is one of the quickest T-sides that we've seen in a while, by the way, on Mirage.
Bruh.
And the fact that it wasn't working out at the start, I mean, Cadian just decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna keep running at you. We're gonna pick up the pace. We know we've got the individuals. We're gonna get it unleashed. Yabi's just running around, headshotting people. Cadian back-to-back rounds, getting kills in towards that A bomb side as well. Stown picks up another one. And sometimes this is what it feels like when you're watching Astralis, right? Sometimes this is what you want them to do with all that firepower that they've got, with all those sharp aimers that they have on the team. And Yabi really is in the mood. I'm doubling back on what I said. He's picked up 7 kills in 2 rounds.
I just want to live it all again from Yabi's POV. He's
Sure
really
so
put
Big
on the
don't
carry
want to.
pants here.
Really has. And Big has run out of money. We could be looking at an overtime here. Double MP9, 1 M4 for Crimbo, Famish, JDC, 5-7 QB. Double ramp push to begin with, but you're not spotting anything, so you're just gonna leave QB here, jiggling with a smoke in hand. Thing is, if you're Big in a buy like this one, you want to have some aggressive positions. I'm not sure if just having one player jiggling in towards the ramp and just letting go of the entirety of the map, other than that, is gonna be sufficient. And Astralis, finally, as they have the advantage in terms of weapons and utility, slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, there's not much to keep him back, is there? If you're Big, you're sort of hoping that you can get away with the early exchanges, get into deeper angles, those MP9s, let them do their job. That's why QB's so far forwards. Instead, he's got a 5-7. I thought he'd be one of the MP9 players. Instead, very close to that smoke.
This could get really tricky, by the way. They've blocked him on 50 seconds into Worst Palace. The ramp fight is going to be really important. Nade goes in. Oh, misses the first one. Yabi, important kill.
Not too bad of a start if you're Big, though. JDC will be blocked out of the action. Cadian has dropped into connector, though, which does destroy both tabseN and JDC's potential to convert onto these kills. Crimbo
25.
arrives. Man of the hour, M4 in hand. Most dangerous weapon. Will it be required, though? Hype pops out from short. Now there's no more smokes available for Astralis to let these CTs coming into the site. Stone and Yabi both chime in, but it's Crimbo hyped together to allow Big inevitably shut down Mirage for themselves. The Germans are ahead in this series.
Out of all the rounds, out of all the chances that Big had to close it, Astralis. What a blunder against the low by Big. Played this one to perfection, but this is definitely gonna leave a mark. An 8-4 half, a 4-8 deficit, and this is another incredibly impressive comeback that we've seen out of Big across the course of this MRQ. First, it was the 2-10 comeback on Enshin against the side of BC Game, and now again, Big have shown that slow starts are not facing them, and they can always bring things back.
They absolutely can, man. And Astralis, look. You've got to hurt if you're Yabi right now, because you did everything in your power to keep things going for Astralis. The first clutch, then the next couple of rounds being the opener, and in the end being crippled by MP9s. That is going to put a dent in for sure. If you're Big, on the other hand, you're happy. You're loving life. Sure, job's not done. You still have got another map that you need to secure to make sure your life remains in the fight for the major. But Astralis have taken a few blows today already. They lost against Metasport, knowing they were one map away from making the major after a streak of not making there 4 times in a row.
Yeah. And now you're just 1 map away, right? And that felt like a Mirage that should have been a really clean cut. You had an 8-3 lead, 9-3 was the potential. The CT side was phenomenal for Astralis. Big just had nothing to show for it. But the moment that they get the 4th round, we switch sides and everything changes, right? Big get the pistol, they carry on with the momentum. Astralis, it just felt like they were running out of ideas, but it felt like they started running out of ideas a little bit too quickly. Getting opening kills was never the issue. Yabi ends that map on 4-1 in opening fights, Device on 4-0, Stair was 2-2. They barely were losing opening fights, to be quite frank, but losing a lot of rounds that probably they should have been able to convert. And man, then you're looking at Big credit where credit's due. QB was absolutely excellent in towards that A-bomb side in the second half. Crimbo was stepping it up towards the end. JDC had a couple good moments. Big were able to just hold their own against an Astralis that just struggled to close.
Yeah, in a moment where you needed all the individuals for Big to step up, that's exactly what they did. Everybody had a standout chance to show what they've got, and look, they did it. Sure, towards the end, they struggled to close things out, but they got things done. You see it reflected on the score sheet. Sure, QB ran away with things at times. Crimbo had great times, but it was a team effort. And there's no two ways about it. Astralis, on the other hand, towards the last vestige of the game, the reliance on Yabi was evident.
Yeah, it's all about now the individuals and the experience stepping in for Astralis, right? You need to realize that a couple hours ago, you were 1 map away from qualifying to the major. Now you're 1 map away from being eliminated against Big. And I guess the good news is that you're yet to go on your own map pick, and it's a map that last time around played out really well against the same opponent. Downside of it, this is the first time Big have ever picked up a map in Counter-Strike 2 against Astralis. Earlier this year, when they played against each other, it was a clean 2-0 for Astralis. Big didn't even get double digits on the map. And one half into this, it felt like it was going to be more of the same. Big, though, have put their big boy pants on today, and Astralis, unless they step it up on map 2, they could be going home.
They could be, indeed. That's a rough pill to swallow if you're Astralis, but your mind can't go there. You've got time to reset. You've got the experience to make sure you don't go there, but you've also got the experience of being there too many times. It's a tough one for Astralis, but Big, so far, on Mirage, have had their number. Will they be able to keep that going? We'll be finding out after a short break. Map 2 incoming.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Big seems to stand for best in-game, at least for the first map of this series, with the Germans taking on Astralis in Mirage. Now, look, this series, and we knew it'd get complicated, we knew that it'd get hairy. Now, Astralis on the back foot already, having to win their own map pick to stay in the fight for the major.
Yeah, it could have been much worse. Obviously, Astralis, that Mirage didn't go as planned. For those of you that are just tuning in, they did have an 8-4 lead at halftime, right? And at that point, it felt like Astralis should have been able to run away with it. Didn't quite work out. Time to refresh. You're going into Inferno. Should be a completely different story. Big have won 4 Inferno maps since the start of 2024. There is, and I'm going to say that with the utmost respect towards Big, there shouldn't be a way for Astralis to lose this series 0-2.
I mean, look, technically, on the one hand, if you look at stats, they won twice already this year, twice in 2024. I feel like if you've already won twice in the first quarter, you're already lined up for a little bit more success
so you're already
than
doing
the year
better.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, grasping at straws here. But honestly, I don't think it's just a matter of Big being on form on Inferno. I think it's more about Astralis being their own worst enemy. Like, I mean, there were so many situations where you thought Astralis had the upper hand, but, you know, dropping the ball in different moments. And I'm not only talking about the previous map, I'm talking about the entire status that they've been in for the past week in this tournament. This has not been level 1 Astralis, right? This hasn't been Astralis at their peak performance. Sure, we've seen moments of it. Sure, we've seen brief situations in which they could have taken down any other team in the MRQ, but they haven't shown it and we haven't seen it. Therefore, they're kind of required at this point in time to find that. They've had 10-15 minutes to kind of figure out how to find that, how to bring that to the stage, because their lifeline and their road towards the major could be interrupted.
Yeah, and that's the most frustrating part about the players probably as well, right? Because they do realize and feel like sometimes they can dominate. And this is probably the feeling that they have going into a game. They're like, well, we win a couple really clean rounds. Everything is going well. We have good individuals. Why aren't we winning more games, right? And this is probably what they're trying to figure out as well. How are we going into those games and struggling as much? Why are we losing so many 5v4s, 5v3s, so many games where we have a big lead and we just can't seem to close? Well, I guess going into Inferno, this should be no concern for them. One of the main points that we were talking about in that Inferno against Metasport earlier, which of course Astralis lost, is the fact that they started both halves 1-5 down, right? And when you technically start 2-10, it's still impressive that they were able to get 8-9 rounds in the end of it. But I feel like if you're Astralis, you just want to make sure that this Inferno doesn't take as long for you to get warmed up, right? No. The last thing that you want is to let Big run away with a couple early rounds on the back of that momentum of winning Mirage. Mirage was an incredibly close map in the end of the day for Astralis. It is not the map that you picked into. If you get a comfortable Inferno going, then going into the third map, you might even be considered a favorite.
Will Big continue their journey towards the major in a 2-0 fashion, or will Astralis' curse of not making the major for the past 4 iterations will continue? We'll have to wait and see, as Inferno is Astralis' map pick, and it's a must-win for them to remain in the game.
Yeah, probably not on the bingo card of a lot of people seeing Big and Astralis and that type of an elimination game, right? A lot of people thought that we might see a choke out of the two teams, but under those circumstances as well, of course, there could be the argument that for both, this entire thing being online could be a bit of a handicap. But so far, Big have not really seemed too phased by it, at least in this series. It was a great comeback on the previous one. Pissed around starting, double nade in towards CT though is perfect to deal with JDC. And that's a clean, nice, easy execution onto the B-bomb side. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh yeah, it feels like Big never even saw their opponents there. You know, the first nade kill, then Cadian getting completely dunked on early on. Great start for Astralis. And look, Big, they can only hope for some consolidation kills at the end.
Yeah, as we said, Inferno's never been the forte of Big, right? And in CS2, that is 2023, maybe latter stages of CSGO, it was actually one of their better maps, right? But then you're looking at some of the action that they've been getting into on Inferno so far this year, and we pointed out that last year they played it just a brief amount of times. Inferno, I mean, they've played it 10 times this year. Lost it to Nemiga. It was a close game earlier today, but still lost it. Lost to Astralis and VGO Cluj-Napoca, same tournament. They dropped maps against Wildcard, Eternal Fire, a 1-13 loss against FlyQuest, then a loss against 500, another one against 3D Max. They were able to take down the Imperial Valkyries on it in the Katowice play-in at the start of the year, but then again, another loss against Wildcard. So, yeah, there has been a lot of red in there. A couple games where they've been getting close-ish, 9, 10, 11 rounds, but not too many wins on the board.
So it looks grim, to say the least, for Big, but for Astralis, that's a positive. It's a way in.
It looks like there's some potential, but
oh yeah,
difficult to find it sometimes.
Well, it looks like Device has a big logo next to his name, which is interesting. The logos have switched around. It's going to be Astralis' turn to answer back. Wait a second, is it going to be another force round win for Astralis?
I mean,
for Big, rather?
For Big, yeah. Most likely. Yabi and Cadian have just found themselves in the 2v5 on minute 20, and Cadian with a bomb on his back is going to be beat by 3 players in 3, 2, well, a lot quicker than what I actually assumed. JDC takes him down. Yabi, a 1 versus 5, and yeah, screw the clean piss around. This is this is really dire.
Yep, completely. Seeing the Big logo next to the, the very much big personalities on the other side, Cadian, Device, something I wouldn't expect them to see next to them, you know?
Yeah, this is... Okay, mentally, if you're Astralis, pretend this never happened.
Oh yeah.
Pretend the pistol round was not as clean. Pretend you didn't just run into the B side and get absolutely demolished. Let's start the game anew, and this one is probably not working out if this is the pattern we're going for. Taps it early opening, still jumping around the half wall, giving Stan a couple chances to fire off the deke, but now you're pretty much forced to go back into an A play.
Which is basically walking into a trap. You've got 3 players. Ding. Snare. Okay. Spray down from QB will be simple means to an end. Flushed out by a molly allows Astralis to plant.
Yeah, Yabi's been able to deal with Hyped in the meantime, so A-bomb side open up for business. Taps on low. JDC's got an AK. Both of those CTs with kits. And it's all going to come down to dealing with Yabi in towards the apartments.
Tapson might get the chance to do that. Oh,
yep.
Man. Yabi hasn't got a clue. Tapson walks in on him. Cadian.
No armor.
All the way around as well, wanting to see if he can make his way onto short, which is where the bomb is planted, I believe.
Yeah. It's planted for him. Time is running out. There's 10 seconds. They need to get on it. Tapson's right into it.
Oh my god. So smart to look behind in that moment. You realize you hadn't heard anything from Katie in the past few seconds. He's got to be on the lurk.
You know what you realize? You're coming out of the apartments, you take down the Abbey, there's no one in towards pit, no one balcony, no one on the bomb side. The only place where Cadian could be is in towards long, and the bomb is not planted for him, so tabseN just puts 2 and 2 together, and he's like, well, he's probably wrapping up. He doesn't have the armor, needed to get cheeky with a Cadian. Needed to get an advantage into the fight. tabseN was one step ahead, though, a triple kill for him. A double for QB, once again holding on to help Big avoid a disaster. QB's been incredibly reliable when it comes down to the multi-kills.
Yeah, hasn't been too bad. Already
One of the more
3 rounds.
underrated rifles on the side of Big, to be fair.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. I think QB, the way that things happened with him and Fnatic left a lot of people with the impression that, you know, he wasn't doing anything right, or he wasn't doing something right, but always been a really solid rifle, this guy.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation around Fnatic can take many ends, right? It's a very complicated matter. An organization with a lot of expectations on its shoulders, with rosters under-delivering for a little while. So I feel like if whoever you bring into that position, if he's not a start from the get-go, is always going to fly under the radar, you know?
Yeah. Also, we have to realize that sometimes there's natural selection going on, right? And sometimes you're just gonna get removed to open up the space for a more experienced player. In that case, they could get their hands on Blame F, so it's not like QB was doing anything wrong, necessarily. Rembo. Ooh. Taken down.
Caught.
Same for Hyped, yeah. It was his
2
bodyguard.
players that went exploring, get their heads ripped off. QB, what if you save the day here? What if you just get Big right back into the fight?
He really has gone big this time around, QB, hasn't he? Mr. Multi-kill. The Ninetales really has joined the server right now. And the Astralis don't seem to have an answer. The B bomb side, though, an empty avenue for Device. And the bomb of Yabi, but JDC is on the case. Rotating in. Bigger's still going to give this one a go on the retake.
Of course you are. You've been able to get a triple kill. Astralis got the life scare of an eternity.
It's still not an easy one to get back into, though. Big is...
For sure.
Yeah, tabseN is far away. He's going to join in, but there's going to be around 20 seconds the moment that they start actually making a move in towards that retake.
Yeah, we get the timer as well on the hub. Smoke out. Device sort of one-wayed. Needed backside. You need to start getting a move on. You need these pickups. They're not coming through. Device doubles down. Is able to get a spray down on both of the remaining players. You can't blame Big for going for that one. QB's triple kill was maddening.
QB's dangerous right now. Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that Astralis getting the round, but their mate work for a round that should have been a freebie. Look at that from QB. What a triple kill out of nowhere. Felt like if you gave him a chance, he would have been able to get more than that. Device with a good hold in towards that B bomb side, though. Astralis had to win that one.
Yeah, they put the round in pocket. Keep it going. Big have been able to put tabseN very deep now. It's a banana. Oh, the nades not doing as much damage as Astralis would have liked there, but still a chunk. Astralis, though, you've got to think that they're heading towards his right-hand side. They've got a couple of feelers out here in apartments.
Yeah, you want to retake Banana right now. I think QB's realized that tabseN and JDC are not really getting tested anymore, so he's going to start falling back in towards that A bomb side. Try and support Hyped, who's, as of right now, alone in towards brackets.
Hype realizes the strong presence around. Not only one player to reinforce, but 2 potentially. tabseN was making way through spawn, but the fact that things go quiet for Astralis, Big rethink it.
Gotta re-aggress brackets, right? You gotta clear it. If you're leaving tabseN like that all alone in towards CT, you don't even have that aggressive control. You need to get a move on.
Yeah, you can't lose tabseN here. The only way Big are still in the game with tabseN alone on the site if he gets away with a double or triple. Smokes drop. The intent is realized. tabseN in the open. Some nade damage. You've got assistance now from the flash from JDC. He gets himself a triple kill. And all of a sudden, Device and Stown are all to themselves. And you've got the rest of the Germans dropping in. What is going to happen here? Re-smoked. Hype looking to go all the way around. In through ruins now, but Big have got the numbers. Device very low. Stown doesn't have all of his health either.
Oh my god.
Pot shots connecting from QB.
He knows he's tagged him. Stan was just jumping around. Crimble's coming in from Banana any moment now. Should have a freebie.
They can simply collapse on them. The smoke will fade as well from Ruins. Karimbo jumping in. They know where Stowen is. Hype closes off the angle. Up shop in. And Big secure the retake.
I wonder what happened there, by the way. Why was Cadian so far ahead of everyone else? Was everyone else blinded even before that? Because, sure, we saw the moment when the flash came in and JDC was able to collect massive double kill. That's what I'm talking about. This is the one kill. Tapson gets the kill on Cadian. Everyone else is yet to make their way out the smoke.
That was all JDC. Sure, you had one on site holding down the fort, but the first flash and then the dropping through the smoke. That was 2 flashes probably, right? There was no way that was just one.
I think it was. That's what I'm... Either way, it did work out for Big. And Cadian did not have anyone behind him to try and get the refrag in time. JDC with a miraculous play to save it. It all comes down to Tapson shutting down that first player with the Mac-10 though, and now Astralis out of cash. Going for a bit of a force buy with a hero rifle and Stown and something maybe a little bit quicker in towards that A-bomb side.
I think the danger for Astralis is that they haven't really created enough pace for themselves. But now they might have. Stown with the first collection. Hype not able to retaliate. Crimbo backside, only just challenged, overwhelmed from the heavens. And yeah, Astralis are able to answer quickly off the back of a pretty dangerous round. Sure, JDC will maintain danger levels, but this is going to be a round to the Danes. And there's nothing that JDC can do about it. He'll even be threatened. You can see Device in the backlines.
JDC is still sticking around. He's not hightailing it back towards the B-bomb side. What is the chance of him? Okay, he's not thinking about it. And AK out in time. Headshot confirmed. JDC will be able to stay alive.
Oh man, having his AK just in time. A second late, a second earlier. And that would have been Device's kill.
You can tell that he's feeling comfortable right now. You can tell that Bigger... I mean, the score doesn't show it, and Big has just 1 round lead, but JDC was even sticking around to try and put a dent into the economy of Astralis there. He was looking for fights. A little bit discombobulated maybe on the A defense there. Hype getting himself blocked, not having his gun out. QB losing a straight-up 1v1 against the only rifle in towards middle. That was a really important kill coming out of Stown, I think, was the one that had it. And then there was... not much that Crimbo could have done in towards the pit. Astralis, nice set piece. Gets split in towards that A-bomb side. Eco coming up for the side of Big with that hero rifle of JDC.
So I'm trying out toward JDC here. Can't quite get away with it. Well, the hero AK endeavors did not pan out. So Astralis should have a walk in the park here.
This nade is going to do some decent damage. If timed well. Oh my god.
Never mind. Yeah, nade doesn't land on time.
You know what? Sometimes you got to appreciate the attempt. That's one of those moments. Yeah.
I mean, QB's been feeling creative this game. He's been feeling the game.
He's on top of you.
Chat.
Okay.
No roll. Oh, yeah. Uncomfortable scenes.
You know what? They still keep 5 alive, but there's just been some scrappy fights happening all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, QB, knife out, walking into the smoke, trying to scavenge that AK. Tapson landing a ding onto Cadian while running through a smoke and then finding himself on top of another player.
Clean from Astralis. Not allowing Big to run away with necessarily much pace. Instead, fall back for themselves before Big's next buy round.
The thing is, as of right now, if you're Astralis, your best friend have been some set pieces and some quicker Counter-Strike. Even if you want to look at the T side on Mirage. Here, that split in towards the A-bomb side was what caught them off guard. The other time you were able to win a round was when Big themselves initiated that push down middle when you were able to punish. We're talking about a round where QB got the triple, still around that Astralis ended up converting. Other than that, Big have been pretty solid, and this is not going to be a different start to a round. Hype in towards the B-bomb side with the catches down off guard.
It's QB with first blood though. at least in that engagement, Device has an answer. Bomb left behind. KD on a solo journey towards B. If Tabson leaves and leaves as a teammate unattended, there may be a breakaway chance.
Yeah, getting that kill onto Crimble was vital. You needed the Device is just going to get run down by the MP9. This is a massive one. KD is going to try and get ahead of the smoke. So many solo fights happening for Astralis everywhere around the map. And Yabi's found himself in a 1v4.
I'm big. Ripping a page out of the handbook of Astralis, really. Double up setup has been the name of the game for the Danes this event.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, by the way. Where do you want to have it, though?
Unless you're not allowed to have it.
Yeah.
That's also an aspect. Yeah. With height posted up, there wasn't much of a chance for Yabi overall there. Teams, well, these two teams are trading things quite a bit, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty dynamic game. It's really difficult to chain up consecutive rounds right now, but it kind of feels like Big do find some level of comfort more than Astralis do, right? A lot of it has to do with the fact that there's been a lot of crazy multi-kills coming out of big players, primarily QB, who's on 12 and 5 as of right now, but banana control has been going quite well early on in terms of the utility exchange as well for Big. We're gonna see a boost for Hype. In towards mid though, break of the smoke, no one's to be spotted as of right now. Oh, one player seen, couldn't tag him though.
Indeed, Molly disperses, smoke assists in that, but Astralis are pretty explosive with this push, already going all the way around. QB.
Locked him.
Oh, somehow able to stay alive for that fight. Crimber holds it down against Device. A lot of big players have been chucked down in hell, but it matters not as QB is the gatekeeper. Astralis, they're crossing in. You've got Yabi as well trying to reconvene with his team, but there is nothing that can be done as big players jumping in and out of the frame. 6 for Big with 1 round to spare in the half.
They've got it under a lock and key. The reactions are just perfect. QB doesn't get a kill this time around, but the smoke he deploys, I mean, Astralis were just not ready for it, right? They didn't know how to react. You deploy that smoke, Crimble's able to get the kill into the short player, and then Kadion again is the one running in first. And sure, you get the refrag, but again, it didn't feel like everyone was on the same page there. And then Taps is shutting down the first aggression. JDC's using the moment to push through the library smoke and catch another player off guard. Big is just one step ahead in so many of those situations right now, and Astralis don't seem to have an answer.
Maybe Tech9's the answer. I don't know. Hype just takes a bullet to the shoulder as he looks to drop back with the Tech9 really rushing forwards. They're quite pacey with this. QB post up closer. He's got the help of JDC. It's gonna be a mow down. Big are looking really, really scary right now. Astralis probably shaking. This Inferno side has not historically been Big's best map, not even close to that convo. But Astralis perhaps being their biggest enemy at the moment, and they're in danger of being 4 rounds behind by the end of this half.
And the firepower is insane right now on 2 of the players on the side of Big. QB, JDC just getting incredibly more confident with every single other round that they play out. 26 kills between those two. Reaching the latter stages, we had a similar conversation with Astralis potentially reaching 9 rounds on Inferno. I'm going to say it here for Big. If they get up to 8, Astralis is going to be in a really difficult spot.
Astralis don't want to get ahead of themselves this time around.
A 4-2 lead, Pavlos. That is what Astralis had here. 4-2 up.
The key tense.
Yep.
Past. The present is a little different. Quite a bit. As the Danes walk up on Banana. 2 defenders on B. Nothing's been pressured. Nothing's been heard. Yabi keep him busy, draw enough presence, and can the rest of the team get the entries needed? That nade's gonna hurt. Oh, just down to 59, bit onto stairs well. Tabson elevated here. He's gonna be tested first, gets the first one though.
Device's Tech-9 is chiming. Rifles not needed. That was really required from Device.
Gonna give this one a go though. Last round of the half. No point in trying to save right now. QB just leading the charge. This angle from Device, he's aware.
He knows that something like that could go on, but he's got to clear the left side first. Down is on time, hyped. Can he close in on Stound's angle?
Tricky.
Knows he's got to go a little deeper, and Stound's toying with him, dropping little by little, further back and further back. But his position is bolstered. Yabi on the lurk. This round is done. Astralis avert a really bad start to the half, but get themselves 5 by the end of it and make sure they're still well within rights to have a chance in the win.
Tell you what, those pop plays have been the only reason Astralis are still on this T side, but you're sure as hell going to be thankful for it. Tapson able to get the kill, and we talked about the importance of shutting down the first player running, and that was Device being able to run away with the refrag onto the first and then get himself into War's grill. You make that left-hand side cross, you become indefinitely harder to take down. Astralis do get a 5th on the board moving into the CT side. This is definitely one of the more cohesive Infernos we've seen out of Big, though. It's quite obvious that they can sniff the possibility. They know what type of a chance they have in front of them. QB's going absolutely nuclear. Same for JDC. Tapson's been on a roll in towards Banana as well. Ending that first half on 4-0 in opening fights, by the way, Tapson. Everything seems to be clicking quite nicely for Big. And this is where they struggled against Nemiga earlier, by the way. Just a quick reminder, they lost that map 11-13. A 3-9 CT side for Big. It was another slow start, another attempt at a comeback that they couldn't do on the T side, but T side is where they felt a lot more comfortable. T side is where guys like Tapson, like Crimble, like Hyped were rolling.
Makes you wonder, right? Possibilities, chances. Astralis, on the other hand, sure, it could have been 8-4, right? It was a Tech-9 in the hands of Device that kept them afloat.
I mean, you gotta feel like there's gonna be a little bit of pressure as well on the side of Astralis now as well. Quite difficult to say when you have so many experienced players, but carrying the history of the organization, the legacy that you are expected to finally put an end to that negative streak, and the 1xBet odds proving that Big do deserve a little bit of respect as of right now. They've given Astralis a really good run for their money, and it's all down to the Danes now. No kits in that pistol round. A triple setup in towards A, Device solo in towards long. App spit setup from Yabi, or from Stound and Stair, sorry. And Big looking to play right into it with a pretty hefty amount of veto, though. That's going to be a proper execute for a pistol round.
Smoke on one end. Device able to get some shots across, but it's down with the first pick. Breakout from Apartments. Down doubles up, triples up, quadra for Stound. Keeping Big at bay. Hype, sure, we'll be getting the bomb plant, but I think that's all she wrote. But this round,
hold on.
Goodness me, there have been some crispy shots this round, but it's going to be Astralis with a dub.
Ooh, and Stound's had a couple of those rounds across the day, right? It's been a while since the 1 versus 3 that he was able to pull off against Metasport. Been a while since the last time we've seen him pick up a crazy multi-kill like this one. But even earlier on Inferno against Metasport, he still had a couple good plays. Look at that. Look at how clean it sometimes looks. Especially the 3rd and the 4th shot. I mean, at some point it felt like he was going to go all the way with the ace. And thankfully for Astralis, they're able to take down Hype. But he does get a bomb plant, so the force buy will be in place. It's not even a full investment, by the way.
No, half buy. Only Tabson invest fully. Oh, they've got some pace with this. They're going to walk directly through the initial smoke they threw. They're going to be pressuring Stair here. He's by himself, but at least his shots can break him from behind. Down from a distance, okay. Into the meat grinder. A story as old as time. Looking for another bomb plant. I think Crimble will be permitted it. Yep, that's what's going to happen. He will drop eventually. Only 1 casualty for Astralis. Bread and butter stuff.
I'm finding it difficult to actually determine if Stound going for a glass cannon 2nd round is a good thing or a bad thing. Is that a sign of confidence, or this is a sign of frustration? I don't care anymore. Let me just go and have a little bit of fun because I feel it in division. I don't really know. It does work out in the end. I mean, Device is going to be there playing that AVP this time around, and thankfully Stound did not go down. So that was probably just him being like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna guarantee that we win the round. I believe in you guys. And even if I die, Device is gonna pick up that op.
Possibly. Crimbo Hero Galil. Bomb plant allows for some extra piece of utility. Pistol to be put in play. We've seen the dangers of Tech 9s this game as well.
Another one.
Very pacey. Again, Astralis with the right idea. Again, with the right amount of players around. And again, with Stown being the complete game changer in this scenario. God damn, 4 names on his belt for this one. What a way to pad up the stats, wouldn't you say?
I mean, you say what a way to pad up the stats. I'm saying what a way to save Astralis. What a way to give them a breath of fresh air, a breath of hope. In a moment where everything seems to be falling out of control, slipping through their fingertips. Stout is just going absolutely huge with those multi-kills in towards that A-bomb side. A 4-piece in the pistol, a 4-piece again in this one. This is pure impact right there. If he does go down, if he doesn't get that type of a quad kill, then Big have a chance to not only get a bomb plant, but probably give this round a shot. Same conversation we could have been having with the pistol too. Finally, feels like we're getting a glimpse down of what he should be, of what he was.
It's a bit of a finding for Astralis. Oh, Cadian with a pop flashed in. Stown backs it up. Certainly, Astralis deny Big even a chance to contest with AU guns.
Yeah, this is starting to look really comfortable right now for Astralis. Really assertive. Great timing on the retake. Yuto, Cadian, Stown get one apiece. Now you're just disengaging, leaving the AVP all alone. You're going to regroup in towards the A-bomb side, supposing even re-clearing brackets. Staying proactive, and if you're Big, this is the type of a situation where you ask yourselves, could we consider a save? You could still group up and try your luck in towards the B-bomb side. You do know that unless Astralis are running something crazy, you should have a 3v2, but especially with the resmoke now, I think you're just calling this one off, holding on to the OP. You have Tapson down to 27. JDC tag down as well. A little bit of utility that's worth holding on to as well. And a quick humbling session for Stown in towards middle.
Yeah. Enough going crazy, enough going berserk. It's been Astralis since the start of the half.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Big in a precarious situation. They'll be able to force up to some extent.
Yeah. I mean, you can
want to match
invest.
the rifles.
It's probably time to slow things down a little bit, right? You did try to go for something quicker in the few rounds that you had to have buys. In reality, the previous one was your first proper investment of the T side, so it's early to set the alarm on, but it's your first tactical time out of Inferno. You still have a couple to spare. It's not the worst one ever. It's good timing for it. You get to reinvest on the back of holding on to those 3 guns. You will have an investment. Thing is, so far you've tried to test those fundamentals in towards the A-bomb side, those reactions in towards A, and twice you've received a 4-piece coming out of Stown. So you haven't really found out too much there. And then the one time you tried to go B on a fairly quick, but not a straight-up rush timing, you were caught completely off guard by the retake Yuto and just lost 2 players without any chance to play the round. So if you're Big, you don't really feel like you've had too many chances to do what you wanted to so far on this T side. Let's see how they intend to fight out resistance.
Ooh, okay. A collective amount of approximately 70 to 80 HP of damage in regards to the nades. Yabe, has he just gone for something so sneaky?
They should know.
Even Big could have imagined.
They should know it's a possibility.
Yeah, Crimbo checks it. Crimzo makes sure it's clear for his team. Early start for Big, having numbers, trajectory, possibly this B side.
If Cadian needs to get the first kill for Device to be able to throw the flash. If he goes down straight up to a pre-fire, this is going to be quite tough.
So now,
oh,
he does get the first pick. Now Cadian's flash, or rather Device's flash can drop in.
Cadian can't quite get away with another, as Big overwhelmed with numbers. Now Device is locked in. How many can he find? Oh! Revealed, but Crimbo is quick. Welcome to the server, boy. As Big get themselves on site, Bombard gone in, Astralis left with 2.
Yeah, welcome to the party. That's what we were talking about. You find it difficult to break because Astralis just have good reactions when you try and go for a straight up rush, or when you try and take it step at a time, they just catch you off guard with the timing. Just wait and see what they throw at you. You get that opening kill onto Yabi, you group up, you go B. Cadian able to win the first fight, but I'm not sure what happened there with the Device flash, by the way. He probably threw it, but Cadian was blinded as well, I think, by the T side utility. So yeah, Cadian's able to get away with 1 kill, but then the Ferrari peak comes in from Crimble. That's the real difference maker there. Device not allowed to fire a shot. Not often we can say something like that. Crimble didn't give him a chance there. Big. Get their 8 on the T side. As we said, this is probably the first time, if you're Big, you felt like you could play it out the round the way that you wanted, and it works.
Yeah, able to get into the game before it gets away from them. Astralis, on the other hand, have got a chance to interrupt that flow. Again, Big have got themselves the map win. They're fighting for a remaining spot. 1 more left into the MRQ of Europe. Now, there are other teams fighting for that spot as well. You're just fighting for a chance to fight for that spot.
Yeah, it really does sound negative if you put it that way. It is reality, though.
It is. And if you're either of these teams, you really want to make the major, and if you're Astralis, the pressure is on you tenfold.
4 rounds. This is everything standing between you and the 3rd map here, if you're Astralis. Big early presence in towards Banana. They back off for now, not really being contested too much as of right now. Astralis decides to run it with a bit of a default setup, just deploying a little bit of util, but for the most part holding on to the nades that they have. Device posted in towards long is going to get smoked off, and Big again just grouping up into yet another B play. It is scary. I'm not sure you can go away anymore. You haven't had anyone in towards the apartments, anyone in towards second middle in such a long time. You have to execute B.
That nade could do a lot from Cadian. Instead throws down a smoke to try and stop the big players from aggressing. The HG does so much for QB. He comes alive. Yeah, a bit on the quiet side this map. Different towards the end on Mirage. Can he step up? Device through the smoke. How does he get that? Looking to see if he can isolate them. Yabi closes in. He's so dangerous. And now the rest of Astralis have arrived. Nowhere to run. You've got to take the engagement hype. Draws out the Glock. Gets it, but stare on the luck. That is insane how close it got. Astralis secured, though.
Oh, Yabi's doing God's work, by the way. He's had such a difficult map individually. He's on 6 kills, but the fact that he was able to stay alive for such a long time and even get that 2nd kill into our spool. Phenomenally done by Yabi. The moment that Cadian falls down on that secondary AVP, and that was such a hefty investment that Astralis were bringing into this round, you were thinking this one's over. Rotations were really quick, though. Device getting a kill through the smoke helped a whole lot as well. That was a great chance for Big. Astralis hold on, though.
True story. And it seems like Astralis are just poised for the win now. They're the team to beat. No longer Big feels like they've got to say.
I mean, it's still tricky.
2 rounds of difference, still very much in play, but...
Yeah, Astralis has got no money, too. I mean, you've got 2,200 on Cadian, sure, but... Other than that, Yabi on 1,400, 1,450 to be exact, and then you have Stown Devices there that have practically nothing.
And Astralis have left Yabi to himself. Big, if they can exploit it quickly, could work out, though you can slowly see assistance arrives from Device.
He's got no util, though.
And Hype's got his number. Yabi, again, will have to save the day. I think the smoke might have just fallen short. No, it's exactly where it's supposed to be. Big players lining up. Now they can just walk into the B site. Yeah, let's Stone get himself the spray. Still gets a collection. Come on.
I mean, that doesn't
Big
change
should
a
get
whole
the
lot,
numbers.
does it?
No.
Yeah, unless he gets a double, triple through the smoke. Bigger just being incredibly cautious right now, and Stound's gonna stick around for a little bit longer, but the bomb will go down. This was a masterfully played round by Big, by the way. Pacing it up so well. It got so nerve-wracking in towards that B-bomb side. They deploy the U2, and then they just wait. And the fact that Device had no utility, he was rotating in, nothing was going on towards the A-bomb side. The fact that you've got no U2 when you know that Yabi in towards the ruins has got only one singular flash, that's the reason Device feels like he needs to peek, right? Because if he gets smoked off in towards CT spawn, then he's completely isolated. Yabi's all alone, and you're pretty much forfeiting the bomb side. And with the lack of utility on the CT side, you wouldn't favor yourselves to go for the retake. So Device just peeks in, goes down, and then you just slow down. You just wait. Yabi knows it's going to be a B play, but he feels like unless he's the one peeking into you, he's going to have no shot at holding on to the bomb side. And even when he was the one peeking, JDC was just ready to welcome him.
Seeing this one in replay. Hyde was just there and waiting. Big on the chase. One win from them here would cripple Astralis economically, and then we could be seeing a completely different team in the lead.
Big have shown that they have a really good understanding on how to pace themselves, by the way, on that T side. Put in some early pressure, then slowing down, toying with the emotions on the other side. Astralis maybe starting to feel a little bit nervy about this one. Of course, you were able to hold on to some of the rifles in the previous one, so it's not like you have nothing to work with here. Of course, no big green in the hands of Device, and yeah, he's going to be downgraded to an MP9, but with how volatile that B-bomb side has been in the last couple rounds, you're going to start it off with a triple setup and a little bit of drop utility as well.
Ouch. JDC instantly loses half of his health.
They're switching it up. Big have made this one look like the majority of the previous B executions, by the way, and now they're just exploring the map. It just feels a little bit too quiet.
Remollied. Not reinforced by a defender. Big are going to make their move. Couple of pot shots coming through from the CT players. Just down to rotate around, seeing if apartment's been approached, smoking it. Big are making their move. Astralis aren't buying it. They're keeping three players busy. They still think it's going to be a B-side execute.
What?
And all of a sudden, Big are breaking through, pushing through the smoke.
Oh!
Stairs somehow keeps things competitive. And now Big turn their attention towards B, where Astralis have not moved for a second. JDC passes through the smoke, catches them off guard. This round has gone awry.
They just started running away. They thought it was going to be an A play, and now they can get a bomb plant boost up, though. Kadia could deny it. Needs to get the kill.
Oh!
Does so, but JDC with a refract and another one through the smoke.
He's holding it down for Big. Now the bomb could go down. And this is interrupted Stair! That is incredible! Astralis, stay in the game!
Stairs, Mr. Impact. This is absolutely phenomenal from him. Should have been a dead man. Should have died so many times. He was the one to spray all his bullets through the smoke in towards long. Gets a double, goes back, and clutches up in a 1 versus 2. Bomb headshots instantaneous.
You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. That round.
You need
That
a Stairs
round, man.
statue in front of the Astralis headquarters if they end up winning that best of 3, by the
Statue
way.
and monuments. A day in the year. A bank holiday. God damn.
I mean, he was the one that was responsible for, I think it was Stound, going down in towards that A-bomb side. He was the one that, quote-unquote, sold his teammate there, spamming all his bullets and then hiding in towards the arc. Didn't communicate it, it felt like, but he's able to redeem himself in a beautiful
This
way.
game took a turn.
Money's still low on Astralis, though. You don't want to forget about that. Big is still in this.
Sure. Technically, yes. Mentally, maybe. But Astralis have stepped up here. Oh, in every crucial moment. Escaping every logic.
Stairs per second middle. They have all the information. They're gonna rotate the third player in. They can just throw all their Yuto. Just slowing down Big right now.
At least Big have got time. Cadian, early pot shots. JDC has been down. Big can reconfigure, can switch up their minds, but they're not. They're going in. Yabi higher ground. You're not going to read that. Nade ends the deal onto QB. You've just completely crushed Big. 2 players remaining. There's no way you're going to go in for it again. Crimbo wants to go in, bring the magic for his team. Yabi knows where he is. Second time's a chance.
No way.
Great trust. So maybe there's a beginning to this round for Big after all. 45 smoke fades. A second follow-up from Hype does not come soon enough. But a 1v3 very much on the pike for him.
It should be impossible. 1v3, Yuto is gonna come in. He's got the time to tap the bomb, but they know he's not comfortable enough to go for a bomb plant.
He's got it. Successful.
Oh no.
Breakout. Great transfer. Can't quite connect the second one, and the gap is being closed. He's being chased down, punched into the ground, and Astralis find themselves on map point.
Even the fact that there was an opportunity there, by the way, you could see it happening. The moment that Crimbo gets the double and Hyde is able to connect onto the first shot, you see a world where it happens, but it might all go down to a third map after all. Astralis not ready to give in, not ready to let this be the 5th one in a row.
I mean, Big aren't letting this go either. So many situations that could have told them, okay, this round's not it. They just don't want to give up in these rounds. Crimbo nearly brought it back for the team.
And yet, Astralis get 3 opportunities, 3 rounds, 3 chances to send us to an Ancient. 3 chances to run it all again on an Ancient decider. What didn't work for you against Metasport might be what saves you here.
Those little glimpses through the smoke elevate your BPM. A flash, a sound.
Nice nade.
A nade that takes down 70. Big need to make the right choice. And so far have lured a third player towards this B-bomb site. Crimbo, can you create the space for your team? Takes a step forwards. Oh, I think he spotted out Stone's feet. Third time lucky on the name.
Yep. So taking their time though, 30 seconds. Big are not making a move right now. This is becoming so weird to read for Astralis. Oftentimes those have resulted in being B hits, but it's going to be the A-bomb side and Astralis. They've not moved the muscle. They're going to be ready posted.
Device can't quite connect on time. Wait a minute, Big have a chance. Stare, yet to be tested, but the spray down, the crossfire, it's not looking bad from Astralis, but it's still a 2v2, and look, Big hold the cards.
You can't even go for a quick switch right now. You'd love to have Hyped on that AVP, but it's going to be Tapson stuck in towards the pick with the big green. Hyped as well down to 45 HP. Going to stay towards the back of the bomb side, and both Yabi and Cadian making their way in from short.
The timing on that. Surely they know Tapson's here. Surely they spotted him. But he's still looking towards a library direction, towards long. Yabi posted up, Hype now looking to see if he can find the headshots instead. Yabi will save the day, single-handedly plowing through the German players. Astralis gain a map in this series and still have a chance for the Major Dream.
They just don't want to let Big be the next team to ruin it for them, do they? Astralis have come today to play it. It was a really difficult loss against Metasport earlier today. It felt like it was going to be another heartbreaking one against Big, but they say not yet. We're going to a third map. We're not going to let this one go as easily. And I say, they say it. Stair said it.
No, yeah, for sure. The entirety of Astralis really stepped up there, man. I feel like there were so many moments that could have gone awry, but the individuals, you know, came up to the occasion, and that was missing a little bit from Astralis. That little character, that little fire that you need from them to you know, pop off. But yeah, that took me off guard. That was a very loud noise into the replay, but goodness me, that was impressive.
Yeah, it really was, right? And at the start, for the side of Big, I really felt like they were going to put up the pace, but Astralis, they just didn't let Big run away with too big of a lead. There were some scrappy moments. There were some moments where you felt like they were discombobulated, felt like the cohesion wasn't really there. And once you started seeing Big pick up the pace, QB get all those multi-kills, same for JDC, and Big be so close to picking up that big lead towards the end of the first half, you were thinking, well, maybe this is Big's game. Maybe this is a 2-0, but Astralis, they were able to persevere, and thanks to some individual heroics, and that is the one thing that you're probably expecting out of this team, for some of the players to start stepping up. Guys like Stown, guys like Yabi, who had a couple impactful moments, even though numbers-wise maybe not the best game of his life, but Stown with those 4Ks at the start of the second half, I feel like just gave them a breath of fresh air and helped everyone else feel like this comeback is a possibility.
Indeed. There is a chance now for either of these teams to continue their run for the major. Obviously, you've got tomorrow's match that you've got to play as well. It's not done just yet. You still got to whittle through the teams that also win their matches with a 2-2 score from the Swiss stage. But what a journey so far. What an insane match overall. We'll get to see the stats as well. Stown really doing some work, but it's Stairs level up, I think, towards the end of the game that made a massive difference for Astralis as they get themselves a 39. Look, it felt like it was an overtime game, as close. So many rounds were so close. Sure. It felt like it was a game that could go either way.
I mean, as straight as that, Stair did save them with that 4K round, right? The 1 versus 2 clutch on the B-bomb side, that was the big difference maker. It probably would have been a leveled up game, Astralis on no money, so that was the pivotal moment. There was a couple of those situations where a certain individual from the side of Astralis would step up, and in the end of the day, when you're a team bringing in so much firepower, you want those moments to be present in the server. Question here is, if that individual performance is going to stay with Astralis for that third and final map evention. Things didn't work out for them against Metasport earlier today. Now you get the exact same situation. You go into an engine as your third and final map. This time you have to win, or your dream of, I guess, making a major finally after such a long time is going to go down.
Indeed. One thing certain, at the end of the next map, one team will no longer have a chance to qualify to the major. We'll be finding out shortly how that goes, but until then, we're throwing this to a break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, the battle for the final spots to make it into the major have not disappointed, to say the least. Two maps in already in the series between Big and Astralis, and I still have no idea where we're going.
No, absolutely not. This is probably the most chaotic map of Counter-Strike we've seen so far, or the most chaotic series of Counter-Strike we've seen so far in the MRQ, right? It's really difficult to put into words, and really difficult to actually find a logical explanation for a lot of the things that have been going on, but this is the exact type of Counter-Strike that you want. It makes you realize that both those teams know what's on the line, right? It makes you understand that they are giving it all they've got, and even when things are not really working out, they're ready to run in, throw the kitchen sink, and Stair is ready to clutch up a 1 versus 2 with a 4K in the round when he's down to 10 HP.
Look, we already knew Inferno was going to be a tough ask for Big, given that they've really not had the best of times on it. Played it 10 times this year, won it twice, and even then, the matches that they lost weren't that, promising overall. Now, Ancient is another frontier, though. Is more on that 50-50 side, and, leans closer to the lines of where Mirage was when we started this series. So, look, I think we've got the best possible matchup to finishing the series up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a best of one from here on out. You gotta stay focused on the prize, and if we're looking at Big, I mean, this is the one map that they've won both times that they've played so far in the MRQ, right? Destroyed 500 on it, and of course, that might not sound like the biggest achievement ever, because everyone did, in a way. But then the 2-10 comeback against BC Game was incredibly impressive, and sure, you could make a point that BC Game did let him back into that game. I, on the other hand, would make a point that on the T side, Big was calling great, all the individuals were popping up, and it felt like just in an instant something clicked, and everyone bar taps, and we had that conversation already, was around that 25 kill mark. This is what you want to see out of Big, right? QB has been stepping it up big time. JDC's been stepping it up big time. You want to see Hyped and Crimbo join in the conversation, especially when we're talking about such an important map.
Indeed, indeed. And it's those individuals that made a difference for Astralis at the end of the previous one, right? We had a moment where Stair completely took over the server. You had those that 1v4 clutch, then continue with the multi-kills throughout the last vestiges of that map. And look, if it wasn't for that, I think we would have completely seen a different story. I think the chance of Astralis making it to the major would have been out. Big would be in that conversation instead. So I agree. Those individuals play a vital role. And I think for Big, like you said, even though we had, QB completely taken over on the previous map, and I think it was one of the most consistent factors for the team throughout it, Crimbo came in a little bit too late. Let's see how that goes, though, as the game is ready.
It's been such a long day of Counter-Strike for both those teams, and a long couple of days packed of emotions, disappointments, and a little bit of success as well. But it's the best of one from here on out. The winner of this one keeps on fighting, and for the loser is going to be the sour taste of defeat and elimination. Astralis. Last time they played at a major, they still had Config, BlameF. They were still one of the better Ancient teams in the world. Let's see if that's stuck with time. Cadian already opening things up onto Crimbo as Astralis kick things off on the CT side.
Yeah, they also kick things off with the right foot forwards. Early pickup going to themselves. Big trying to react to the lineup of CTs, but Astralis, I think, have got the better end of the bargain. So much reserved to this B-side defense. There would be likely to be pressure first, but it's Down that gets initialized upon. Stair doubles up, and it looks like Big leave their faith into the hands of JDC, who is on a venture by himself in the middle of the map, but will get quashed and pounced upon as Charlotte start things off with first blood.
Yeah, this is good. We're seeing a little bit more impact coming out of Stair as well. I mean, I say a little bit as if it hasn't been enough, but he's been without a doubt one of the most impressive players on this team for a while now, and so far in the series, some clean shots coming in from the USB. Stown able to join in as well, and Yabi with a double on the Julies too. Just to double back on what I was saying there, this is a crazy thing to actually think about, but it is factual. The last time Astralis did play a major, it was in Antwerp in 2022, and the lineup consisted of Zipix, Glaive, Config, Farley. That's a name we haven't heard in a while. He was on the AVP, and BlameF. Trace was the coach of that team. That was how long ago we're talking.
It's been a while, man. It's been
just
too
for
long.
reference. Jackson and Alexi B were still on G2 back then.
Okay, yeah, a different world, a completely different landscape.
Yeah. And Shox was on Liquid. Let that sink in.
Yeah, well, let a big fat nade sink in. Look at the HP bars. I don't know if you were looking at your screen when the nade was thrown, but yeah, all that, one nade.
See, the fact that you see me read things out doesn't mean that everyone else does, Pavlos. You don't need to.
Yeah, well, like I call you out, bro. Either way. Astralis seem to be poised in the position to correctly be able to fend off the oncoming T's. Device switches to the dualies and cleans up. Okay, Device.
Nice.
All right, I see you. 4-piece.
Yeah.
Not bad.
You're putting up a little bit of momentum going into this one right now. As we said, you're talking about Ancient. I guess, sure, it didn't work against Metasport, but then you're looking at some of the previous ones for Astralis earlier this year. It's been one of the better maps, right? You're looking at a win over Legacy 13-7, 13-7 win over 3D Max, 13-4, 13-9, back-to-back wins in PGO Cluj-Napoca and Bucharest against the side of FaZe. Another win 13-7 over against Big in Cluj as well. So, bar that 1-9-13 against Apogee, I think everything else has been pretty solid for the Danes so far this year on Ancient.
Yeah, it's not been bad. Preemptive measures taken, and successful ones, I might add. Early pick going to Astralis. Great way to get going as Big have got themselves a first buy round, and if that's interrupted initially, really makes waves for their economy.
Oh, they're being proactive right now. Reclear middle, you spot one player in towards Shelf. The moment that you see QB repeaking, you should read into that being an A play, but they won't. QB, he's just making his way down. They're reading into this one potentially being a bit of a B pop. Really important to win that fight. You can't let QB get a single kill.
Smoke.
Bait. Does he walk?
On time.
Does he bite?
Well, Big need to lower the pressure onto the side. JDC, what a drop. A bit of a superhero landing.
Still, Cadian's able to get a kill.
Behind. And Yabi just keeps on spraying, and High barely has any life left on him. 30 seconds, and a re-smoke, and an extra nade. Astralis are looking to break through upon the first fade, and Big completely interrupted. Flow, hold stop.
Yeah, it's a really solid take there from Astralis, right? The fact that we're really solid hold, sorry. You re-clear middle, you spot out QB and towards Shelf. You're aware of one player being in there, so you don't want to risk this being a B play. That's why you rotate a third player, but still, the bait was good from Cadian. Re-smokes Donut, baits QB to go for the play, kind of needed to. And then you get the shutdown. Cadian does get refragged, but gets his piece of the pie before doing so, and Astralis get a 3-0 lead, Big. On a bit of a half bite. We still have, or Astralis have a little bit of a sour taste in their mouths after some of the set pieces that we did see on the first two maps out of Big, but this is one that you want to hold on to, especially with 3 players leaning in towards B.
Yeah, we've had a very turbulent first couple of games where pistol rounds, lower buys, chaotic mid games completely turned things on their head. Made for a very entertaining script. But a lot more of the same for the first 4 rounds for the Danish side. Second buy now for Big in the game.
Early signs that Astralis have done their homework on Big as well. Big do love a good old set piece in towards the B bomb side, especially with the nades. It's a miracle that Stair is able to survive, by the way, but Device with a lovely triple kill coming out of long side. AK fired up, he does go down in the end, but that's just going to incentivize him to go for a big green, and he's on the 9-1 start.
Yeah, bit of a head-to-head with Hyped as well. One of the new changes for Big this year. Bit of an upgrade brought on from the academy. Let's see if he can poise a threat.
Oh,
Astound doesn't give it a chance there. Damson, goddamn.
Right. Not a lot you can do about this one, Stout. They're still leaning in towards the B bomb side, though. They've left Device all alone in towards Donut. There's a big chance, if Big were to actually walk in towards Device and spot him out, we would assume that he wouldn't be left all alone, but now they've smoked him off. Taking a little bit of space. The bomb is still making its way back towards the A bomb side, though.
Well, the
That's
Big
just the
back
roots.
attack. They're split into 2 ships. One ship a decoy, the other a free gate. 3 cannons on it. That could make that A site
Surely, you know.
tremble. Yeah, you gotta know by now, because there's no backer to QB's play. This looks a little bit off-center. It's respected, though. Big might be allowed to plant here. Never mind, don't smoke off CT. That is a really rough end. Completely interrupted. Astralis just steamroll through.
They just thought it was empty. They just didn't think that Astralis would rotate it. I mean, credit to Astralis. They just realized what was going on straight away. They spot out the smokes. Peak comes in from the cave player. High-low spotted as well. You get the kill. Yabi's not tested in towards B regardless of spotting only one person. They know it was just 2 people throwing a little bit of caution into the wind. They just hightail it in Big. They were just trying to plant in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, not ready for that quick rotation. Astralis are going to get a 5th on the board, and they do it by holding on to 3 AKs. The op of Device 4 alive. This is starting to look a little bit worrying here for the Germans. That was a 5v4 as well. That was an early advantage courtesy of Tapson.
Yeah, when you lose situations like that and starting to look at this round score, it's getting worrying if you're a Big fan right now.
It really is, right? Because you've seen them in this situation already, and you see them come back. But can you really put your money on the fact that in the end of such a long day of Counter-Strike, they could come back into another really slow start?
Well, this round's got a bit of pace into it. Big exploding into the site, but down, not to be tested just yet. Finds a gap through the smoke that didn't even exist. Somehow, a couple of upgrades found here. Stair wants to interrupt, close distance, Big exploding in, switch up to the secondary. Crimbo keeping the Tech Titan going. Stair collects it. Bomb doesn't go down, it's in the hands of Crimbo, as he may choose to wrap around. Nah, Device will put a couple of bullets to his back and keep the streak going, keep up the tally, as Big unable to break through on the pistol.
It feels like mentally Astralis are still fueled by that clutch of Stair on Inferno, by the way. They're just coming into this one with new faces on them. With new energy. Device 11-1. Yabi's died only once as well. Stair, in this previous round, felt like he was immortal in towards that B-bomb side. They tried everything in their power and they couldn't take him down. Astralis yet to drop around. Big go for their first tactical timeout. You would have loved to have a coach under those circumstances. Of course, that's a quickly reminder that Zen cannot really join in the conversation. Coaches are simply not allowed to help. And for the side of Big, you need a little bit of help. You haven't really been going that close either. You've been able to muster up 9 kills in the span of 6 rounds, and Device has got 11.
a big right now, you really would like a win. Because the Danes are gaining comfort. And look, in those brawly games, in those brawly maps, Astralis seem to struggle, but they get the lead from the get-go. That's when they're most dangerous. JDC with first blood, but look at the luck.
Yeah, look, it's down. He's already pushed in towards A right now. If you're Acadian, you just want to keep them occupied. You just want to make sure they feel a little bit of the pressure, but Crimbo's looking. So... Oh, it's down! So quick.
How does he end up on top? Crimbo seemed like he was all aware of that situation. And now Big need to break up in mid. They realize there may be a gap outside into this A site, which is why they put their eyes on Donut. But again, need to have a couple set of eyes onto the back lines in case there's a breakaway again.
It's really tricky, though. You don't know where the op is, and you don't really have a lot of util, right? Just one smoke and 1 nade on QB. Good thing is you found a bit of a gap in the defense, so you'll most likely be able to get this one into a post plant, but you can put your top dollar on Astralis given this retake a go.
Yeah, you finally got yourself some space control. Finally, you're in a situation where it's asking Astralis a question. Oh, timing for
They've smoked him up.
Posts up ever closer. QB chimes. You know there's someone here. Stan knows of it. He's going to slow peek it, but Hype's got the angle. Device opens things up on Temple. Tabson stuck in the middle of things. Shaw's got some reinforcements very far. Cadian jumps over, not expecting Tabson that close. And Device realizes he's going to have to concede this. He might as well interrupt Tapson on his way out of the site. Instead, he's the one that gets his body ripped to shreds. Big find their way in the game.
That was much needed, a little bit delayed, but still enough time to get back into that first half. This is where it all needs to start for Big. He slowed things down in the middle of the round. It all starts with a bit of a fortunate pickup from JDC through the smoke onto Yabi, by the way. Let's not forget. Big. We're a little bit fortunate in that one. Still, really good to read into the situation. You find the gap. Double op setup coming in again for the side of Astralis. Cadian. He is feeling it.
He is. We've had many moments that Astralis have gone for such a play.
Yeah, we talked about the identity, how big of a part of Cadian's identity as a player the Big Green always has been. Stare.
Green players looking in the direction, but the flash from Storm is insane! Crimbo has got an answer, but Astralis have got the numbers in the situation. You look at JDC in mid, you want him to get a pickup if you're Big, but he's not capable of doing it. Cadian, the timing to turn around on his opponent there was absolute sublime. And now Big on the back foot, B-sight in their eyes, but honestly, the blockade is just too big.
It's like you've dropped the piano on top of them, by the way, every single time they fight against there. How is he getting those kills? And now Device has spotted out the first player trying to play ahead of the youth, so they're going to be ready for Crimbo. He just walking in, nade in hand. Timing is not going your way, and Hype might as well be calling this one off already. Astralis just answered back with a bang.
Ran back, son, but I'm not sure if you'll be able to save this. A player after you, maybe two, short. Stown interrupted. He hasn't spotted out Yabi, who could start making waves in his direction. Making slushes and puddles in the swamp.
Yeah, you don't want to risk Hype finding a way back into the round somehow, right?
No.
At this point, you're looking at your own money and realizing, well, you know what, boys? Maybe the fact that we were able to stop them initially did motivate us to be a little bit more aggressive, but in the end of the day, we did invest into a double up, so might as well just hold on, let him save. We could lose a whole lot if you invest too much into that hunt. Although, well, you know what? Screw that. They're gonna run. They will try and run him down.
Yeah,
Won't find them,
Yabi
though.
as well, trying to distract him. For the two AWPers of the team to come to play. But Big back into the thinking chamber. 8 rounds in, 2 timeouts used. The pressure is on, and that is an understatement.
Yeah, it really is. The moment that you see Stare pick up a double kill like that, I mean, he shot at the Oper first, and he killed everyone else but the Oper. Then you see Cadian jumping around with the AVP and getting a quick scope. We talked about how big of a part the AVP is out of the identity of Cadian. The last time he had a lower percentage of kills found with the Big Green was in 2015. The percentage was around 15, by the way. Yeah, didn't make that up. But this year so far has been around 8% out of the kills. Maybe a little bit higher now. It was 8% before the start of this event. Comes to show how much more uncomfortable he could be when he's not given the opportunity. But on the double up, sometimes we can still see some flashes of old.
Vega completely switching up the pace here. Yabi seemed to be ready for it, but instead Tabson, quick upper elevation to complete the first collection. Cadian,
okay.
Intuition kill through the smoke. Tabson wants to run him down. He's taking this all personally. The captain leading from the front as Big gain access to the site with a bomb plant.
Hype's got a nope.
Oh, and Stown on the back line, and it's not even being checked. Bomb hasn't even gone down. You're right, Astralis have completely interrupted this. Crimbo desperate to make something work of his own. Big shouldn't really have been in the conversation in this round to begin with, but they had a chance and it's blown.
Yeah, they did, but again, Astralis have been dealing with those situations surprisingly well, right? Even when they do, and I say surprisingly, it's because of how scrappy the game has been so far. Stair with another triple kill. Stown has gotten so many kills on flanks that I've lost count at this point. Cadian getting a kill through the smoke as well. It just feels like the stars are aligning right now for Astralis to stay alive here. And Big, they need to try and find a solution quickly. Already burned through 2 of their tactical timeouts, so you have just 1 left. You don't want to go at it straight up, but you need rounds.
A little quick in and out from Stown. But it's a spray down through the wall that gets 70 points of health away from QB. This is a 3rd time Stown's been shot like this. Doesn't end up killing anyone. Instead, he falls. Okay. Well, he was biting a little bit more than he could chew there, let's be fair.
Yeah, that's the 2nd time Tabson has been able to deal with Stown in that type of a way. And another opportunity. There hasn't been too many opening kills for Big so far on Ancient. You need to try and convert one like this, especially with Astralis still running the double means. If they lose a bomb site, retaking is quite difficult, but look, it's there going aggressive again.
Oh, man. Hyped. It's got the crosshair lined up. Connects with a headshot first. Quicker to the trigger. Yabi wants to double down. One of the players were low, so easy pickings, but Astralis are left with 2. Both AWP players. Cadian trying to see if he can block JDC from doing anything, but instead Device gets killed because of it. And if you're Cadian, you just want to make sure that gun sees the light of day for the next round. Big get themselves an answer, a 2nd round with 2 rounds left in the half.
This is the definition of fighting for survival right now. This is what Big is doing. You get that OP out of the hands of Cadian financially. You could even put Astralis in a bit of a disarray. Let's not forget, Astralis have been losing players, and the decision to go for that double OP, quite costly. So there is a world in which Big might have an opportunity to even get 4 rounds out of that T side, and JDC spotted the back of Cadian. He's getting that kill.
I want you to bring attention to the 1st round of the 2nd half. Mirage, it was a knife kill, which Cadian brought, and JDC has got the reply.
You could go down that path and say it's not the first time he's experienced something like that. A 2nd round on the board for Big. You get 2 out of the last 4, and now this is starting to get a little bit interesting. It's not a full reset situation for Astralis just yet, but you can definitely see a way back.
Touche.
Leveled up now.
Indeed.
Not on Ancient, though.
Astralis extra pressure in mid. Want to put QB away, and they've been successful in doing it. The Big players have been completely locked out in contention.
Yeah, he was all alone there. I mean, QB probably not ready. We haven't seen as many shelf plays so far from Yabi. Most of the time has been Stown just putting in a little bit of pressure in towards that cave position, but Big have decided to actually double back and regroup in towards the B-bomb side. Stown is all alone. He's jiggling with a smoke. Sure, he can try and delay, but the rotations are going to be so damn slow.
It's probably the best decision they could have made.
Cadian's realizing it.
He will be around to help. Taking up
That's
the
good
position.
timing. He timed it with the pushing towards A main from Yabi right now. They're starting to piece this one together. If you're Big, soon enough, the penny should drop. Astralis will know. Device has got full vision of middle. They're even going to set up in a high-low. Even if you want to send a couple players in towards cave, they're going to be ready. The execute is coming in, but Astralis will have 3 players ready in position in another smoke in 40 seconds.
Started as a potential drink for Big, but it might end into a nightmare.
Big have to go. They've deployed all their smokes. They need to go through this.
Cadian up close with 2 players to back him up.
Oh!
He may not need the assistance there, joining in forces. Sure, 2 players from Astralis is low, but the big attack has been completely quashed, met with a brick wall, and Astralis poised to get a 9th on the board.
5th multi-kill in 11 rounds for Stair. He's basically getting a multi-kill every other round. That is phenomenal. 15 and 5. Big. Again, you finally get a round. You finally get something going for yourselves, and then Astralis just hit you. And they hit you hard. You could be looking at another 10-2 first half against Big.
Could be indeed. And if Astralis are able to put double digits already by half-time, it could make a world of difference to their psyche. Big. Oh, wait. Yabi's aggressed through the smoke. He's got away.
They don't know.
They have no idea. Yabi is just going in for more, and he's got more smokes he can explore, and he could go all the way around here.
Does
2 players could get caught from Big. But
he's got a free kill.
Go for the re-aggression in mid. QB, it does not have a clue, will get caught off, and now Yabi can have this position rent-free with Big having to worry about that backline forever. Device will get notified of the aggression, gets part of the joy, and Astralis get 10 by the end of the half of the game. Big are in big trouble.
Surely this is going to be enough for Astralis to stay alive. You're not fighting for direct progression and qualification to the major, but surely there is no way you don't close a half like this out. Stera and Device combining for 30 kills in the end of the first half should be enough for a win. And big man, they find themselves in the doldrums right now. This entire team combining for 24 at halftime. QB, he was one of the heroes on Inferno, honestly. One of the best players for the side of Big. One of the people that made us believe that they could have closed it out in a 2-0 fashion. Multi-kill after multi-kill, and he's been repetitively neutralized since the start of Dissension. Big need a hero again. Already able to pull off one comeback like this one earlier on in the event. But this is no BC game, and this is...
No.
And that was an elimination on the line back then. Stakes probably not as high.
This
you
is
could
a
be
determined
missing out on a major now.
This isn't Astralis that wants to break the curse. Sure, they can't get it all done in one game, but they can keep their names alive, have their heads above water. And you can see it from the odds as well. It's not looking bright for Big. To say the least, a pistol is a necessity. If they do not get it, you may wave goodbye to the game. Hype start things off strong. And he's got a lot of support behind him if he needs it. But Astralis switch attention otherwise. But he's still keeping up the pressure in B simultaneously.
Oh,
this is strong stuff from Stout. 3 kills to him. And has to back out now. Has to reconfigure. Bomb out in mid. They can collect it. They can go to A.
They've given him too many individual fights right now. Too many 1v1s. Crimble looking hot on his heels as well, though. Double kill already collected. And now you know Yabi, Stout, that ex-heroic duo in a 2v2 to basically set it up. Tap on the bomb. That's going to bait QB in. Oof. Able to get the first one. Down. Will have to ace clutch it. Knows where both CTs are coming from. It's all about isolating the fights, but QB says no.
It could have gone wrong, man. It could have gone so wrong. Big had the early advantage. They got the early pickup, both in cave and mid, but of course, Astralis find a way in. Of course, Down brings things back to a doable standpoint, but no. It is denied. Big maintained composure. Knew they had the 2v2 there. Knew they had their number. And played it to a point where they could recover. And now with a pistol round, potentially have a way back in. It's not all over. It's not all done. It's just a chance.
It really is. Force by coming up, though. Boost first there. And it's no surprise you're giving him the hero AK. With how sharp he's been looking.
Early aggression from Hype, but it's red. We've seen a number of force buys go to the way of Astralis today.
That's the last thing you want to be looking at. Minute 17, CT side has barely any utility left. They've invested into a couple rifles, but no kit, one nade. That nade has been used just now. One flash on QB, that's all the util. And if they lose a bomb site, a retake is not going to be easy.
And that's what Astralis are gunning for.
You're pretty much putting all your money on the fact that JDC is going to be in with a really quick flank in towards A main if that ends up being an A play. But if Crimbo goes down straight up, it might not matter.
How much damage can Crimbo inflict?
Oh.
Smoked off.
Failed smoke.
Oh. Giving him a gap.
Never mind.
Nevertheless,
Maybe that's
doesn't
what they
quite
wanted.
connect with a kill. Bomb doesn't go down, interrupted by JDC. Is that the saving grace here? But still Astralis on the case. Yabi gets a second go at it. He's got it down.
No kid is going to be a factor now. A main flank spotted as well. Tapson down to 64 HP. They gotta go.
QB as well as JDC are starting to walk through. They're making ground in and they're closing the distance. And Astralis will try and hold on here, but they are being overwhelmed from all angles. Stare with an AK, Stare with a dream. Spray down to the first, not quite the damage he was looking for. Big are able to take over the site and avert Astralis from bringing things back.
That looks so damn close there. It looks so scrappy. Even a smoke for the plant, by the way. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe they wanted to lure that Donut player into the fight. They had another smoke there for the T3 smoke after that. Either way, if it was a fail, they were able to turn it into a functional one. And JDC going absolutely nuclear with a 4K. Even got the ace in the end, actually. Yeah, that was an ace for JDC. 0-5.
And the first timeout for Astralis. The first moment they feel pressured at the game, they pull the trigger to take a pause, take a think, take a breath.
Time to chill. Time to relax a little bit. Inhale, exhale. Realize that this is not over yet, but try not to get into your head too much, right? You still have that cushion. A 6-round lead, but we sure as hell know how quickly leads could dwindle in MR12.
Oh, yeah.
You go into the second half thinking this one's over, we just gotta win the pistol round, then you wing. You close your eyes, you open them, and suddenly, it's a 10-8 game. You've lost 2-3 buy rounds. JDC's picked up a couple other multi-kills, and Big are back into it. If you're Astralis, you want to leave that thought only in your imagination. No, actually, scratch that. You don't even want it making its way there.
Nah, you gotta keep up the composure. Keep a straight face. Don't let the emotions get to you.
Careful.
Tapson's got a clearer view of what's going on. Takes a very deep engagement there. Doesn't quite pay off.
no.
Charlottes are walking through with pistols, and they're doing a lot of damage, not accounting for JDC having a breakdown. 4 Ps for JDC. It started to go awry, but he saves the day.
John De Castro, that is the one man that could save Big right now. 9 kills in 2 rounds. This is the definition from zero to hero right now. What we're seeing from JDC, it is absolutely beautiful. You needed that type of a sequence, and that was just a half buy from Astralis. Sure, this is where the big guns come out, but JDC is definitely trying his best to put on the Stare mask right now. He wants to be the one to motivate everybody else. He needs a little bit of support, though. And that's the issue. Stare has not been alone on the other side. He's been receiving a lot of support from multiple people. Most notably, Device, obviously.
JDC much pressure, actually. Oh, come on! Cadian barely standing with 1 point of health.
They can't catch a break against Tapson on those spams, by the way. He's been having a field day. That's one of the few good things for Big.
Look at Crimbo towards that left-hand side, how much he's explored. That makes Big confident to have 3 players, maybe even a 4th to the defensive side of the B-bomb site.
Astralis Astralis could still run it back, shelf in towards that A-bomb side. It all depends on how the K-Fights are gonna go. Re-aggression taps, and this takes down.
Yes, indeed. Astralis lacking the numbers now. You sort of hope that the breakaway in mid is enough. But Crimbo starts the exploration journey. Astralis rotate over to the A site. It's open, the cross is covered, damage inflicted, but Crimbo deters some of the players to join the party. Instead, he's being pincered in, and QB makes quick work of it. Big should be able to get this done. 4v2 with Cadian barely standing. This should be child's play. You still have two of the most experienced players of this side competing. You still have the start of Danish Counter-Strike on your side. It's not going to work out. It gets a little dangerous. Big do have to wipe sweat off their brow, but it's still going to go their way.
Yeah, Tapson is starting to look a little bit more vivid as well on the side of Big. I mean, let's not forget, a couple years ago when Big were doing their best work, it was primarily because Tapson was one of the best fragging in-game leaders in the world as well. Always been a really potent one, firepower-wise, putting himself in really active positions on the CT side. And now you're starting to see a little bit of that responsibility being taken. Opening fights in towards Jag. Getting the closing kill as well with Astralis. Do you have enough finances to go for another one? And this is looking like a fake A rush. I'm not sure if that instant donut smoke is going to hit. It will.
And for Crimbo, one of the most simple kills that he could have gotten. Yeah,
are they doing a double fake?
Can he create an opening? I think he can. Look, if they take over the side control, they might even see a rotate here. Gabby doubles down. Suddenly, this A site is under control of Astralis. Sure, you've got a bit of an answer. Crimbo hasn't budged. Crimbo doesn't care that the A site is under your opponent's control. He'll make sure that he controls his side of the map. And with Big exploring outside of mid, Cadian is disallowed to rotate. This round falls apart for the German side.
Crimbo just realized. He just realized they didn't spot the bomb, right? They find 2 kills in towards the B bomb side. Sure, Yabi does get a double opening, but no bomb spotted. Yabi goes down. No more commotion, no utility. Just doesn't move away from that A bomb side. He might have been getting ready to save as well if JDC dies as well and the bomb gets planted. They just walk right into him and hyped after that, just cutting off the bomb. Astralis letting Big get another one. Is this starting to look a little bit tricky? I think so.
Just a little bit.
Yep. Slightly.
Just a titsy-witsy bit.
The rounds have not been too close either. There's been a couple.
Yeah.
But you are seeing a certain level of comfort.
I'm starting to get a familiar sense. We've seen this before. Bit of a deja vu.
I think it's double deja vu.
Having a lead and then... Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Yeah, we've seen Big be in that position where they get 2 rounds on the first half of Ensign and then come back. And then we have seen Astralis struggle to close. Now, it's too early to say anything.
No,
still.
It's
they do have a bit of a buffer, but it's enough to start getting worried. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with 3 rounds of difference, there's a grand old possibility, and possibly we'll be seeing 2 rounds of difference now with Astralis not having the best of buys. And we've also seen Tech9 wins come in from them. God knows what awaits. All we know is that both teams want this.
There goes the beat.
No team can afford to lose it. Tapson's about to get pressured. Flash out early. Tech9 doing a lot of damage initially, but Tapson is good enough to get the first collection. Astralis pull the brakes. Wait a little longer. Tapson's been smoked off, but he's got a gap.
Yeah, he decides to play ahead of it. Could be a bit of a risk, though. No one's supported. They start making their way out. A little bit of utility going the other way. Tapson, do you want to go for a fight? The bomb will go down eventually. A lot of utility damage being brought in.
I mean, the fact that Astralis get the bomb plant and they've got a majority of players now in cave, there's a strong chance they can keep it going.
Oh, no.
Straight towards the bomb defusal area, and suddenly Astralis have a great opportunity. QB very, very low. Nearly got collected by a Tech9 headshot. Doesn't happen just yet.
if you're big, you need to chill. You need to see how you can explore stopping Astralis from killing you when you try to defuse. And the defuse yet again. You've got a kit. You've got the time.
No!
Spray down once again. Astralis with the upset.
There's no way. There's no way it's the pistols. They let the low HP player defuse first. QB was in the red, and they let him on the bomb first. Stair just needed a couple bullets. And he does get a double, sure, but surely you want someone on a higher HP to be sticking that bomb in the first place. That was such a weird one as well. The way that Stair gets the kill. Tapson hadn't even tapped the bomb. Device gets another one on the Tech 9. It wasn't even Stair to get the kill onto QB there. It was Device, it was the double spam. And then Yabi gets the double. So many kills going in favor of Astralis in this round, and they barely sold players.
Astralis created the perfect amount of chaos. Big want to return the favor early this round. It's attributed with the early 2 kills, but Astralis returned the favor. Suddenly a 3v3. Tapson, sure, may find a gun from a fallen teammate, but it's this mid push from Crimbo that could be the be-all to end-all.
Surely he's not playing here. Surely he's just holding on. It's too big of a risk. They spotted the pistol. They spotted the ult. They know Crimbo's going to be all alone, but he's going to go for a bit of a peek, and that's the signal. You know A is going to be empty.
And Yabi's smart enough to hold the line, knowing that Tapson will look to go aggressive. See if your opponents are stuck around. Now you know that this B site coast is going to be clear. Hype will try and rotate away. He's going to have to hold on to this AWP. Even if he wants to go for this fight, it's not the smart plan. Even if he knows that Astralis getting on 12, knocking on the door of the series win is going to be painful. But he's got to do the logical right thing. Being chased, missing the shot, the nerves start to strike. But he's able to muster up a shot, maybe to keep him going, but Yabi will not let that be the case. Astralis on 12, 1 away from keeping their major hopes alive.
A 5 versus 3, a double kill from JDC to open, and they could not convert. Check it out. You're just running through the smoke right now, able to get a double. Refract comes in. Yabi able to shut down the first one. This is the real difference maker, though. Cadian winning that fight onto Crimbo. And speak all you want about it, Cadian really has played a good series so far. And Astralis are playing a good third map. Big. This is the toughest one. You're 5 deaths away
when this
from home.
buy is your buy. It's gotta hurt when you are, like you say, so close to heading home after an amazing fight in the European Major Qualifiers. JDC will get caught off. The only player that had a substantial weapon. The rest with pistols. The flames in front. A signature of what has happened to this game, to the situation you're in. Astralis continue to run towards the major. It's not done just yet, but the journey for Big is over.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for Big, isn't it? It felt like they had an opportunity. It felt like Inferno was theirs for the taking, but Astralis do show character. 1 map down, 4-8 down at halftime on map 2, and they're able to bring it back. They're able to, against all odds, come back into this one and show that they're not ready to give up on a 5th major in a row just yet.
Oh, not yet, man. Not yet. But considering that today they were just 1 map away from actually qualifying against Metasport is already, you know, daunting enough, and something that they're probably going to have at the back of their heads. Even if you don't want it to be the case, it's going to be there, right? Living rent-free in your mind as you play your matches tomorrow for the play-ins for that final spot. You've got, what, I think 3 teams battling for that spot. 3 teams that want to make sure they can grab the 6th position from the European Major Qualifier to make it to Austin, Texas. They really want it, man, but so many other teams do too, so not going to be an easy route.
Yeah, definitely not going to be an easy route, and I think we've got the names already. It's going to be Bait Ends and Astralis fighting out for that final spot, so yeah, potentially we even get a Glaive via Astralis matchup for it.
Oh, that would be quite something. We've been treated by storylines, by subjects that we didn't quite expect to be seeing all across the board. I think one of the major ones, the most unexpected ones, was Gamer Legion going down so quick.
Sure.
Getting only 1 win in the bag for them. It's been a bit of a rough road going instantly 2-0. You know, we had some solid performances as well. Heroic really showed up. You could say the same thing about OG 3-0 all across the board. We get to see the team qualified. BetBoom, Metasport, and Amiga are the ones that have already secured the spot. But you're right, Metasport, also one of the big conversation topics. They were the last seed in this tournament. And, you know, with relative ease, they went through. Sure, the match against Astralis today was a tough one. But look, they got it done. And the Swedish Counter-Strike dream can live on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can say it can live on. It's been reborn. Finally, Sweden's got something to be happy about. And Astralis are hoping that they're going to give a reason to all the Danish fans to smile. Unfortunately for Big, this is the end of the road. And you know what? It was a respectful fight that they gave it. They probably feel like they could have closed it out. But in the end of the day, it is the Astralis Cinderella story. And actually, good news for Astralis. They get to play only one best of 3 tomorrow. ENCE and Bait are going to be in that position where they need to first play against each other and then go up against Astralis. So if you're on the side of Astralis, you're going to be feeling a little bit of slight delight on the fact that you don't have to play 2 BO3s tomorrow in order to qualify.
Yeah, it's a bit of a precarious situation, right? Because if the first match ends up being a quick one, a quick 2-0, where the team that won, you know, is fired up, ready to play and jumping into the next one, all warmed up, it won't, you know, if Astralis won't have the same capability. We saw how important it was for some teams to have played instantly one match, jumping to the next one, and they're already warmed up and take over the match from the first half. And especially in best of ones, it makes a difference, thankfully, for the teams involved. It's best of 3s tomorrow, so, you know, won't make that big of a difference. But, mate, we've gone through, you know, 3 days of Counter-Strike here for the European Major Qualifiers, and I think we've got a good taste of what's to come and how close the competition has been, how close the field has been, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been incredibly competitive, right? And a lot of it comes down to the fact that we're looking at an online qualifier as well, right? That messes up a little bit with maybe some of the experienced players that are a little bit more used to playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike most of the time. I mean, even a Gamer Legion that should be a lot more comfortable because by proxy they have younger players, so they should be able to play good online, right? They've been placing top 10 in the majority of the Tier 1 events so far this year, and they go to online, they're not able to you know, shift into a different mood because it's a completely different ball game. And I mean it ends up costing them. Astralis, they were quite close to not being able to adapt the same way, but in the end of the day they are able to deal with it. And tomorrow is going to be definitely a banger of a day and a pretty stressful one, I'd say, for everyone involved.
For sure, for sure. Europe has only one spot remaining to offer for the Blast TV Austin Major, and it all will be played out tomorrow. 2 matches that will be fought between 3 different teams to see if they can continue their dream, create new dreams, or, you know, create new storylines. We'll see how that one goes, folks. Thank you for joining us today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow because one more spot is up for grabs.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.